All right, all right. Another Saturday night. Another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I want to say thank you to all of you who will be here in the chat when you enter. Please hit the like button. Please drop a one. Let me know that you can hear my voice. All right. I appreciate everyone who's here. You know what I like to do? I like to jump on early and give a little preview of what we're doing tonight. So, tonight, we're going to talk about a black man who lightens his skin using natural remedies. We're going to talk about trading one colonizer for another. We're going to talk about how to defend yourself in a street fight, which also leads back to a topic we didn't get to last week, a slice of Kimbo slice for the haters. We're going to talk about Pan-Arabist again. We're going to um, ask the question, what's a good unifying agent? Is it language, culture, religion, or simply Pan-Africanism? Is skin color enough? We're going to talk about how American corporations practices biological warfare. We're going to talk about Haiti's greatest hope. Shout out to Azuli. And we're going to try to answer the question, what do we black folks actually control? What do we black folks actually control? I see in the chat a few people have popped up. I appreciate all of you. We got Real Black Gentleman is with us tonight. I haven't seen Real Black Gentleman on the panel in a minute. Speaking of which, I have the invite link pinned to the top of the chat, so you guys can always hop on the panel. We got Tanzan out there saying Amani. We got Lero in the room saying peace, loved ones. Haven't seen Lero in a minute. She says, I miss you guys. We miss you too. And then we got Jay. Jose Bronze. He's out there in the chat as well. We had a lot of topics this week. I couldn't include all, of course. There he is. My boy, Carl Hezekiah is in the chat saying good evening. I hope Carl joins us on the panel tonight. If you remember, I used to do the book club with Carl Hezekiah. Good dude. I've been looking for him for a while now. Finally caught up with him. Peace to Carl Hezekiah. We got Gassim up in the chat as well, saying what's up, champs. So look, I appreciate all of you who are here. Make sure hit the like button, show that you were in attendance. And what I'm going to do now, since I've given you the preview of what we're talking about tonight, I am going to officially start the show. And on the other side of the introduction, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. So you guys do me a favor, stay tuned. On the other side, we'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network. You are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Just a reminder. There's also Tanzan African Mind you should tune into. There is the Forecast Radio. There's Brother Bakari's podcast, and there's Considerate Cheek, who's all of them are on KWAZ Radio as well. We got to work on getting the intro changed up soon in the new year. And also remember that in the chat that there's simulcast going on. So some people might be commenting from the KWAZ Radio channel, and some will be on the Bitter Medicine channel. So if you don't see comments, just assume that they're on the other channel. With that said, I want to welcome in the first group of panelists to join tonight. Bwana Hagaziki, how are you this week?
I'm good, bro. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there.
Your voice sounds much stronger this week, man. It's good to hear.
Yeah. I'm rallying. I'm rallying around. I'm coming.
Okay, that's a good word. That's a good word.
Yeah, I'm coming back. Thanks for joining us tonight. Tanzana's with us. Tanzan, you've been missing for a while. How are you?
I'm good. I've been traveling, so yes, I've been back for a couple of days. I'm good.
That's good.
Yes.
That's good.
Tan, you'll have to tell us about your trip, though. I mean,
yes, I will. Hopefully on the next one, on the next program.
Why the next program? You can tell us now.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to take away from the.
Oh, we didn't drop shoot the breeze topic number one yet, so go ahead.
No, it was a nice trip. I was really busy. I traveled up and down the country, so that was fun. It was good to see my people and to talk the language. Yeah, so good stuff. I don't know how to. You have to ask me specific things, but I like the food. I miss the food, and now I'm back to this junk. But
did you tell all the ladies about the wonderful Bahamian gentleman that you met?
Bahrainians. No, I don't talk about. I don't want to bring America into Africa. I like to keep it that way. So I just sit back and listen, and they had very interesting tales to tell. So yeah.
I feel kind of slighted. You're supposed to be happy to go back and tell about the Bahamians you have encountered in your time, man.
Well, yes, I did tell them, Alif, but they wouldn't know what a Bahamian.
Bahamian, thank you, Bahamian.
A Bahamian is they only know Black Americans and Africans. So I had to sort of introduce them to the whole concept and say that Jamaica is a very, very big place, much bigger than we thought.
What are you talking about, Ty? Ty, stop with you though. You can back. Anyways, I can stop. I'm not gonna even let you go with me tonight. I'm not gonna let you go with me.
Yes, sometimes I walk into traps and sometimes I set them up. So this one, both of you just set yourselves up for it. I can't help you.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I remember I saw on Instagram Lero was in the Bahamas as well recently, and she in the chat.
Lero, how you come to the Bahamas and ain't contact me? That's
wow.
that's a yellow card for you, you know. Yes, man, that's a yellow card for you.
File on the play. She said she met a nice Bahamian gentleman on vacay not too long ago too, and then she laughs afterwards. So I already know what that means because I know how Bahamians go, especially Bahamian gentlemen. You understand?
Are they though, gentlemen?
Quite, quite, quite the gentleman.
No, nothing. See, I'm
Quite the
just in the mood for taking shots today.
gentleman.
Forgive me.
I see. Gassed him up as I guess he's on the bitter medicine side now. He says I'm here, so he's out there. I asked this question on the Discord the other day. I'm curious to see if people are keeping up with this and what their thoughts are, man. You guys have been keeping up with this Pan-Africanism Strikes Back and Tariq Nasheed drama?
Not entirely, no. I think I only got the headlines.
Buana, I'm sure you have.
I'm enjoying it, to be honest with you. I'm enjoying seeing him wearing his. It's interesting. I find him to be a very interesting character because all the things that he's been accusing the so-called tethers of, he's guilty of. When he talks about the hairline, he have a jacked up hairline. When he talks about he's wearing dreadlocks now, I'm like, why would you want to tether hairstyle? You know, it's like I feel like some of the things that he accuses us of, he have this innate jealousy, and I didn't recognize that, but I'm understanding that more and more when certain things come out. It's very interesting, but it's just something for entertainment for me, man. I don't take it too seriously.
Him and his followers have a flag envy. That's something I realized at the start of this FBA stuff. There's a flag envy, I guess, because like in areas like New York and stuff, right, and Miami and stuff, you have Caribbean folks who have their days of celebration and they waving their flags and stuff. And I noticed early on a lot of his conversation was around flags and stuff like that. So there's a flag envy, and I wouldn't be surprised, tell you the truth, if Tariq doesn't have some Caribbean ancestry too. By the way,
his last name is Thomas, and I don't think that's a. I don't know. I don't know if a lot of Americans have the last name Thomas. I know a lot of Caribbean people do though. So it'll be interesting to find out. But like I say, for me, it's all entertainment, man.
Yeah, I mean, them guys in court. So one thing I'll put out there, if you want to support Brandon, Pan-Africanist, Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, that's Brandon. If you want to support him, try to link up with him and support him, because what Tariq is doing as a grifter is going and attacking folks in court now and causing the channels to be taken from them, all because he's trying to secure his grift. And I'm not for that type of shit anyhow. So if you can, anyone who's out there who's listening, if you can, check out Pan-Africanism Strikes Back and, support if you can, right? We got Jay here. Jay, how are you this week? It's been a while.
I'm okay. I feel good. I feel good actually. How are you? How's the panel? How are you?
I'm good. I'm recovering from COVID, but I'm good.
Oh, serious? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, Jake? Yes, glad to have you back, brother. I hear from you in a little while either, so I'm glad to hear your voice.
Yes,
okay.
You do sound much better today. Much improved.
Yeah, actually, I'm traveling tomorrow very early, and I woke up exactly 12 o'clock. So I thought, hey, shoot the breeze, but it was another hour, and I lost my sleep, man. I lost my sleep, so here I am.
All right, thanks for joining us.
I hope I don't fall asleep because I don't want to miss my car tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, well, thanks for coming through and hanging out with us, man. Trigger 262 plus in the chat says there was a lot of back and forth migration between the Caribbean and the South, forced and non-forced. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's get to Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is, what do we black people actually control? This came with a link. Let me set it up and then share the screen with you guys. All right. So let me share the screen. Bear with me a quick second here. All right, here we go. So here's the link.
Wants to get his own crew. Everybody wants to get his own crew rich, and then they want the other little people never get a piece of the pie. That only go for the crackers. That go for you niggas that think that y'all big too. I understand this. That's why you niggas and crackers can't stand me.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida, February 1980. The decomposing body of a man named Big Nat McCullough is found in his home with the back of his head blown off. Mafia Music is not just the title of an album by correctional officer turned rapper Rick Ross. Mafia has infiltrated the music industry from day one, and in fact, it helped build up the music industry into what it is, from rock and roll to rap, but especially in R&B music back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And a guy named Morris Levy, who was Nat McCall's one-time mentor and boss, was perhaps the music industry's biggest gangster of his era. Nat McCall was Levy's business partner, bodyguard, and protege. And Big Nat would have never been knocked off without the go-ahead of Morris Levy and his Genovese Mafia backers in New York. Big Nat McCullough was Levy's right-hand man and vice president of Roulette Records, as well as the owner of a tiny R&B music label backed by Levy named Cala Records. Morris Levy is infamous for stealing the publishing rights of quite a few artists, but he first came on to notoriety and importance in the music scene when he opened the Birdland Jazz Club in New York, which was, it's legendary. I think there's a museum about it now. And it was named after Charlie Bird Parker, and Count Basie played there, a Morris Levy signee. Also, he had Frankie Lyman back in the 50s, Why Do Fools Fall in Love? And Levy and his Roulette Records' biggest cash cow was a fresh-faced white kid from Pittsburgh named Tommy James. Tommy James had the number one hits, Money, Money, and I Think We're Alone Now. And when he showed up as a teenager in New York, when his first record started getting a lot of play in Pittsburgh, where he's from, all the major record labels had an offer on the table for him. And then the very next morning, all those offers had gone away because Morris Levy had called around and made all the big labels an offer they couldn't refuse. He wanted Tommy James for his smaller independent label, and he got him. And over the course of Tommy James' time with Morris Levy, which stretched from about, 68 to 76, he stole about 30 to 40 million in Tommy James's publishing royalties. And think about this: infamous gangster, black heroin kingpin Frank Matthews, Mr. Big, the one who got away with it. Well, $30 million that Tommy James had stolen from him back then is worth about $100 million now. Well, that's about the same amount that, or maybe more, than Frank Matthews stacked and fled with. And he was the biggest drug dealer in the country for a couple of years. So that's how profitable a corrupt, mafia-backed record label was back then, and perhaps is now. Morris Levy's Roulette Records and their golden goose, Tommy James, were so important to the Genovese crime family and so known about to the other crime families that in 1971, when Joey Gallo tried to break away from Colombo family and the Genovese backed Joey Gallo, there was a shooting war that broke out, and they relocated Tommy James down to Nashville out of New York for fear he'd be targeted by the Colombo Profaci family to take out a big source of cash for the Genoveses.
Today, there are more than 500 stations programming 15 minutes to 24 hours a day to the black community. More than 100 of these stations devote their entire broadcast day to a black format. Almost all are owned by whites. There are several in the Washington area.
On Progressive 96, WHUR-FM.
From OK 100.
Right here on Wings Radio.
Editorial opinion with WOL.
WOOK, which adopted a black format in 1946, is still a leader today among local black stations. However, management feels that the station's black identity and success a result of appealing not just to a black audience, but to a general audience through black music.
I think a mass appeal station, a good radio station, is the first thing that we try to create. After we've done so, and as a part of doing so, we try to become a black station. We do so with black performers and playing pretty much exclusively black product.
OK100's format, called Sound of the City, gives the station its urban identity.
We find that by concentrating on this image, it's a programming
So
advantage.
when Nat McCall was found dead in 1980, he'd been hiding out for about 2 years because of some stuff that happened back in 1977. He was fleeing the heat from 3 murders he was suspected of committing in the Washington, D.C. area, including that of celebrity DJ Bob Nighthawk Terry. According to Maryland State Police records, McCullough, less than a month shy of his 50th birthday, was a prime suspect in the 3 prior homicides. That same document claimed Levy is the one who relayed the orders from the Genovese to whoever did it, or maybe he did it himself, to knock Nat off down in Florida because he knew too much. And that's what they do when you've run your course of usefulness to the real mob, and you're not one of them, or sometimes even if you are one of them, boom, they tie up your loose ends. Now, Levy's corrupt tentacles in the DJ radio world stretched all the way back to him managing a guy named Alan Freed. You might not know the name Alan Freed, but you know the word payola probably. And Alan Freed was the first DJ to have the felony payola law applied to him, or I think it was made up for him. The practice that Levy probably was the guy who started, or one of them, of paying DJs to play records so you could make a record be popular nationally, which violated FCC rules. And remember, we as the American public own the airwaves, and radio stations and TV stations are granted certain immunities from antitrust laws, so they can't just do what they want to do. And paying a DJ to play a record outside of the rules of the programming director is a felony, and that Morris Levy's guy, Alan Freed, was the first one to get hit with that. So it's 1977, and Levy and Nat McCullough want to do a concert, and they're calling it the Black Woodstock. It's going to be on Independence Day in the eastern shores of Maryland. Have all the big black acts, soul acts, etc. It's going to be outdoors. Well, Nighthawk Terry gets with 2 black gangsters from the East Coast, guys named Howard McNair and Teddy Brown. Now, backtrack a little bit, just so you have a clear understanding of Morris Levy. This is a guy who bragged about killing the man who killed his brother back in 1958 and getting away with it, personally killing him. And just in 1975, Levy and McCullough were out on the town one night with some women, and a guy made what Levy thought was an inappropriate comment to the girl he was with, and they attacked the guy. McCullough held him down. Levy pummeled him in the face. The guy lost his eye. He was an off-duty NYPD cop. So, Brian?
Thank you, Pat, and good morning. At least 5 federal grand juries are investigating allegations of mafia involvement in the music business. And Tuesday, a grand jury in Newark, New Jersey, returned a 117-count indictment against 21 people, including Morris Levy, a powerful figure in the music business who owns record companies and record stores. Mr. Levy joins us this morning from Boston, where just 24 hours ago, he was arrested by the FBI. Good morning, Mr. Levy.
Good morning, Mr. Ross.
Mr. Levy, federal authorities were describing you yesterday as the godfather of the American music business, the connection between the mob and the music business. What do you say to that?
There is no connection between the mob and the music business.
At all?
I don't believe so.
You were indicted yesterday on 3 of the 117 counts. The indictment says essentially that you and a New Jersey mafia figure, Corky Vastola, arranged to have somebody beat up because they owed more than $1 million to the big record company MCA. What about these charges?
They're not true. They wouldn't have been filed yesterday if I had joined the witness protection program.
Levy was a rough and tumble guy. He had grown up in Harlem, and he probably, had put in some work, as they say. So back to the concert. I want to do this concert on the eastern shores of Maryland. Nighthawk Terry is the biggest black radio personality in the region at the time, so he's kind of in charge of marketing. He's going to flood the airwaves. But the airwaves isn't all he flooded. Him and Brown and McNair printed up a bunch of counterfeit tickets and started selling them. And it depressed sales of the concert tickets. And even though like 150,000 people came, Levy and the Genovese felt that, You know, they had lost over $1 million in potential profits. And 2 days after the concert, Brown and McNair are found shot in the head near the concert campgrounds. And McCullough was probably the guy, because he was the liaison to the black community, who did that or had it done. And then in 1978, Nighthawk Terry himself drove away from the radio station one night in his blue Oldsmobile Toronado, never to be seen again. And informants told the FBI he had been killed, dismembered, and spread across North Carolina farmland. And in fact, his car was, his blue Oldsmobile was found torched in North Carolina about a year after he disappeared. So the Nighthawk and Brown and McNair had counterfeited like 100,000 tickets and cost Levy and the Genovese a lot of money. They paid for it with their lives. And Nat McCullough was suspected to be the point man, if not the trigger man, on all three of those killings. And now we get, like so many out-profit stories from the 70s, now we get to the heron. You may have heard of Kevin Gray, reputed to be the leader of Washington, D.C.'s most murderous hit squad during the decade when the nation's capital reigned as the murder capital of the world. Gray was indicted for 31 murders. Well, his uncle was a guy named Linwood Gray. And back in the late 70s, Linwood Gray was the other co-promoter, along with Levy, of the Eastern Shore's Black Woodstock. And Linwood Gray was suspected of being the biggest heroin dealer in D.C. in the late 70s. He got indicted for that, and he actually beat those charges, but he got convicted of tax evasion. And while he was in prison for tax evasion, his lawyer from the case where the drug case he beat accused him of extorting him from prison, and he got 25 years for that. But then some of that got rolled back, and I'm not sure when Linwood Gray got out, or if he got out, or when he died, or if he died. Be interesting to know, because he was an interesting character. He made the papers in his early 20s for some bank robberies, and then he was found criminally insane, so they put him in a mental facility for 6 years. And street legend is that he used the money from the bank robberies to set himself up in the heroin business, which was pretty sophisticated for a crazy guy. They were getting it in Amsterdam, heroin, packaging it into Marlboro cigarette packs, smuggling it back into the U.S. and then onto the streets of D.C. But when the trial, when his narcotics trial came up in 79 or something, Linwood Gray did a Keefy D. He blamed it on a dead man. He in fact said that Nighthawk Terry, the DJ, who had been mixed up with the two, with McNair and Brown, who were known drug traffickers, he said Nighthawk was the real kingpin and that he was just along for the ride. And he was found not guilty of a lot of those narcotics charges by blaming it on Nighthawk Terry, who was gone and presumed dead at that point. Now, back to Nat McCullough and Morris Levy. Considered the #1 suspect in the 2 homicides in the woods near the concert campgrounds and Nighthawk Terry's disappearance, Nat left New York and went into hiding in Florida. He was discovered dead in a rented Fort Lauderdale residence, sitting on a lounge chair in front of his TV, back door open, keys on the ledge, TV on, heater on, back of his head blown out. So whoever it was let themselves in, probably shot him in the back of the head, or was let in, shot him in the back of the head. No one's ever been charged for the murders of Nighthawk and the other 2 guys associated with the concert, nor of Nat McCullough. Morris Levy never really suffered a legal penalty for the things he did. He did get convicted of RICO charges involving his time in the music industry, and he got a 12-year sentence, but he died right before he went in. His old mafia boss, Vince the Chin Gigante, dodged the fate of a lot of the other mob bosses in the mid-'80s with the Mafia Commission trial. He lasted through the 90s. He was the one who would dress in the bathrobe and walk around Mulberry Street and pretend to be crazy. He ended up dying in prison in 2005, but those guys took a lot of money out of the music industry, and Levy didn't suffer any penalty for it. Levy was a big force in the music industry for a while. He owned the Strawberries Records chain in the Northeast. It had 81 stores. I remember servicing them with DVDs back 10 years ago before they went out of business. He had 900 employees. He had a tape production plant, a record pressing plant. He had a lot of big acts signed to him, generated a lot of money. And whatever you think about certain rap COs, what they've been accused of, what they've been convicted of, they may have done it on a bigger scale or not necessarily, but everyone learns from those who come before them. And guys like Morris Levy and guys like him laid the blueprint And if anybody did anything like that later on, I'm sure they learned it from the old timers in the industry. Mafia music, American dope.
Good afternoon. I'm Ben Dudley. This is WHUR News.
Many black journalists working in major media outlets today got their start at black program stations, and some say they found the experience invaluable.
I think I owe a debt to the black community. I got my chance to get my education because of things that black folk did. And who says that you cannot have a black news operation that is just as good or better and as competitive as anyone else in the world? That's a farce, and anyone who says it knows he's a farce. But I know most folk have the stigma that if it's black, it's inferior. Therefore, they move on, and they do not feel that they have attained success until they're working for major outlets.
All right. That is kind of a long video, I will admit. But I think it tells a story, and hopefully we can get into the story a little bit here. Let me start with Tanzan. Tan prompt says, "What do we black people actually control?" You saw that video. What are your thoughts on what it is that we actually control?
Well, for me, it's this: if the high level people, the elite people, don't control anything, it's to be expected that the low level people won't control anything either. So, I'm not surprised that the music and the street industry, is that a thing? Is also under the the puppet strings of the usual suspects. So. Yeah, it's just the same old story, just played in a different field or court. Yeah.
But let me just ask this follow-up question. Knowing what the fact that we have people in all these different areas of activity who know damn well that there's this white boy who runs that area of activity. Why is it so difficult, in your opinion, to get our people to get organized? Is it just because they're benefiting from it? The ones who are closest to it are benefiting from it, so they don't blink an eye? Like, why is it that we're not getting organized?
Why organize? If you already have what you want in life, why would you want to organize with anybody? People who want to organize, huh?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, so it would be more difficult to convince somebody in that position to organize than to not. We all want the same thing, and once we get it, then that's that. Why would you ask any of these people, thugs and gangsters? They already have what they wanted in life. They probably started from the bottom, now they're on top, and there's no incentive for them to have other people share in that. For them, organizing means that they're getting less and somebody else will be getting more. So yeah, organization, or I don't know, the greater good, it's good in an abstract sense, but it's very difficult to convince on an individual basis. So yeah, that's
Okay.
what I would say. And I don't think that we have really gotten to a point where we had to, because to organize, to me, I think smacks of some desperation, like a life and death thing. And I don't know, we have been faced with freedom or non-freedom and life and death to some extent. But in terms of, facing the worst of the worst, what we do, I don't think that we hold on to it as much as other people do. Like when you see people willing to immediately cannibalize each other just to survive. I think for us, our priority has been mostly to live and, to to make it through rather than just to hold on to life. So we haven't really gotten to that stage of desperation yet, whereas for other people, they might be able to overcome and they understand their weaknesses. I think we really don't understand our weaknesses and vulnerability to life and nature and to all these things. So we always have this hopeful idea that, things are going to be better. So we don't see the need. So once you have some comfort and some contentment in life, then that's you've achieved, you've reached. You don't want to actually reach out, you've already reached where you're going. And that's
All right. Thank you for that, Tan. Wana Hagaziki, what say you?
Well, I personally think that Black people still control their imagination. I think that they still control their imagination. And with that, they have been able to create a whole lot of different kinds of things that is improved the world, that has benefited the world, that has entertained the world. So I think that we still have our imagination. Now, as far as still having our control in our own minds, that's another thing. I think that a few of us still control our minds, but the majority of us don't control our minds. The majority of us don't really control our own opinions. And this is the reason why I think that the Black Pentagrammers, I'm reminded of the Black Pentagrammers, because what Gas is essentially doing with that show is he is trying to deconstruct the idea of when. This is what I heard the other day, and I guess he'll come on sometime and correct me if I'm wrong. When white society decides to do something, we decide to do the equivalent of that. It's almost like this tit for tat game. Oh, you say, oh, y'all want to go into this industry? We could go into this industry and we could be just as good as you are as well. Or y'all doing this now? Oh, we gonna go into golfing now. We can show you we could be just as good as golfers as you are now. It's like, give me a break. It's like, control your own opinion, have your own mind. What are you gonna do that is separate and distinct and set apart? Because the goal can't be to be just like you or do things just like you do. So I like the way that they deconstruct that and they brainstorm and to try to come up with essentially original thought and original ideas in given something that is unique and distinct to the world. I like that, the fact that they issue that challenge to their listeners, and I think that that's essentially what we should try to be doing as well, because it can be a situation where we always trying to do something what they doing or doing it better than them. Even though I agree that we are in a competition, I think that some things should be unique and distinct that we should give to the world, separate and apart from everyone else. So I think that a few of us still have the control of our mind, not necessarily everyone. A few of us still have a control of our opinions. As far as our imagination, I think many of us are very imaginative in our thoughts. Tangibly, I think that we control little. Tangibly. But if you are able to master those three things, your mind, your imagination, and your own opinions, I think that you will be able to control more, because it all, for me, it all starts in the mind. Everything that you see in tangibly out here, it started in someone's mind, and their ability to control that, their ability to manage that, their ability to have their own opinions about the world, and then actively going out and creating something and being creating something that is contributive to the society and giving it to the society as well. Because basketball is invented by some Scottish guy, I think, named Naismith. It's like that came out of his imagination. Now people get billions of dollars from that industry that was created out of a mind of a white guy. So what distinct thing that we essentially could come up with to control and to give to the world that we'll be able to benefit from, But I think that our imagination is something that we still have a good control over. But as far as our opinions and our minds, I think that these things have been these things are being managed by the greater society. So whatever they do, we're gonna follow along and do the equivalent, or we give long diatribes of why we feel is wrong or why we shouldn't go into these kinds of things. I think the challenge is to create something essentially new and control it, control our mental, our mind space, control our opinions, and control our imaginations, and the material will take care of itself. But that's what I think for this particular prompt.
I'll say thank you for that one. I'll say I agree with a lot of things you just said just now. It's true. We tend to drive down their lanes as opposed to creating our own lanes. One of the things I noticed though, when we do create a lane, to get the backing, and I saw Umar on the Breakfast Club, I think he mentioned this too. Yeah, when he was talking about his school, he was trying to build his school with all black contractors, this, that, and the other, but they were letting him down. He had to go with some white folks, right? And I understand his pain in that. A lot of times when we go down a lane, to get the scale that we are trying to get, right? To get it to where we're trying to get. Think Ice Cube and the Big Three. Who thought that a big 3-on-3 in basketball would garner attention? But for him to do it, obviously he had to go work with this white boy. I forget the guy's name. To get the scale up, because where's Ice Cube gonna go play these games, right? He's playing them in these NBA arenas and whatnot. So I think you are absolutely correct. I think we gotta start going down our own lanes, but I think we also gotta get our people of the mindset to support the lane too.
I absolutely agree with that, and that's the practical side of it. And something he also said in that interview, he said that that's the importance of the Marcus Garvey School, because if the people out here have the mentality where the white guy's ice is colder, you need to re-educate and indoctrinate the masses amount of people to disabuse them with that idea. Because that wasn't really always the idea. Because how would Garvey been so successful in business if that was the idea back then? I feel like we've lost that idea through integration. This idea integration, we've lost that idea, and I think that idea needs to be regained. We need to get back to that particular idea, but that takes work and that takes effort. And like he said in the interview, he said that's the importance of the school. You got to teach that. You know what I mean? You got to reintroduce that idea to the people there, man.
I agree. In the chat, TrigHappy262 Plus says simply no to the question. My boy Carl Hezekiah says, I would say that we don't control anything. Dr. Bobby E. Wright said that when all of your life-sustaining institutions are under the control of another people, then you are in a state of slavery. Yana B came through. All right. And there's some back and forth between Yana B and Tan. Let's go to Jay. Jose, what led you to this video and this prompt?
What led me to the video was the surprise. We're always talking about the Jews controlling everything, and here's the Italian mob taking over and having black shooters shoot black people. So that was kind of stunning, or I was caught. It surprised me, and by the way, Payola, I love that old rock group Payola, but anyway, what's his name? Bwana Haguziki. Thank you for bringing up the mind and creativity, but also what you said, following others' lane. There's a skit from Dave Chappelle where he said that we always beat, everything seems easy. So we see them tennis, and the moment that we made tennis, we beat them. we see, he says, oh, I can do that, and boom, there's the Williams sisters, right? And the golf, oh, I can do that, and boom, there's that again,
Tiger.
Boom, there's Tiger. Oh, I can do that, right? So we see how powerful we are following others lanes, and still we don't trust on ourselves. For a few minutes, I saw the Pan African Strikes Back speaking about Umar back in the show, and shit, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, and people in the chat were complaining about why, and Aguziki also touched that. It looks like there's a plan or some psyop behind us when we hate on each other. You know, the attacks on Umar looks so organized, but that's our creativity again, but working in the wrong direction. We are so creative in bringing each other down exactly at the moments that we want to. I mean, Dr. Umar used his creativity, and he stood on it to work only with blacks, and I myself have the same experience. You can wait for blacks to we don't dare to lean on each other, you know. I mean, lean on me, okay, nice song, but we don't lean on each other. We don't dare to lean on each other. So here's Jose Brons in the Netherlands, and everybody continues to fight racism. That we didn't, our ancestors that were enslaved, our ancestors that did not survive Mafa, integration or fighting against racism, or fighting to be able to vote. That was never how they saw the end of slavery, right? So then we arrive again at Marcus Garvey. Same thing. He got duped with the purchase of the ships. He got duped by some Negroes, right? So leaning on our imagination, why does it not work? Because our image in nation is crooked. We don't have an image in nation. Our image in nation is being part of Charlie's ice shack, right? So we don't have an image in nation. We have we have our imagination, but where is the nation where we that we incorporate in our imagination? It's not there. It's Charlie's system, right? And that and proven by the subject, because we cannot organize us, but an Italian mafia can organize us. A Jew can organize us. A KKK president, an ex-KKK, but he's never been ex, because look what he does to black people, right? Biden, an ex-KKK supporter, Biden, can organize us. He can make us vote for him, but we cannot organize us. Why? Because we see corruption. The endless bullshit about Africans. Especially in the diaspora. Also, us immigrants, we have so much to say about black leaderships in Africa. But look at us in Charlie's home. No black leaders, no trust for black leaders. worse even, we pull them down. So before for our imagination to work, we need an image in nation.
I appreciate that, Jay. In the chat, Real Black Gentleman said Levi seems like a Jewish name. Yeah, the Jews and the Italians, man, those guys work together. And don't follow the hype. The Jews and the Islamists, they all work together too. They all break bread and do business together too. I see it all the time in New York City. But I want to touch on this Yana B. By the way, while Jay was speaking, Lero said facts to Jay. Yana B says, I think you should go back to segregation. We control our families and our communities. I want to address that real quick. I think about these things often. And the truth of the matter is, we wouldn't do well going back to segregation. And the reason is because we've been paternalized and infantilized for how long now? We're as a group of people, we're kind of good with this white boy taking care of business around us. That's just the fact of the matter. For the most part, for the masses of us, we're kind of good being taken care of. We don't have to understand where the electricity is generated from. All we know is when we hit that switch, there's current, right? Same thing with water, this, that, and the other, which is why Flint, Michigan still doesn't have clean water, because we're waiting for this white boy to come and clean it up, right? And so the thing about nationhood, and this is my biggest fear about nationhood, is that we're so used to these comforts, so to speak. Yeah, a lot of us will say, yeah, they might brutalize us or kill us, but at the end of the day, I could comfortably, especially those folks here in America, I could comfortably live and eat, drink, sleep, fuck, shit, this, that, and the other. Whereas when you have the reins, when you have the control of your community or your nation, it's a lot of work to keep that shit going. It's plenty work to do that. And I'm looking at it, and I think most of our people aren't with that, man. You know, that happened in Haiti somewhat, right? After they fought off them folks in 1804, those guys killed Dessalines and stuff, man. You mean to tell me we gotta work even harder now? Now that we got the French up off of us? You know what I mean? So we gotta be real honest about this stuff. Like, that's my biggest fear about the whole segregating type thing. Trigger Happy 262 says people mix segregation with separation. Segregation was a mass economic sanctioning of black people. They were locking you out of their economy. Separation means you have your own economy. And that's what I'm talking about, Trigger Happy. And it ain't easy to run your own economy. And we got to get into the mindset to be able to put in that work. When we separate, we take care of our shit ourselves. Lara says people tend to forget that integration was also pushed by whites for economic reasons. I remember elders in the rural lands speaking on this extensively. It was a means of extraction. So I guess we got the next and final pentagrammer, black pentagrammer, on the panel. By the way, Carl Hezekiah, Real Black Gentleman, Yana B, whoever, Lero, you guys can hop on, man. Let's have a robust conversation. I particularly like to have Carl Hezekiah come on. I haven't talked to him in a while. But we have Gas him up here. Gas, how are you this week?
I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Great shows last night.
Yeah.
Great shows.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, we tried to do a back-to-back. So tried to do a back-to-back show or shows.
Yeah, it was good. But
Thank
Gas,
you. Thank you.
This video?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it. This guy, you know, he's all these white boys, him, Vlad, the Adam 22, all these white guys. It's the funniest stuff in the world, right? So they go around black so-called gangsters and they document it. And then the reality is, the real gangsters are the white guys. Blacks aren't gangsters. We're not anything close to being gangsters.
We're kids.
You know, we don't have
emulating.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, pretty much. And I don't know why anybody wants to be a gangster. It's silly, but this is what we've been told. I mean, if you talk to some of these guys, especially here on the East Coast, it's I'm a real N word. Saying how real N words operate. This is how we do. Because real G's, and it's just like, God damn, the programming is so ridiculous that you got these black guys who just pattern themselves and pattern their behavior off of a template that they never had control over. And again, this just shows you. You see this guy Levy. He's no different than the liar Cohen. The guy who owned SRC, Steve Rifkin. These are all the same people, man. The people try to act as if the Hebrew mafia didn't exist. You guys, check out New York City. There was a large Hebrew mafia.
Absolutely. Yep.
They existed. Like, Dutch Schultz, all these guys they had a mob. It's just that the Italians didn't want to integrate as much. They like to be distinct because all the other mobs, the Irish, a lot of them, they integrated into the American system more readily and more easily. And funny enough, it also, I remember I was at an event and I said, for example, Chicago during the days of Al Capone and these guys, just as violent, actually probably more violent in Chicago then than it is now, right? With Al Capone, Valentine's Day Massacre, the whole North Side versus South Side, the Italians versus the Irish, and all those guys. But what's funny is I made that point. I said, as violent as it was, you still never saw police officers randomly shooting young Italian and Irish boys 20 times, saying that they feared for their life. But in today's America, whether you're in a low-income neighborhood or whether you're in a dangerous neighborhood, they'll still, come with that heavy-handed approach and hide behind the banner of fear for their life. But in reference to the topic, look, we don't control anything, and I don't think we will be able to control anything in this system, in this country. They're just never going to allow it. I think we have to really study the Dred Scott decision and understand that the Dred Scott decision is the de facto law of the land in the United States. We are 3/5 of a human being. We're not, Justice Tawney, I don't even want to call him Justice, but the guy Tawney, his opinion is playing out to this day on how Africans or Native Americans or Moors or whatever it is, I don't want to disrespect anybody, but how they're going to be treated in this country. It's still, and there's a concept in law and in philosophy called the dead hands, right? That's when something that is, or the cold dead hands, that's when something that's from long ago just doesn't want to let things go. It still finds a way to play out. And so they say the cold dead hands of a trust or reason, or the cold dead hands of logic, right? And so these dead hands of Tawney and his opinion in that Supreme Court case are still playing out to this day. As a matter of fact, I would be willing to bet if we were to look at the descendants of Tawney and the descendants of Dred Scott in the United States, you'll see a clear divergence of who this country is made for and who this country is meant to serve. So for me, even if you get all the money, I think there was at one point the three guys, Jay Prince and Suge and these other guys, wanted to start their own distribution. The federal government came after them. Think about that. The federal government never arrested this guy Levy. They may have, when it got too much, they said, "Listen, dude, you didn't kill too many people. We gotta get you, right?" But they for years, this guy was stealing people's publishing. They never had a problem. But when three black guys decide that, okay, we are going to be independent of the major labels. Do you think that was done ironically or by coincidence? The label people called the federal government and said, hey, listen, look at what they're trying to do. And the federal government opened up an investigation on them. Sugar's in jail. I mean, Jay Prince ironically survived, but he had to pay. He paid a lot of money to some Congress people. And, the Murder Inc. guys, Irv Gotti and those guys, they all had federal cases thrown at them. So it's just interesting that the federal government plays a hand. The same federal government that we need to give us reparations is the same federal government that won't give us clean water. So to me, this country, I don't think we'll ever have control. It's impossible. They're gonna always undermine it, and that's just my 3 cents on it.
I appreciate that, Gas, and I agree with what you said. Lero says that's why I think some of the criticisms of Deion Sanders is a bit hypocritical, because just like most of us, we aren't willing to sacrifice for collective self-determination. That's something we're gonna have to come together and foster that mentality, like Buana said earlier, in the kids, man, in the children. The adults are lost. Once you hit 21 or something around these parts, you're lost for the most part. It's just the few of us, the handful of us that you would see around here, around YouTube streets, that who understand a little something. Sorry, and are talking about these things, but we had to get to these youths. I think someone wanted to add something.
If these are the last words,
yes,
I wanted to. You inspired me in a thought. Have you plural noticed how many blacks are in advertisements lately? I mean, in the Dutch advertisements that I still see in Facebook, etc. It's all black. It's all black people. Well, the formula that they push us blacks, right? So black men, homosexual couples, and
Yes.
and black woman, mixed couple, right? But it's all black, and I'm like, wait a minute, could it be that they are not targeting the advertisements at whites or other people because they are preparing for war? They put their money away, and they prepare for a future, and we are Edward Bernays. We have become Edward Bernays' happy machine. We want to buy. We buy happiness. We buy lifestyle. Could that be?
I'll tell you something. I noticed it too. What you're saying. In fact, I'll tell you, I was in a store. I think I was buying food or something, and they had a TV on, and the commercial that came on was like an HIV medication commercial, and everybody in this friggin' commercial is black. And I'm like, wait a minute, when did they start doing this shit? Like, everybody concerned inside this commercial was black, black men, black women, etc. And I was rubbed wrong by that, because we know what that is. That they're trying to say something about us, and of course, because we're in this war time, right? We know that it's something bad coming towards us. Go ahead, Jay.
But Koku, that's our fault because we want to always be included. You get what I'm saying? Like we have the problem of, they didn't include us. We got to be a part of it. Why can't we just, okay, I'm not in your commercial. I don't want to be a part of anything you have. Leave me out. But too many of us are like, because for years we've been excluded. Who cares?
Yeah.
Good point, Jay. Go ahead.
No, that's it. I cast them up. Finished it.
Anyone else want to add anything to this? All right. I saw Brother Bakari tried to enter, but he had to bounce out again. I was waiting to see if he'd get back on. But the show, hold on, maybe Bakari's here now. Bakari, can you hear me? How are you this week?
I'm good, man. How are you? How's everybody on the panel?
Good, good, good. Can you raise up your volume just a little bit?
Hold on one sec. Let me see if I can do this.
All right, let's give Bakari a second.
While Brother Bakari takes a second, I in regards to looking at our situation, I am all, and I'm a big advocate for a benevolent dictator. I think that unfortunately our people, we need to be governed by this idea of the big stick. Because our people have these they don't want to listen to nothing and fall in line under no organization. And unfortunately, you have to put them in a scenario where you have to use big stick to ensure that you have a society that's functioning and regulated. And I believe in order. Unlike my brothers believe in chaos, but I believe in order. So I think that sometimes you have to use the big stick until you are able to make a law something that is naturally or something that we're going to do, whether there's a law or not. When you get it ingrained in the people, see, you can't go into Cuba right now and tell them they don't want to live on, we want to have a capitalist economy, or we want to have economy or society different from what we have right now. Why? Because Castro set the blueprint from the 50s, and he get it into the generations of people. So even if you remove him, the people are going to still think along the lines like that. But initially, when he did what he did, he used a whole lot of force. He used a whole lot of big stick. And I think that's what, for our people, I think that's what we need. You know what I mean? We need to be heavy-handed. Now, that may not necessarily seem good for all listeners who love the idea of so-called freedom, but I believe that our leaders need to be heavy-handed in our governance.
I agree with that 100%. Bakari is back. Bakari, what say you to all this?
Hey, I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't know what's going on. I just said the thing talking about what do we control. We don't control nothing. I've been in and out. I'm a little busy. I'm still am. I just want to hop on for a minute. I saw the one comment saying our criticism of Dion is a bit hypocritical because most of us don't want to sacrifice. It probably is hypocritical for some, but I understand about sacrifice. In order to control anything, you're gonna have to be willing to make some sacrifice. I heard Gaz say something about stop worrying about being included, and I absolutely agree with that. Stop worrying about how well can they give me a couple dollars so I can entertain them. We will never build our own if we are not strong enough to turn down some of the things, some of the trinkets they put in your face to pull you away, right? So that's why collectively, I believe in proper leadership, and that's how we will have control. Us supporting one another is a way to have control. But right now, what do we as a group collectively, what do we control? I don't know. We control who wear the colors red and blue, I guess. I said that jokingly, but I said it because I was in this. Was in the mall today, and I had on my blue, and dudes wearing their red literally started walking around, following me behind the mall. Like, I don't have on anything to be in a gang. This just happened to be what I put on today. They didn't say anything, but I noticed they were following me. They followed me for a while, but we don't control anything when you can go into an area that's 90% black and some Arab can come open up a print shop, a shirt shop where they put letters and stuff on shirts, do the same thing that a black company been doing for 20 years. And he opened up, and in 2 years, the black company got to shut the store down in that mall because we stopped going to the black company that does the same thing. So we truly don't control anything as a group.
I appreciate that, Bakari. Yo, you guys out there, be like Bakari, man. He's busy, but he took time. He hopped on. Just click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. You don't need anything extra, no extra software, hardware. You can join from your phone. Just click the link. You'll enter the backstage of the panel. I'll bring you up on the panel itself. Without further ado, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. That was a great conversation, and there's some elements in that conversation I like to somehow double back to in the future. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Haiti's greatest hope, LOL. Let's see what shout out to Azuli, by the way. Let's see where this takes us.
There ain't nobody beat me. No, they can talk that talk. I don't talk. I talk in the ring.
That was boxer Berman Stavern, and he was not lying. May 10th, his fists communicated, making him the World Boxing Council's newest heavyweight champion. In person, he is shy. He lives in Henderson, but was born in Haiti, a country an earthquake ravaged in January 2010. He talked to us about his plans to visit there as Haiti's first heavyweight champion of the world.
Vegas, Henderson.
Shout outs to Las Vegas and Henderson right after Berman Stavern dropped Chris Arreola twice in the 6th round. Stavern's win by technical knockout.
I'm not done. I'm not done. You gotta hear this. You gotta hear this. I got to shout out to Haiti, baby. Haiti, I'm coming, baby.
Stavern is the first Haitian-born heavyweight champion of the world. In 1 week, he says he'll return there, his home country, in recovery after a devastating earthquake in 2010. More than 230,000 people were killed.
Do you think you going back there with this belt, are you going to bring the belt?
Of course I am.
Of course you are. Will do anything for that country's pride in such a tough time?
I think so. I mean, it's all about hope and, faith. And if I could put a smile on somebody's face, I'm all about inspiring and lifting the spirit of the people over there.
Another spirit Stavern aims to lift, that which surrounds the heavyweight champion title.
The heavyweight title used to be so sought after, one of the most prized possessions. These days, there's not quite so much, I guess, excitement surrounding it. Would you agree with that? It's hard for you to maybe say yes or no on that.
Perhaps, but it's been a month now, so I've been crowned a heavyweight champion. So I take full responsibility to bring that excitement back into the division.
So how does the reserved Stavern do that? Social media.
It's a way to get fans and give back to the fans in some type of way. I'm trying my best. I try to answer the fan, not to have somebody answer for me.
Stavern's answers in person are short. Perhaps it's because his mind is already set on his next fight. The resident of Henderson says he'll start another training camp within weeks.
Stay focused on what I'm doing and just
be you.
Be me, yeah, I guess. Right.
Stavern says he thinks he'll know who he's fighting next in August.
Yeah, we got to keep it real. Haiti needs a bit more than someone putting a smile on folks' face. We got to keep that real. I just want to touch on these 2 comments from the last prompt. I think it's important to hit. Provide Triggers for Evolution is with us tonight. They say a big stick for our own self-interest, of course, and not in the interest of imperialist powers or forces. Yeah, absolutely, of course. Trigger Happy 262 earlier said when you have one party, you have to be accountable to the people. Western democracy is like hot potato. Everything is halted by diverging interests. So I just want to point those 2 things out. And I'll just add about that big stick thing. We definitely need to stomp out lovingly, but we got to stomp out some of our people for sure. With that said, Haiti's greatest hope. Haiti's greatest hope. Tanzan, what did you see?
Oh, yeah, sorry. For me, I saw was this a hit piece or something? Was this like slight passive-aggressive hit piece on the guy? Like, First of all, if you're, talking about a story of somebody's achievements, you don't start talking about all the negative. Firstly, oh, Haiti, oh, the earthquake. You find something positive to say about the country. All she said was, oh, Haiti is a terrible country hit by an earthquake. And then trying to diminish his accomplishments by saying, oh, the heavyweight champion, he's not what it used to be, is it? And then, talking about he's shy, his answers are short. Like, what did the guy do something to you? What's up with this whole interview tone like this lady is taking with the guy? Like, if this was some, John McConnell or something, some typical guy, he would be like, oh, he grew up from poverty and he vanquished his opponent. And like, this was such a terrible, terrible piece that this lady was doing. Like, it just irritated me the whole entire way. And then even, whether his attempts are good or bad, he's trying to give back to his community, whether it's a smile or just showing that you can do it. And all she can say is like, oh, are the people really? It's like she really wanted to put him down at all points, like make a blindside, interview out of this. And yeah, that's what I saw for that. What was the question? Oh, hate is. Why is it funny though? Why is it a lol?
We'll get to that in a bit as to why it's an
Okay.
LOL.
All right, then I'll come around
But
there.
I think you're correct there. I think they're so used to black men heavyweights, being this animalistic thing. And here comes this kind of soft-spoken guy, pride in his country, regardless of what's going on with Haiti. He has pride in his country, and I think that kind of throws them off a little bit, With that said, let me go to Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, you're a boxing fan. What are your thoughts on this?
Excuse me. My first thoughts on that is he should have put her in her place when she said, because she was really trying to insult him when she said the heavyweight champion used to be one of the most sought after prizes in boxing, but not much anymore about that. And he was like, well, I guess you could say that is not what he should have put her in her place, or just don't answer, told her to move to the next question, because that was absolutely insult. That dude, he's putting his life on the line every time he get in that ring. And that Mexican from California, who he beat twice, knocked him out the second time, was picked to beat him both times easily, and he won the fight easily. You understand? But they wouldn't have said that to that Mexican. They would have been telling him what great achievement it is to be the first Mexican heavyweight champion. But when it came to him, so she shouldn't have answered that, right? Now, for it to say it's Haiti's last hope, and he's like, LOL, and I know you said Haiti need more than someone to put a smile on their face, and I absolutely agree. That's why professional athletes like Robert Dumerville should be highlighted when it comes to Haitian athletes. So when that earthquake hit in 2016, he wasn't the only one, but he was the biggest name, and he's the one I know right off the top of my head, and you can look the rest of them up, who went to Haiti and actually built houses for people that was affected by the earthquake. And the fast guy from Jamaica, I can't remember his name for nothing, Usain Bolt, right? He also donated a couple millions, and he said, make sure you don't give it to the Red Cross, because they're going to keep our money. We have to build houses for our people. And they went and they built houses. So I don't know if Felix DeVerne has really made the type of money to donate $1 million, maybe to donate 50,000, because he was not a big star. He made enough money probably for him to live, and he's probably living okay right now, living comfortable probably. But she was rude to him in that interview, and he should have checked her. And I would give him this before I go. He was the first boxer that put enough pressure on Deontay Wilder in the early rounds to make Deontay Wilder box. Deontay Wilder didn't want to slug with him the first time, because he was the first one to truly touch him, and he made people see that Deontay Wilder had some skill. So big props from me to fit. Can't ever say his first name. I don't even remember. To Stavern. And when you're in boxing, once a champ, you're always a champ. So to the champ. Big props to the champ.
Yeah, I actually think he's a better actual boxer than Deontay, personally. With that said, thank you, Bakari. With that said, let me have him gas them up. Gas, what say you?
Yeah, whoever posted this, I think they're trying to be funny. Because he beat me up, but in that second fight, Deontay totally obliterated him. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad he shouted out his country where he was from. That's a good thing. Of course, they're gonna do a hit piece, and this is what I mean by inclusion. They're never gonna treat us right. You talked about these commercials, how they got to portray us in a negative light. So there's not much to say. But I think whoever posted this is just trying to be funny. Maybe they're trying to poke shots at Ozuli or something. So
yeah, shout out to Ozuli. Jay, what say you?
What rubbed me wrong was her question if he was taking the belt with him because, oh dear, Haiti, is he gonna get robbed or something? I mean, every detail of that bitch was that LOL, right? She was buoying him, if you know what I mean. I hated watching this, man. I hated watching this, but maybe the popularity, the whites. I guess whites hate boxing. I mean, Rocky is gone, and since then whites hate boxing. I guess, and maybe it's also true. I guess we all have to admit that heavyweight matches are not that popular anymore, and I'm guessing that's because it's blood sport now. It's MMA. MMA has all the eyes.
MMA and football. A lot of
Yeah,
the
football was.
would-be heavyweights are in football.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Of course, I'm. Those are American eyes that I don't have. I have.
Yeah.
I don't even have soccer eyes. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was it. Yeah. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, a lot of these linemen and stuff in football, American football, these guys would have been the heavyweight boxers. And also, white folks don't. They tend to turn away from a sport if it becomes super black.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, they tend to turn away. They used to watch basketball when Bird and them was carrying on by back in the day. But once it became Michael Jordan winning 6 and pretty much 6 straight, and Akeem and them and so forth and so on, white folks have kind of fallen off of that a little bit. With football, with American football, the position that everyone lauds and says is the best position in all of sports is the quarterback position, and they still have their hands on the strings for that quarterback stuff. So that's why you see most of them are pretty much American football fans. With that said, though, a couple of questions need to be answered here. Yana B says, big up to Haiti in the chat. Provide Triggers for Evolution says the proliferation of gang violence in Haiti, funded by the 1% or ruling class, is a big concern there at the moment, creating someone needs to mute the mic, creating a host of security, safety challenges for the population. It's sad. They say precedent for the first Black Republic of the New World. I also want to point out before I go to Buana, we put up those posts on KWAZ Radio about the sports show thing. Again, no subliminals being sent out here, just saying. You'll see there's a lively discussion when we start talking about sports analyses, and the racial aspect. Thanks to Brother Bakari for responding to that. And Trigger Happy 262 for responding to that. You guys should check out that post on KWAZ Radio's YouTube channel and give some feedback. Let's design a good sports show that's on point. With all of that said, Buana, what say you?
Yeah, this first let me say, Tan, this is coming off of a conversation I think that you was there that night from 2 weeks ago. That all of the brothers was really having about sports, and we have and this is my prompt. We have a friendly, well, we have a brotherly rivalry in the Caribbean and in the States when it comes to sports. And I think that this is was just me trolling Azuli, you know, with this particular prompt because I was really trolling him. And but he is. Let me just say that this brother is a good boxer because he is one of the elite boxers in the world. Elite boxers and one of the best boxers in the world. And I would like to take nothing away from what this man has accomplished, but I was trolling a little bit, and I'll admit that. But what I would say is this: there are many people in particular in Florida and in New York City who is coming from Haitian heritage. They have been able to garner a whole lot of money, millions of dollars, some of them. And I think that many of them have done very good things for the country of Haiti. There are many people who could do a whole lot more. And I think that in particular South Florida and in New York City, and I think that that is happening slowly. But I think that with the help of the wealthy black people who come out of the mud from these kinds of places, I think that it'll be very good for the country, if they could work with the people in the country to help build infrastructure in the country, as Brother Bakari would have stated, with the football player who did go back and start building houses. I think that these brothers them have the ability to do it because no one else is gonna do it. Hillary Clinton ain't gonna do it. She can take $1 billion and put it in her own pocket. You know what I mean? $1 billion was promised to Haiti, via through Hillary Clinton, and she take that and put that in her own goddamn pocket. But I think that these brothers who are young, vibrant, and have the ability and talent and have the financial resources, I think that it'll be good. And not only these brothers who are in athletics as well, there are a lot of business people in South Florida and in Boston and New York City who could do a whole lot of good for Haiti, and they are doing that. I'm not gonna take that away. A whole lot of good for the country of Haiti in terms of building infrastructure. So that's on a serious note.
I appreciate that. One, hey man, y'all do me a favor. Give this next person a nice welcome. This would be my brethren. Whose mic is open? Tanzan? Yes, Tanzan. Give this brother here. He needs to be my counterpart on the book club when we had it. Carl Hezekiah, welcome to the show, man.
Karibu.
Carl, unmute your mic. You there?
Hey everyone, how's everybody doing tonight?
Hey Carl, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm just enjoying the show. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Haiti's greatest hope here? Carl.
Well, I appreciate the brother. I'm not too familiar with his boxing career.
Carl, I think you need to turn off the YouTube and just listen through the phone or whatever you're on, because there's a delay.
Okay.
All right.
How's that?
Well, can you hear me right now?
I can hear you just fine.
All right, go ahead then, Carl.
Okay, yeah, I cut my YouTube off.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not too familiar with the boxer, but shout out to him. I think that and shout out to the Haitians too, because Haiti, I think they're still suffering from their revolution. I think the modern world has made it a point to make Haiti an example of when you stand up for your freedom, when you oppose the oppressor, militarily, and you defeat them, you will be punished forever. I think Haiti has enough within its history to look inwards and to know their greatness and to understand what the Haitian people are made of. I think that you know, looking at the interview, I agree with many of the the commenters on here. It was disrespectful. She cast a lot of shade, a lot of disparaging comments, underhanded like. But yeah, I don't think that one individual boxer winning a sports title is any type of hope. But I think that the Haitian people have within themselves to change their reality, and the international community has undermined Haiti's independence, their sovereignty, their control over their economy, their resources. They're talking about invading Haiti again right now, after everything that's happened. How the UN brought cholera to the country, how the UN so-called protectors were raping people in the country. So it's just to me, I know the Haitians are suffering tremendously, and it's through no fault of their own. It's just the world has united against them. Well, the white power structure has united against them to keep them in a condition of poverty. And I have nothing but respect for them. I think it's LOL only because this one man can't really do too much. I mean, he can help out as far as helping with housing and food and things like that, but he's limited. But I think the Haitian people have a sense of pride and ability within themselves.
I appreciate that, Carl. Alero thinks you sound a lot like Bakari, but she says Bakari has a little bit more twang going on. That anyone else want to add a last thought here?
Yeah, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, first let me tell you, Tanzan, I put a little short on my channel so you can see the lady talking about the Haitian egg rolls for you. The Haitian egg rolls.
Okay, I'll check this out.
But you know what? Because I always mention Dumoville, so I had to mention the other ones: John Pierre Paul, Pierre Garçon, Cliff Abel, and John Francois. That's just some of the Haitians that went back to help.
Bakari, it's hard to hear you. There's a deep bass rumble going on, and your volume is getting kind of low.
Yes, a little bit. But I did get the Haitian egg rolls.
They had sold out. One day they had sold out. The ones that went, they had sold out everything except the salmon. They ain't want no salmon egg rolls. Not today. I think but they ain't want none today. They only had two. When they make them, you can tell them to make them fresh right in front of you. They make them. But yeah, Gaz had to come to crush my first point when I said made Wild and Fox. Gaz, I was talking about the first fight. I ain't want to mention the second fight. Even though I'm a Wilder fan, Wilder did obliterate him the second time.
I don't know if it's me, but it's hard to hear. You're going in and out a little bit. Maybe it's me. Let me mute.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but there's this rumble.
Yeah, it's weird. But I had one thing to say once Brother Bakari was done.
Maybe it's me, but go ahead.
Yeah, when someone was talking about the Chappelle and these sports where people come and take over, I've been noticing that what we do as Black people, we are capable of taking over individual sports. Your tennis, your boxing, and so on. And those are sports that do not have a team, and so it's harder to to profit off of that. It's harder to profit off of one man than, let's say, a basketball team and so on. So with these other team sports, you can still have owners and you can have whole organizations, but with individual sports, you only have a brand, you have a person, whereas, you can't make that much profit from a Mike Tyson, for example, unless you're the trainer or maybe the manager, just small things like that. So I can understand also from a profit point of view why, individual sports are not as popular, because they're not as monetized. And then the other thing is that as people, as Black people, and I see that also, like in Kenya, we have the best runners. We're good at sports that require, just one person to do it. But we are terrible at football. And by the way, football is kicking a ball with your foot, not holding it for most of the time with your hands. So you Americans, well, the ones who are here are just wrong about that one. You should be called yours a handball or something. But anyway, we're terrible at football, but we're great at running. You would think that, running would translate into football, but because football is a team sport, for some reason, we're just not good at working as a team, but we're great at as individuals. So, yeah, that's all I had to add.
The reason why the Kenyans in doing what they have done is they are not, the problem with the Kenyans is they lack showmanship. And I think that the world likes to be entertained. It's not the fact that they are the best at what they do. I think that the world watches these guys and doing what they do because many of them have showmanship. The Kenyan person most Kenyan people are very reserved in their speech. They are very articulate, very reserved in their speech. The world wants to see entertainment. So I think that's like Usain Bolt. Usain Bolt have showmanship in what he does. He's do the little lightning thing and kiss the sky, and then he's cocky and some people would say arrogant, but I think that he has a little bit of showmanship. Deontay Wilder and Mike Tyson, and we look at these athletes, they have showmanship. And I think that that's where the Kenyans, as far as the world watching them and doing what they do, they don't have that level of showmanship. Many of them are very humble in what they do, even though they dominate. And I think that that's the difference in terms of athletics. I don't know if you may disagree, Tan. You could.
No, that's fair enough. We don't, go about, making a great big show of ourselves. So yeah, maybe there's something to that. But it still, baffles me that we can't even beat Tanzania on football. Anyway, yeah.
Womp, but okay. Thanks, Tan. Provide Trigger says the talk of hope in these conversations is performative at best and not substantive. Trigger Happy 262 says, blame the Anglos. They called all these sports football. Rugby is football. AFL is football. World football is football. Gridiron football is football. That's how they named it. Yeah, I was watching something interesting about where the term soccer comes from. And the term soccer really occurs because of all of these sports being called football. Rugby is football. Association football, which is what we know as soccer, that was football. And so the youth had a trend going on. I just saw this the other day. The youth had this trend going on where they were adding a hard ER to a bunch of stuff and like shortening terms. So instead of saying breakfast, they said brekker, for example. And so instead of saying association football, they said they call it assoc, and then later that became soccer or something along those lines. So there's a thing with them with all these football terms where they actually create these terms. Anyway, anyone else wants to add a last word here? If not, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 says how American corporations practice biological warfare. Let's check out the link that comes with this.
I'm all about
I just want to let you know, you weren't allowed to question Big Pharma during COVID. You're still not allowed, and people think you're a conspiracy theorist, crazy nut if you say anything against the COVID policies that actually make sense or follow science. Because the people who say they're following the science aren't following the science. They say have faith in science. That's not how science works. You don't have faith in science, you're an idiot. That's what religion's for. You question science. That's how science moves forward. You question science. The truth doesn't mind being questioned. It's the lie that doesn't like being challenged. Well, now, guess what? I just want to show you how criminal Big Pharma is. So this is just one little sliver. I'm going to do a much longer thing. I'm going to show you all the big crimes of Big Pharma. I just watched a documentary called The Crime of the Century. Have you seen that documentary? Holy F. And these are the people you're allowing to handle COVID for you. Bayer division knowingly sold HIV-infected protein. What? They knowingly did that? It wasn't an accident? This is an article, by the way, from 19 years ago I found in The Guardian. A division of the German pharmaceutical company Bayer knowingly sold blood clotting agents infected with HIV to Asia and Latin America months after withdrawing them from Europe and the United States. Cutter Biological continued to dump stocks of the Factor VIII blood clotting agent for hemophiliacs on poor countries for nearly a year after introducing a safer alternative. We don't want to get rid of these blood clotting agents. We already paid for them. We got to sell them. Hey, they have HIV in them. It's nobody I know. They infected people with HIV on purpose. That's your Big Pharma. It happened in the early 80s after the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta, Georgia, reported in July 1982 that hemophiliacs were becoming ill from blood products. Up to that time, Factor VIII, produced from the plasma of about 10,000 donors, was not screened for HIV, and it became a leading killer of hemophiliacs in the early years of AIDS. Yesterday, Bayer, which has paid out $600 million to settle lawsuits brought by thousands of American hemophiliacs, insisted it had always behaved responsibly, ethically, and humanely. So now you know that they got half the country hooked on heroin on purpose, and they knew it, and they lied to do it. They sold Vioxx that they knew were going to kill people. They said it was a medicine. It was actually something that killed you, and they killed people. And so they paid a penalty, they paid a fine, but they made more profits than the fine was. So this is legalized killing for profit. And you don't think they would do it again? You don't think Moderna and Pfizer would sell you something that would kill you if they knew they'd make some money? Of course they would. They do it all the time. They literally gave people AIDS on purpose. That's how bad they are. And my friends in comedy still afraid to criticize the COVID or their or Big Pharma or their rollout of anything. Still afraid to criticize them. My friends, my ex-friends in comedy, who reveal that they don't have any character or integrity, and most of them are fucking pussies. Comedy is when you're supposed to poke holes in the status quo, not tell lies that Big Pharma funded to prop up the status quo. You're supposed to poke holes in it. You're supposed to stand up against the government. You're supposed to stand up against criminal corporations like Big Pharma, and you're supposed to expose them. Instead, what my friends did was they yelled at people exposing the criminals. They shouted and shamed people who were exposing the criminals. Called us anti-vax. Called us right-wing. These are the companies that they're running propaganda for. When you see a comedian on stage and a comedian says, don't do your own research, what they're telling you is don't read on how criminal Big Pharma and the government are. Don't do any reading. That's what comedians are doing now. They're shaming people for reading because they're so fucking brainwashed and gutless. Guess who did stick their chin out and tell the truth and get called all those names? We did, just like we did for Russiagate, just like we did for Syria and the gas attacks, just like we did for opposing Bernie and the CARES Act, just like we did for opposing the Ukraine war and Bernie and the progressive war pigs. We're going to keep telling the truth here. And my ex-friends, my ex-comedian friends, they get to live their lives in their bubble with no integrity and no character. Don't want to be part of that group. Don't need people who don't have character and certainly don't have courage. They have neither. It's weird. You're a comedian. You'd think you would. Hey, everybody, we're doing live stand-up shows in Los Angeles at
All right. Drop a one in the chat if you guys are still with us. It's kind of quiet. I find in the chat I just seen Lero, Trigger, and Provide commenting. Let us know that you're here. With that said, let me mix it up a little bit. Look like Jay had to drop off. I know he said he had a flight to catch. Let's see what's up with that. Let's go to Gas them up. Gas, what say you?
I'm not surprised. It's nothing new. It just is what it is at this point.
I appreciate that, Gas. Tanzan, what say you? Oh, Tan is the person with the low hum.
With a low hum? Oh, that was me with the hum? Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
One, your voice is low.
Oh.
And you must have your phone or something on some surface that's creating that rumble.
Okay, so it's still rumbling? Okay, then let me switch devices. I'll get back. Okay.
All right, Kyle, what say you?
Well, again, it's not something we haven't heard before. I'm pretty sure everyone's read Medical Apartheid by Harriet Washington, and she talks about the long history of abuse of African people by the medical system in the United States. I don't want to just say big pharma. He wants to focus on big. It's not just big pharma. It's the entire medical institution. You know, AIDS tainted blood, sending bad baby formula overseas. This is a long and disgusting history of this type of behavior. So, yeah, for anybody who hasn't read it, I would definitely check out Medical Apartheid. And she talks about not just the pharmaceutical company, but even with the history of gynecology, as I'm pretty sure we're all aware, how the first so-called gynecologist, he experimented on black women without any type of anesthesia or anything like that, because he felt that black people could endure more pain than anybody else. So he didn't offer them anything to ease their suffering. So yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right, but it's not just big pharma. It's the entire medical institution.
Thank you for that, Carl. I see Tanzana's back on another account. Tan, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so, what he's talking about is the new, faith in science. And that's what he was talking about, that science, is supposed to scientists are supposed to question things. They're supposed to follow a certain methodology, and they're supposed to take their time, and there are, scientific ethics about procedures, about how to roll out, certain medicines and so on. There are, the Koch, what is this? Yeah. And that was also underwritten by the Koch brothers also. That's also an interesting, history behind it. The Koch postulates, I'm sure you know about them. So there are certain, it's like the modified Hippocratic oath for scientists. But as you say, it's a lot of people, and it's not just comedians, a lot of people whose jobs are on the line, whose livelihoods and so on. Nobody wants to stick out their heads, and it's not just a matter of cowardice for some, always, because sometimes it's a matter of, survival, living, livelihood, and so on. But, even people who had questions, it's not an atmosphere that those questions were really entertained. So it was funny how before that there was this demonization of that Shkreli guy and the farmer boys and so on. And then within a few years, there was this wholesale trust in the same companies. They didn't even change their names. At least they could have just pretended to be somebody else, like they do with cable companies out here. When their reputation gets really bad, they just, put on a new garb. But I think with the heavy hand of the, of the official sources, nobody was really willing to challenge the formal narrative. But we know what's going on. A lot of these times it's mostly to do with the profit margin. It's not so much about health and safety as what they can some people can get away with. And yeah, it's not surprising. It's just sad that most people don't really have an option to question, and even the information as well. But yeah, reading is something that was such a good thing with Brother Bakari earlier with the children and the books, because you have to read. You can't just expect to be told. Somebody is easier to lie to you by talking rather than by writing. If somebody takes the time to write things down, they'll still lie to you, but at least that will take a little bit more effort. But just getting information from somebody talking at you and telling you things, you have to go back and do the hard work. You have to pour your nose through all those data and facts and take notes and so on. So people who do still take all their sources of information from sound rather than from simply sitting down and taking in the information and taking it for yourself, because when you hear something you don't really have the time to process it. When you sit down and read, you can take a break, you can take notes, you can compare one thing and another. And yeah, that's all I had to say.
Appreciate it, Tan. Let's go to Bwana Hagaziki. What say you?
Yes, what I would say is I understand that many of the Americans and people who live in America are very well informed in terms of the medicines that they receive uh, could be dirty, could be perverted with some ridiculous disease or whatever. So there's a natural distrust that they have for these companies and their governments. But see, these corporations understand that, and that's why they just ship these things out to so-called third world countries where people are not as aware of the pharmaceutical companies and what they do and the things that they have inside of them. Where they never heard of a Pfizer. They never heard of Bayer putting infectious diseases inside of pills or medicines. So some of these things are unheard of. So the onus becomes
because who would do that?
Yeah, but that would be the natural assumption, because we would never. A lot of people in the third world, when they see a man in a white coat, they think that he has the best interest of the patient, not necessarily thinking that this doctor is really an agent for a corporation, and the idea of him being a distributor, he's just focusing on his bottom line. He's really just a drug dealer. And most people in the third world don't look at a man in a white coat as just a drug dealer. You know what I mean? A drug dealer, a no good drug dealer. And I think that the onus becomes on people who know better to inform people who do not. In particular, if you have connections to the third world people, send these kinds of information out to the brothers and sisters in the third world, because they would never, what you wouldn't consider, they would never think that someone would do something like that. And I think that the onus becomes on the people who understand these things to inform people who may not, in particular in the third world, if you have connections to these kinds of persons. And I think that that's very important. Like I say, because because of the access to the information, people in the first world countries, where they would question, people in the third world countries may not. And I think that the onus become and responsibility or obligation comes on the people who know better to inform people, as to what these guys are trying to do all over the world. Dumping their medicines, dumping their toxins, dumping their diseases on the third world, unsuspectingly, through so-called pharmacy medications. My goodness, man, these people are monsters. But that's a whole nother matter. But that's what I have to say on this particular prompt.
Yeah, these folks are monsters, because who would think to do some shit like that? Yeah, but we have enough history with these monsters now. It's time for us to get away from them, man. It's time for us to shun what they putting out. Like when I saw during the COVID, at the height of the COVID, when I saw them on the airport in Sir Lyndon Oscar Pinland Airport, dropping off vaccines. I had to shake my head a little bit. I had to shake my head a little bit. Do you think these people
Coco,
are Go ahead.
Coco, it break my heart. It break my heart. And the unfortunate thing is, let me tell you the unfortunate thing. My old man take that shit. Let me not say that.
Oh, yeah?
My old man took that medicine. Yes, sir, he take that. He had COVID before he passed. And my mother said, and she had COVID, and she said, I ain't taking that shit. Guess who lived? Guess who lived? So she have a innate. She's where she'll question things, and my old lady is almost like a naturalist, you know. But where she'll question things, my old man, my old man is almost like a matrix mind, you know what I mean? Oh, okay, this is the formal way to do it. So let me, he wouldn't question these things. But like I say, guess who live? So like I say, in where people in a third world, how they think and how they incline, it's just a different kind of situation going on. And I would just suggest that people living in these societies or whatever need to start questioning outright. But I would say that the brothers and the sisters who do know better start to help and informing people who may not, because we are not as familiar with the Tuskegee experiments, or we are not familiar with what is medical apartheid. So these things need to be spread out, not only in the borders of the United States, but all over the Black world as well.
In the chat, shout out to the Revolutionary Matron. The matron says these people take bad medicine to third world countries and get a full tax write-off because they call it a quote-unquote mission. They're money hungry, murdering monsters. I mean, this shit is wild. These people are something we need to get into a lab and really dissect and study, man. These people are something else. Provide Trigger says medical policies have become discriminatory in the workplace, particularly after COVID. Employers are using one's vaccination status as a pre-screening tool to determine if one merits an interview or not. Yeah, that ties into what KW Don 7 said earlier. He said, I'm glad I didn't take the jab despite missing out on gig opportunities. Yeah, like these folks is wild. These folks are wild. And more they convince me that it's about numbers, it's about population and their fears of being overrun. Because what melanated person would think of that shit? This shit is wild, man. It's wild. Marcus Garvey is the way is out there. She says good night. And she says, then karma gets them. Look at opioids. Yeah, that ain't strong enough for me. That ain't taking them out strong enough for me. Because this stuff that they conceive is real, some real dastardly shit. Anyone else want to add a last thought here? All right, let's go to shoot the race topic number 4 then. It's not surprising what they do, but someone has to study this shit. Someone has to understand what created this type of shit. Type of people.
Coco, really quickly, is one thing we're not allowed to do, and that's we're not allowed to study white people. That's one thing you can't do. If you want to get a grant and you want to study, some uncontacted tribe in the Amazon, you could do that. But if you really want to sit down and do a real in-depth study of white people, that's not really allowed. And I think that one of the, again, we were on the book club together, but I keep doing this. I think Yurugu by Marimba Ani really goes into the psyche and the of the European and how they conceptualize the world and how they view nature in of itself as their enemy. And the fear of genetic annihilation, their destruction. They're willing to do anything to maintain their dominance over the world. And that includes killing children, poisoning water. I mean, they gave smallpox to Native Americans to wipe them out. So there's no bridge they won't cross. The bar is in hell, as I've heard some people say. There's no bar they won't go under.
Real quick, what did Ani carry out like social experiments, or were these just observational things that she said about Yoruba?
I think it's more of an observation. I think she did a deep study of their history, their literature, their philosophy, and I think she analyzed it through an African lens, as opposed to where, viewing Europeans as a standard, as normal. She wanted to view their behavior through an African-centered philosophy, and how they conceptualize the world is in of itself anti-human. And I think that she not so much case study, not like a sociological observation, but just going by what they wrote themselves in their own history, and how they've interacted not with just other races, but with each other. There's nothing that the European has done that they haven't done to each other already.
Yeah, I still want to see. I gotta mute someone's mic here. I still want to see someone dissect them though. We assume that they have the same physiology as us, for example, right? Because we assume we're all humans or whatever. But we don't really know that. We don't know what they don't tell us about them. And I think we need to go down that lane one day and really start dicing these folks up and figuring out what the fuck is going on inside. I posted Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is I love the honesty. This is a pan-Arabist making the point that North Africans are part of the Arab world. For any detractors of North Africa's exclusion from Pan-Africanism, what do you say to this? So that's the prompt. I'll leave it up on the screen. You could chew on that while we check out the attachment. Seems like it's taking us to Twitter. So it takes us to this thread by hashtag free. Well, actually, Bohemian Diamond, I guess is the name of the person. The tweet says North Africans could be the most anti-black racist people against other African people. People against other African people would have the most racist laws against African immigrants, and even sometimes kill them in the dozens. But they draw the line at Mashrekis, saying they have a hard time understanding our dialects. This looks like one of these long ass threads. Let's see. You say you're African when it's convenient to you, but you always get pissed off for being associated with the rest of it. More than that, let's start with how you're the only Africans that make their region, North Africa, an identity to separate yourself from the rest of Africa. He says, we're not Arabs, we're Africans. All right, that's a quote. Okay, show me how you or your government treats sub-Saharan Africans quick. Sometimes they will hit you with, quote, some NA are black. Some North Africans are black. Yes, and y'all treat them like shit too. And you treat immigrants from sub-Saharan Africa even worse. And it's deeply ingrained into patriotic and ultra-nationalistic movements like Morism. They will say Arab unity isn't a thing for petty reasons like dialect, understanding or tribalism, but will be pissed off if black Africans exclude them from Pan-Africanism for valid reasons like racism, murder, nationalism, superiority, etc. They will also complain about the conquest that happened like 1,500 years ago. For 80 years, North Africans are more likely to descend from the conquerors, but will also get angry that black Africans mention the TS, the trans-Saharan trade that has only ended like 250 years ago and has been going on for centuries. Like, seriously, y'all don't get tired of this lame-ass joke? What are you trying to say by this? This creator is Libyan. So let's see what this says. It says, how are you African but not black? Is this a video? No. How are you African but not black? So I guess that's some video that's been going around in their circles. to continue. And it's the same people that would question a Senegalese's religiosity because of his skin color. I hate it when they do it, and racism is so normalized in our lingo, even in small things. All right. So that's the thread. That's an interesting thread. North Africans could be the most anti-black racist people against other African people, would have the most racist laws against African immigrants, and even sometimes kill them in the dozens. But they draw the line at Meshreki, saying they have a hard time understanding our dialect. So this is an internal squabble someone is having, but they pull in sub-Saharan, quote unquote, sub-Saharan Africans into the ordeal here. Very interesting. Real Black Gentleman joined us. How are you this week?
I'm good.
What say you to this this thread that I just read off here?
I mean, I kind of mentioned before, it's like, look, I'm not trying to bring them into the tent. You hear me, right?
Right.
That's not my objective. You just take it, for what it is at a distance and put it in perspective. I mean, they're not saying anything about North Africans that Black people in Africa that have not known or should know. Well, it's kind of hard when people aren't really teaching history the way that they should. But like, look, I mean, yeah, everything that the person's saying is true. I mean, I mean, look at Libya after Gaddafi. I mean, you might, that shit. I mean, there's raw slavery in Libya right now, raw slavery. I mean, I know the whole game about like the whole Arabism thing about North Africa. I get that. I know that Africa belongs to Black people, but right now North Africa is not controlled by Black people. I get that. Unraveling the whole Islam, Black Muslims and Arab thing is definitely something that is if Africa cannot get like a theological grasp on cosmology and on natural divinity and how they see themselves on Earth and in the universe, with the meaning of life and all that, we'll constantly some of our brightest minds will constantly lead our people in different directions. There's no reason for Africans to be running away from African countries, no matter how bad it could be, to just jump out of the frying pan and into the fire type stuff. I mean, these kind of like whatever's driving the desperation is something that is an internal Black African thing. I mean, and that goes back to maladministration, external interference, and all that. I mean, of course, again, they're not saying anything that's not true. I'm not, again, you know what I'm saying? What was it? The Masharek. I really don't know who those people are. I don't know where those people reside in North Africa. So I'm definitely, again, like, I hear what they're saying. Like, I see it. And it's not, I'm just reinforcing some stuff that I already know. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Sorry, I was speaking with the mic muted. I appreciate that, Real Black Gentleman. Tanzan, what say you? By the way, if you hear long pauses like that, you guys someone could just jump in real quick, all right?
Yeah, no, I don't get into. I think that people should define themselves however that they feel like, and I think historically, the people in those states have defined themselves, as, both part of and different from, the rest of the continent. So, however they see themselves is how they see themselves. And I don't think that we should be trying to force, our identity on other people, the same way that, if there are people who see themselves as Indians or whatever, let them be. So I think that let them be. We have we have our own unity to worry about, and I think that Africans have been making strides towards that, and that's important. We shouldn't be at loggerheads with them, but we should respect their decisions. Yes.
Thank you for that, Tan. Carl, what say you to this?
Oh man, I'm glad you passed me the mic, man. Hold on. I'm glad you passed me the mic. Okay, I got to reference Dr. Bobby E. Wright again, because he said that for blacks to accept Arabs as anything other than white invaders is a pathological denial of reality. So to echo what many of the my fellow speakers on here, we all know the animosity that Arab nations have had towards African people, and they continue to have. Someone mentioned Libya, how once the U.S. under NATO overthrew Gaddafi, they brought back slavery. It had open air slave pens in formerly the richest country in Africa. So we understand that there's no connection between the Arabs. In reality, they're invaders, and they have to go. If they're not, hopefully one day, I hope this one day soon when we have our revolution, they got to pack up and go, or they got to get with the program, because their history towards African people has consistently been one of animosity, of violence, of exploitation, through their wars, through their religion, how they demonize our traditional African beliefs. There was recently, I remember reading this about I think it was Al Qaeda or some Islamic terrorist group. They wanted to erase all pagan monuments, all pagan statues that were in existence. And number one on their list was the pyramids that our ancestors built. So we understand that these Arab people are truly our enemies, and that they do not seek to coexist with African people, but really to dominate us. And I think we have to realize that, not fall for their trickery, because they like to divide us amongst each other, and organize to push them out. Or if they're not going to go, they have to learn to coexist. But we can't give them a toehold. And they like to say, "Oh, we're Africans too." You're not really Africans. If you were, you wouldn't treat us the way you do. African people are black. I've heard what's the cracker name? Elon Musk. I heard them call him an African American. No, he's a colonizer. And I would use the same term towards the Arabs as well.
I appreciate that, Carl. Gas them up. You've heard everything others had to say. What say you?
Yeah, well, I mean, my whole thing is this. I don't have to be Garvey or Pan African or any of those things. Look, these people don't like us. At the end of the day, whether it's Arabs, whether it's Hispanics who or Latinos who have extreme issues with color. The problem is that, and I think for me intellectually, our intellectuals have to come up with a better programming so that our people stop seeking outside validation. Part of the problem on the African continent is, of course, and I have these conversations with my Muslim friends all the time. Like, look, I cannot be Muslim because I'm sorry, like, dude, if I go to mosque and they treat me funny, we have a big problem. It means I'm gonna be beating somebody up every day, or they're gonna be beating me up every day at the mosque. I don't know how to look over that or gloss over that. Like, oh, the one brother, I don't want to hear that. It's all phony baloney. So the question now becomes, am I black first or am I Muslim? And by Muslim, a lot of times that means you throw away your culture or whatever doesn't coincide with Islam, which basically means you are a pseudo Arab or a B-Rab, right, or a G-Rab or a C-Rab. And a lot of Africans who embrace Islam, unfortunately, are trying their best to be, Arabs. And so that's the problem. So for me, we just have to learn to just be proud of ourselves and content with who we are and what we have. When you go to the continent, you see how these Lebanese act on the continent. You see how these Moroccans, these Libyans. You see how these people act, and they get on the continent. People on the continent just kiss their butt, and it's because we don't know who the hell they are. When I'm in Nigeria all the time, I see these Lebanese and say, "Yo, you're nobody. Get the hell out of my face, man. America, you're a gas station." You know what I'm saying? You're a gas station attendant. And they look at me, "Oh, you're American." I say, "Yeah, get out of my face, man. I'm not one of these Africans that think you're somebody. You ain't nobody in the world where it counts. So don't come around here." But unfortunately, we don't do a good enough job of exposing who these people are. We don't do a good enough job of exposing who white people are. Right? We buy into the myths. And so we just got to do, I think, a better job of exposing these people and let them go. Morocco don't want to be African, too bad. Hey, keep it moving. Stay with your little Moroccan place. Y'all don't make any good music. We don't want to hear your crappy music. Our music is what we like. That's what we enjoy. And so they pick and choose. When it's time to so-called embrace culture, then they want to jump on the reggae and Afro beats. No, you're not down with us. But the problem is, it's always going to be the Africans who want to give them an out. And I'm just like, I'm tired of us giving them an out. So it's not just the Moroccans, not just the so-called Arabs. It's the Dominicans who don't want to be black. It's the people who are, like I said, Hispanic. Let's stop dealing with these people and be proud of who we are and deal with ourselves. That's all I got to say.
I agree with that, Gas. I appreciate that. Brother Bakari in the chat says, to hell with Morocco. Janelle is here saying good evening. Sister Raw is here as well. She said, this whole planet belongs to us. Earlier, KW7 was saying congratulations to Morocco by advancing to the semifinals despite their relationships with the African Union. Trigger Happy 262 says, yeah, this World Cup has shown me that black people have very low self-esteem. They were getting mad that Moroccan players are saying this is a win for the Arab world. I don't see why you should be mad at that. That's their identity. They identify as that because they speak Arabic. Language is what makes nations. What they have in common is they speak Arabic. Goes on to say, another argument I'm tired of people using, FBA on South Africa first is not the same thing as North African racism. They see themselves as the Arab and you as the African. He says South African first and FBA is just more of a reiteration of low self-esteem among black people. But it is African people, understand? Settler colonial states, white control. He says the Mashreki is Gulf Arab dialects from what he can understand. And yeah, so those are the comments in the chat. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. What say you to everything you've seen and heard?
I quote for me, beyond my level of expertise, and I want to be fair to the audience, and rather than just pulling something from out of my ass, I want to be able to give a coherent and cogent argument. So I have to leave it to the continental Africans for this particular issue, because it's not my area of expertise, man. I'm from a small island in the Caribbean, man. These things are beyond me. So I'll just pass on this one, and maybe the next prompt I'll be able to answer.
Koku, can I add something?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so not just the Arabs themselves, but for example, look how many wars and conflicts between Muslims and Christians, or Muslims and traditional African belief. It's not just the Arabs themselves, but a lot of what they brought to Africa has been used to divide and keep Africans from really uniting with each other because of the way that they've created and set up the society, which benefits them and no one else.
Right, I appreciate that. Does someone want to add something else? All right.
I would real quick. Real quick. Look, if North Africa was like, if the people, those Arabs, the peoples in North Africa naturally accepted black people, black culture, African, true black African, predominantly black culture, you would see black people in trying to like resurrect Carthage. You would see black people running up and down Cairo comfortably. We know that's not the case. We all know that's not the case. From Mauritania, that whole Mauritania, Sudan lines of just conflict. I mean, we know where the black people are who want to be black, and those black people who want to be anything else but black all along there. And it's too bad that, you know what I'm saying, just it is what it is. I mean, if those people could somehow shake off, you know what I'm saying, their wicked religion and just be neutral for some reason, well, maybe things can change, but then it's not going to happen. That's all I got to say.
I appreciate that, Real Black Gentleman. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. Good discussion, folks. In the chat, if you like that discussion, drop a 1. If you don't, drop a 2. In the meantime, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shout out to the usual suspects who are around, but we don't see them today. I hope everything is good with you guys. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is interesting comment per last week's discussion. What would be a good unifying agent, language, culture, religion, for Pan-Africanism if skin color isn't enough? Or is there no realistic unifying agent? This comes with a link that seems to take us back to Twitter again. And this takes us to a tweet from Zhao Deshui, who says, Pan, insert continent, can only happen in 3 scenarios. 1, a regionally driven peace order after a devastating war, say post-World War II, order in Asian were set up by the U.S. and USSR. 2, similar culture, as in Latin America. Or 3, an overwhelmingly dominant leading power, say North America. Asia has none of these. So this is his 3 scenarios where Pan, insert the continent, like Pan-Africanism, is capable of being, right? Wait, let me see. Is there a thread to this? No, it seems like it's a single tweet. Oh, I'm lying. So this was a response to earlier tweet that says, a thread for my Asian followers on Twitter. Do you believe in Pan-Asianism? If so, what does Pan-Asianism mean to you? And what can Asians do to achieve Pan-Asianism? So this is what he was responding to. All right, got it. I see a few people dropped a 1 in the chat. Thanks for being here. Everyone, thanks for being here. So yeah, let's start with Real Black Gentleman. What is, in your thoughts and your ideas? First of all, do you agree with this tweet? And second of all, what are your thoughts as a unifying agent, if possible, if any, for us as Africans? Is it language, culture, religion, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, I mean, you know, I mean, continents are easy to look at and I mean, are we going to talk about Australia being like a pan? I mean, you see what I'm trying to get at? I mean, it's like, I know where it's trying to lead at, but I mean, South America, you might argue, kind of has a lock on its own, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, if anyone's going to do it, it'd be South America. Only because South America is not that big. It's like, you know, it's not the biggest continent. It's not as big as Africa or Asia or North America. You know, just territory wise and getting people together in one spot, you know, that helps. I mean, you could say North America. I mean, under American hegemony, it's like they say Pan American. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, there you go. I mean, Europe. I mean, we're talking about Pan. That's the European. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Ethic. You know what I'm saying? That ethic. You know what I'm saying? The Pan. The Pan deity. You know what I'm saying? So you see, that's the Greek. You know, see, that's So you're already default talking about Europe. I mean, let's face it, Europe is. I mean, I can see and see the differences in Europe and see the differences in even in South America. But the problem is with South America is that they homogenized under the Spanish and the Portuguese to a lot more degree than just Europe. And then I mean, then there's Asia, which I mean, there's a lot of distance. Asia. Now it's like in Risk. I don't know if you guys have ever played Risk, the board game. It's impossible to conquer Asia. I mean, Genghis Khan did it. I mean, for a hot second. I mean, he tried, but all of it. You know what I'm saying? When we're talking about like Pan-Africanism, we're looking at Africa like, as the geographical unity. We see it in our hearts, right? But it don't work the same with Asia. So, I mean, see what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, Asia, if someone can do it, I mean, people have tried. People constantly try to like unify Asia, but there's too many people in different places in Asia. I guess that's my response. I'll pass.
Well, what's your response to Trigger Happy 262's comment on the screen?
I mean, similar cultures. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, I'm not an anthropologist. You know what I'm saying? I understand like history and how peoples are, though. I mean, recently, I mean, I'm not saying that Argentina is similar to Colombia, in the same way that like it's the way they speak Spanish, in the same way that Jamaica and Australia, they both speak English. You see what I'm saying? Or I think I mean, I think I know what he's trying to say with that, but I think there is a little bit more commonality. I mean, I think Argentina and Chile. I mean, it's the geography of it all. I mean, Colombia is Andean, just like I say, like Colombia and Argentina. I mean, Ecuador. It's like there's like 3 countries right next to each other. I mean, if you just like ride the mountains real quick. Then there's Brazil, which just takes up half the country. And I mean, there's what I'm saying, there's not too many countries in South America. That's the thing. So I would say, in a lot of ways, South America is a lot more unified on the low than other people may give it credit for. It's literally like all the countries are. I mean, it's just like the popular. It's it's not that big.
Okay. Trigger Happy 262 Plus in the chat says, but for me, this is kind of why people say that we need not worry about being uniform or kumbaya. Europe is not all culturally the same, and they are unified a lot better. He goes on to say, just as we say race is a social construct, continents are social constructs to me and are political in nature. So we should be as flexible as possible with how we go with this. Last thing he says here is, I say different because of the ethnic makeup of a lot of the countries. Argentina is more European, Brazil is more black, Portuguese, some countries are more indigenous. Lero earlier said, we are not taking on Swahili. We see how Muslims and Christians are doing together, LOL. Folks are trying to, quote unquote, gatekeep their culture, so that's the only thing feasible left. Okay. Lero says, and any African denying that we don't have a common enemy is crazy. The white man don't live here, okay, but the Negropeans do. It's about the principles. So that was a quote. The white man don't live here, yeah, but the Negropeans do. It's about the principle. I appreciate that comment, Lero. The matron says, money is the unifying agent. It's the only thing we all understand. God is second, but we don't all agree on that concept. We have to pick our group and benefit the group of black people we select. I like that response too, matron. I like that. She says, we must define the money. Their money has to be worthless among us. We should revere the black family and build strong black conscious families. With that said, we heard from Real Black Gentlemen. Let's hear from Gas Sum Up. Gas, what say you?
Well, my thing about one, okay, the word pandemonium, right? I haven't looked at the etymology, but just my assumption, of course, it seems like it ties back to the word the Greek, with the pantheon and the Greek god Pan, and that
It's
was
the
chaos.
the
Yeah, go
demons,
ahead.
release of the demons.
It's the what?
From Milton, John Milton, when the release of the demons, the all demon assembly, the pan.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, right. So you get pan demons, right? You get pandemonium. So there's a demon that takes over these things. So I've always been skeptical. Well, not always, but as I got older, I've been very skeptical of this pan concept being applied to an African underpinning, and we don't do that for the most part in Africa. We're not a universalist type of people. We don't like conformity. I'll give you guys an example. I was at an event where I was selling some African clothes, and it was the weirdest thing to me. People bought some of the African print clothes I had because I sold it to women. And one thing I noticed about Western women, you see these whites and these Asian women, they would walk by and, oh, I love the patterns, I love the colors, but they wouldn't buy it. They're like, it's too bright for them. There was another vendor right next to me selling this name brand. It wasn't a name brand, but they made up their own brand. They were selling sweaters and hoodies, literally nonsense, right? Now I won't call it nonsense, but anyone could just source some hoodies from China and print the logo on it, right? That's pretty much all they did. And these things were $75, and these women particularly were buying them, and I was just kind of confused, like, wait a minute, my pricing was nowhere near that price, right? Like because I'm not in the business of excessive price gouging. I just want to dominate the market, right? So I'm if I cost it at $5, I'm trying to sell it at no more than 10, so I can get it off my hands quickly and get the volume. But I was just confused, like, wow, you people will walk by something that you say looks nice, and you go and buy this thing at $75. That's not even like, it's not a Gucci or anything like that, right? So I realized that in the West, a woman will walk into a store and buy the same dress that 5 or 10 or 30 or 50 other women bought. That's why when you look at the tabloids, they'll say, who wore the dress best? Beyonce or Kelly, whatever what Kelly is popular at the moment, right? And in Africa, for the most part, particularly amongst West African women, I don't know about East African women, I know Tan can speak to it, but when a West African woman sees a print, she might like the design, but she'll go to her tailor or tailors and say, make me something similar to that, but not the exact same thing. They don't want to look like the same woman at the party. Every woman wants to look uniquely different. So with that said, I've always been stressing that this universalism is a Newtonian construct, this unification of bodies. It's something that Africans, for the most part, we never really did. Not in the sense of in the Western sense. And so unifying African people, and that's why I've been challenging with the Garvey thing. It's not that I'm against Garvey or unification of Black people, but the program is not. It's no longer sufficient. It's effectively like using, in my opinion, Windows 98 right now. Or the equivalent of using a calculator to try to solve quantum mechanics, right? We are dealing with people who are putting computer chips in pigs and monkeys with Elon Musk, and these pigs are doing calculations better than your average high school student. And we're still trying to rehash and reshape and hold on to theories and ideas and ideologies from our elders from what is equivalent to the Stone Age. The slingshot is not going to fall this Goliath. It's just my opinion, right? So to go back to the point of unification, I think that we have to understand how were nation states created. We didn't have nations in Africa. No one had passports. No one was doing border patrol. And I'm not saying that it was a free for all where if we're using the body as a metaphor, where the cell wall was just porous and anyone could just enter. No, there was active transport, of course, but no one was analyzing, hey, let me stamp your passport before you entered into a people's land, right? There were other ways that you had to come in, but it wasn't in the Western way, in the Western sense that we have it today. So, one, we have to know how were nation states created, why were nation states created, who created nation states. Quite often you start to see that these were the elites in these European localities at the time that created it. And in order to justify their exploitation, they start using things like the nation state and citizenry and citizenship as this way to hide and mask their, economic efforts. So they send people all around the world to commit atrocities and to be cannon fodder. But the owners of the Dutch and the British East India and West India Company, which was the first LLC, they're sitting down in the UK enjoying their lives while everybody else is going around killing themselves. For example, Prince Henry, alleged Prince Henry, we call him Prince Henry the Navigator today, but he never left Portugal. All he did was just finance trips that left Portugal. He himself never stepped foot, for the most part, through the coast. He was just the backer, right? And the Pope was his ultimate, the guy who said he ultimately could do it. So when we look at books like Peasants to Frenchmen, we see that the nation state and citizens were created through force and exploitation. They had to steal people's lands. When you look at the Enclosure Acts, particularly in the UK Parliament, they, because after the so-called fall of feudalism, people held the land in common. So they came up with, at least from the 1600s to the 1800s, talked about on my show yesterday, and that's just one part of the Enclosure Acts. They were doing a whole bunch, 3-4 centuries before then, but they did 3,000 legislative acts that stole the land from the people. Now, when you steal the land from the people, you turn them into villains and vagabonds. Now they have to work in your factories. So you can see that this idea of this, trucking and bartering economic man and this, franchise, this man with franchisement, right? Where it's not a coincidence that voting is known as enfranchisement and a business is known as a franchise. It's not a coincidence, right? Because these mercantilists started injecting merchant law and merchant linguistics onto the people on the land. So we can see that there's complete philosophical and physical violence that's hammered on the people in order to make them citizens and to make them members of the nation state, right? And I'll end with these 2 points. So the nation state is a very violent thing that creates citizens. It's not something that just is happenstance. Then you add the papal colonialism. You add the fact that everything is centered around the clock, right? So like Big Ben in the UK, they were using the church bells and the tower bells, so their lives were regulated by these clocks. And this clock function, it turned them into these Pavlovian dogs. So it's like they were under hypnosis. So every time the bell rang, they knew they had to get up and pray and do this and do siesta. To this day, in Italy, they must still take siesta, and in Spain, I believe they still take siesta in some parts of Europe, right? So they're still brainwashed, destroyed people when you look at what made them citizens. And so I think we're not understanding that. Now, that was their programming. All of the stuff that I just said was their programming. My challenge to the Garveyites, to the black unifiers, come up with an alternative programming that can unify black people, that still recognizes their differences, that still recognizes the fact that they like to be individual. They don't like uniformity and conformity. So there has to be, we're smart enough. We're the people who built the pyramids, right? We're the people who created old Great Zimbabwe. We're the people who had the Kikuyu and the Loa. We're the people who did Benin. So we're smart enough. I mean, you can't tell me that these people are that smart that we can't come up with something that's like a Garvey, because if you had Windows 98, let's come up with Garvey 2022. It's like, okay, yeah, that was then. There's some, kinks in the software. We've updated the software, and every year Garvey gets updated to reflect the changing nature of the people on the ground. So that's just what I wanted to put out there. I didn't mean to go on too long.
No, I thought that was a perfect Response. I like all the bases that you touched, and you brought it back to your recent episodes in the Black Pentagram. You guys follow Gas Them Up on YouTube, and make sure to subscribe and click that bell for notifications. So I appreciate that, guys. I liked a lot of what you had to say within that. I'm not gonna read all the comments in the chat, but the last two comments, Trigger Happy said, realistically, nation states are here to stay in Africa, so it's best to just try to make them better and more functional, or completely reconstruct ones that are failing, like Nigeria. Real Black Gentleman said in the chat, Europe talks about no man's land, but in reality, every rock is presumed to be under a sovereign banner. With all of that said, I think, let me go to Bwana Agaziki. Let me shake it up a little bit. Bwana, what say you?
The tango?
10.
Okay, so let me just say this.
Wait, the tango?
That's okay. I could go after if she needs to. Yeah.
No, go ahead, Bwana Aguzeki. I'll go afterwards.
You sure? Okay.
Yes.
So yeah. So I'm a simp. So my answer to that is when the Africans was taken out of Africa, and when they was transversing to come to the Western Hemisphere, distinctively there was Yoruba, there was all manner of different tribes, all manner of different cultures, but they came together because they had a unified enemy. So they had to basically create a scenario and situation where they had to work together, even though some of them on the bottom of that slave ship may have been enemies inside of the continent of Africa. They was in a situation where they had to work together. Say, when we get off this ship, we break in for the first place, to establish ourselves from out of the situation. They had to work together. It was forced to. So whether they landed in Jamaica or whether they landed in Brazil, they had to distinctively do what they needed to do to get out of that environment and situation. In Africa, when the Mao say we're gonna link together and we're gonna have this association to fight against the British, this external enemy that is trying to do what they're trying to do to us. You had people, they had Kikuyu, I'm sure you had people from different tribes coming together to unify, to fight against one unified external force. The problem is that we believe in the 21st century that we are off that slave ship, because we don't see the chains, and we don't see all the facets of what a so-called, what is conjured up when you think about a slave being on a slave ship. So we believe and think that we're on a global slave ship right now. But if I was to go to the Americas, I am still treated like the African American there. If I am to go to England, I am still treated. See, the British are the better, the white folks, let me say the white folks, the Europeans are better Pan-Africans than the Africans themselves, because they are unified in their thinking that we are the enemy. You know what I mean? We are the competitor, no matter where you go in the Western world. And it's so much so that they even get Black people thinking along the lines like that. That's why Black people say they have more difficulty doing business with Black people as opposed to white folks. Imagine that. Because the reality is we still at the bottom of that ship. And the remedy I find, and I believe is see, because Marcus Garvey said something 100 years ago, it doesn't make it less valid. In fact, it makes it more valid. I think that Marcus Garvey was prolific in some of the things that he would have stated back then. It's just we have not applied that, because we have been deluded with this idea of integrationism. So we chasing the carrot, into someone else's institution, like a rabbit on a hamster, like a hamster on a hamster wheel, but we have yet to achieve that carrot. And instead of creating our own carrot and creating our own institutions for ourselves, we continue to chase after that same carrot, whether we do it in a unified way or whether we do it distinctively different from one another. I personally think it makes you weaker. You know, where one man in one village decides to do a particular thing, and another man in another village. That's divide and conquer. That's an old strategy. I think unifiedness is more important to being distinct at this point. Why? Because who our external enemies are. When we have vanquished our external enemies, then we could have the discussion about diversity and being separate and apart and going our separate ways and doing our distinctive things. But that has not happened yet. We are sitting here in the 21st century with our back against the wall, where every nation is unified against us, whether it's the Hispanic, the Asian, and the Europeans. And all of them are better Pan-Africans than Africans themselves, whether they're on the continent or in the Western Hemisphere. But we playing these little games as if that God, like I said before, the product don't need to change if the product is good. And the product, the remedy, still sitting right out there. And the remedy, I personally feel, is something that is more beneficial for us to be together than we are apart. And I mean, the brothers them think differently. It is what it is, you know. And we'll work to whatever our goals are. But it's my.
But Bwana, I'm trying to point out to you that it's not that Garvey. Look, because I don't think you guys are understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying about Garvey is, don't get married to his ideas per se. Update them. Every company does that. You're not using the same Windows from back then. You're not using the first iPhone that came out in 2007. Everything gets updated and upgraded. So what I'm saying to you guys is this: take Garvey. Remember, Garvey was not on the grounds on the continent. I'm pretty sure if he had spent significant time on the continent after he was able to organize the people in America and he had went to the continent, he would have been able to restructure, refocus, and revamp his thinking to say, how can I look at organizing along a different lines? So when we say something like economy, remember, economy is still a European concept. It's not an African concept to have an economy. It's a French word. Entrepreneur is a French word. So let me show you what I mean. Nobody in Africa prior to the British coming was getting their daily subsistence or sustenance from a market. People were farming on their land, and to this day, 48 or 52%, depending on what metric you look at, of Africans are still rural. They're not urban. And so most of them are still, they farm their little small plot of farm, whatever's extra, they take it to the market and they sell. They don't want to do this mass farming so they can feed the people in the city. And then people come and say, oh, well, we just got to do the economics and show them the money. No, not necessarily. Because remember, economics is not even an African term. It's a European construction. So what I'm saying is, why is it difficult for us to update Garvey to say, look, if we're going to bring it to the continent, we have to know what the continentals are about and restructure it. It's not that difficult, in my opinion.
I'm not dismissing the fact that what you say is fundamentally true. First of all, two things what you said is true, and I agree with. First of all, you said that more than 50% of Africans right now still use the land as a measure to feed and support themselves. Okay, 50%. Now, the other 50% is in the metropoles. They are unattached to the land. So I'm not going to say they have forgotten how to work the land, to use that land to be effective for themselves. But I would also say that the 50 other percent of people who are on the continent may not necessarily have enough land or fertile land to grow food. That's the first issue. The second issue I have is, what is to be done with your brothers and sisters, the other children of Africa, who are not on the continent, who the majority of the food, clothes, and the shelter they receive is from the other. They are so detached that 80% the food, clothes, and shelter they are receiving right now is currently from other. They need to be re-educated and reinstituted and really have an understanding of the how-tos to live on that degree and that level of subsistence. They don't have that anymore.
But
They
you
have
see
to
what
get
you
that
just
now.
highlighted is the issue, and that's what and
It's more
because
than one issue. It's more
no,
than
because
one.
you just made a great point, and I think the point you just mentioned is unfortunately what happened in Liberia, because what you just said, they're getting their existence and they're getting things from the other, which is a problem. Africa owes that debt, right? She owes that. The mother has to take her children back. But now, what happens is, it's the people in the diaspora are going to look to the 50% to say, you're going to restructure so that we can enter and be housed and accommodated in a way that we're comfortable with. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Kind of, sort of, but I would what I would say is that what that would take is first is a dialogue, and there needs to be an understanding, and even an understanding in terms of we have a brotherhood with each other. Because if I am a child of Africa living away from Africa itself, you are on the continent of Africa. You have your own land, which many people in the Western world does not have, and 50% in Africa itself on the continent does not have. That's the first dialogue we need. This is the importance of unification. There must be a dialogue. There must be an exchange. All these things have to be strategically thought out amongst brothers. So I can't do that as a separate entity and say, well, I'm gonna just be a so-called man doing my thing. If y'all don't want to get me, it is what it is. If I'm a so-called man in the West, and I may not know it, but I am a carry out all the Africanisms of a so-called man in the West, I am still your brother. So you owe me an obligation to do what we need to do to get together to advance ourselves. We may not have a so-called European paradigm, but let's work it out together, not separate and apart, distinct from one another. That's the problem I have.
But that's so let me proffer, because typically I don't like to proffer things, right? But let me give one silly suggestion. This is what I'm saying with the Garveyites. It's like and the Pan-Africanists. The programming has to be revamped. They can create, like you said, models that acknowledge and integrate everybody's difference and unique identity, but the efforts and the energies that each individual has, they can put together into a collective body, sort of like the Emirates, right? Sort of like what the Emirates has, the United so-called Arab Emirates. They're different regions and in countries, and they come under as the United Arab Emirates. So even in so-called Nigeria, and this is what I'm saying, this conversations even within the diaspora. So people in the diaspora say Nigeria has oil, but the oil is on my people's land. My people don't see any benefit from that oil in Nigeria. So now we on the ground, particularly people from my region, will say we don't care about Nigeria. If Nigeria breaks up tomorrow, we'll be cheering in the streets. The people in the diaspora will be like, no. We need the nation state of Nigeria, because what about us? We need to come back to a strong nation state, which we understand, but the current nation state is problematic. So you understand, this is why I'm saying it becomes it turns into this knot if we're not delicate with unraveling, and that's what I'm saying, Garvey has to be updated.
I understand the difficult nuances that exist on the continent itself, but you have to understand you are speaking to us thousands of miles away. As far as we talking about theoretical arguments in terms of updating Garvey. And the understanding that you're trying to proffer must be sent out to the rest of the so-called Black world, in particular, people in the Western world, because we don't understand the different nuances that you get into when you're talking about North African politics, when you're talking about Esoko politics in terms of Esoko being distinctively different from the Nigerian state. That is something completely different. So you as a political theoretician, you and Jose and all the Continental and Tan, all the Continental brothers and sisters. There's nuances of this argument that y'all need to write down on paper and proffer, and I guess I don't know how y'all gonna distribute it, but get that message out to the rest of the Black world, because there's some nuances we do need to understand. I'm not saying that.
Well, that's why we have the conversations with you, and so you present those nuances.
I'm from a small island in the Caribbean. I don't know anything. But
But you're a strong Garveyite, and so now that you understand, so now that when you go back to those Garvey panels and you have conversations with someone who might be a Garveyite or a Pan-African, says, hey, listen, Nigeria, the nation state, you can quickly point out and say, hey, listen, yes, Nigeria is a nation state that we should support, but understand that within that nation state, there are issues and regional differences. For example, the people who own the oil are not benefiting. People in the north are taking most of the resources. And, having those understandings, I think, makes Garveyism that much stronger. So now, for example, when you get on the continent, now you can make a choice. You know what? I'm going to do most of my business with the people in the south, or I'm going to do most of my business with the people in the north, or I'm going to do business with the people in the west. You take those regional differences into account, right? And I think that's what makes Garveyism that much stronger. But a lot of times, people just get down on the continent without taking into account to understand that the unification that happened, or the blackness that exists in the diaspora, is because of the collective oppression and collective trauma. Whereas in Africa, there is collective trauma and oppression, but there's still differences amongst ethnic groups and tribes and languages that people embrace. Like, think about that. Like, whereas in the West, in the diaspora, people don't necessarily embrace differences, but in Africa, people embrace. Like, a Luo or a Kikuyu person is proud to be Kikuyu.
Sure. And I've been listening. Make no mistake about it. The last week we was having a discussion with not Obasanjo, but the other Nigerian president we was talking about
Mustafa.
Sani Abacha.
Yes, Mustafa.
Sani Abacha. I understand the little small nuances with Ken Saro-Wiwa and all in terms of Agoni land and certain things, what happened. I understand these little distinctive things. I try to listen to more than what I talk. When Trigger Happy brings a prompt in terms of North Africa and the nuances and the different issues that arise, of course, it puts more on a Garveyite's plate, because we understand that, the general is becoming more specific, in particular with the so-called thing called social media, because you are actively talking to people who are on the continent. So they are bringing up issues that is more specific outside of the terms of what we usually talk about in generalities. And I listen, and I try to shut up and listen to certain things. Everything that I don't particularly agree with, but I hear y'all brothers. I hear y'all brothers talking, and I hear y'all brothers talking about the different specific nuances, and it's being taken into consideration. But all I'm saying is y'all brothers don't forget us in the discussion and the dialogue, because we are also the children of Africa as well. And that's something that I don't hear in particular with the continental Africans when they talk. But like I say, man, I don't get into this long diatribe, man. I'll leave it there.
Let's go to Tanzan and then Carl.
I think that it's two things. It's to make it simple. It's the land and it's the people. So for the land is the continent of Africa, and those are the present and the past and the people who left, both voluntarily and involuntarily. So that's what we have in common, and that would make it easy to draw the lines, and so we don't have to define people who came in later, or and that's why for me the color is also important, because it's our way of identifying ourselves. It's our way of, without knowing the history and the the culture and all that, we can just see that we are one people. But to say that we're one people does not mean that we're all the same. I think that the important thing is not so much unity, but collaboration and defense. If It's not about, you know, oh, we all one. It's about, you know, being able to protect ourselves from the various, you know, forces that are against us. And if those forces were not there, I think that we'd all go back to living our, you know, different, diverse lives, and wouldn't have to, you know, come together and do this. But unfortunately, we, you know, in the world that we live in, we are sort of forced to acknowledge that. And the other thing is that I think that we both have things to learn from each other. I think on the continental side, we still have to come to this realization that the world is not so much tribal as it is racial, whether we like it or not. You know, when we leave our countries, nobody knows or even cares, you know, what tribe we're from or what country. They look at us as one people. Yes, it is reactionary, but it's also, you know, the reality. And I think that when people come to, you know, when they leave, they should also become these globalized African people, that we're not just, you know, our tribes and our countries, especially not our country, because that's also another, you know, thing that was imposed on us. But the realization that there is a global African people, I think, is something that Africans on the continent have not really grappled with. On the other hand, that's one thing that the diaspora Africans, you know, have known, that you know, that it's a much bigger world, and a much narrower one in that respect, because you only looked at as one thing, and nobody really gives you the distinction of your particular, you know, experience and so on, which is a shame. I think that's something that we have to give to each other. It's something that respecting, you know, where people came from, both on the continent and out. On the diaspora people, I think it's also important to realize the importance of the tribe. The tribes are not just, you know, this. It's the most organic distribution and conglomeration of people. It's not just, oh, you know, we are apart from these people. It's the recognition that we are first a family, we're a clan, we share tradition, culture, and all these things. And that's an important thing, which is unfortunately was stripped from, you know, people who were forced to leave the continent. So I think that when Africans leave, they need to recognize the importance of the global racial African. And when diasporans go back to the continent, they need to realize the importance of, you know, the tribes and, you know, the tribal affiliation, the mother tongue, the lingua francas, and so on. So it's a learning process. I think that we can be both. We can have the African, the land, and the people as a unifying factor, but we also need to you know, acknowledge that there are different ways of practicing. Even within African culture, there is no one single African culture that says, okay, this represents everything. And that's why, for me, for the diasporans, you guys have a choice to go and find out what, you know, appeals to you. Don't go to Africa so much looking for race as to go looking for a tribe. You already have the racial aspect down. So when you go to Africa, go looking for the tribe and you know, learn the language, learn the culture. That will be the most, you know, African thing you can do on the continent. Yeah.
I appreciate that time. Before I go to Carl last, the matron in the chat said the European looked at African markets from a place of powerlessness and lack. They wrote down their observations, then socially, sexually, and violently integrated into the societies they saw. Ain't that the truth? Especially in Africa. Trigavi 262 says subsistence farming is still quote unquote economy. Might be using a different definition here. Also, just because someone made a word, it doesn't change the concept. The concept.
Yeah, cool. After that, brother finishes, I want to address some of these comments in the in the comment section.
Sure. Lero says addressing the question of land, its purpose, use, inhabitants, etc. She says it can't be about colonial borders for real. Bakari says the difficulties we have coming together and organizing ceases to amaze me. Nobody have difficulties coming together to go against us. Either we are slow or cowards, or maybe both. Lero says people put too many subjective matters into organizing and concepts of unity. It's very adolescent. She says, personally, I'm a might makes right type of person. Consensus isn't needed. It's about objective. She says, you call yourself a nationalist. You can't be arguing and wasting time convincing people who are focused on the quote-unquote economy being a European concept. I'm not trying to slight gas because it's facts. I'm just saying. She says African worldview matters, but we can't ignore the world order we live in. If that's the case, everyone go back to humanism. Ooh, I like that last comment there, Lara. We're gonna let Gas respond to that in a second, but let's hear from our brother Carl Hezekiah. Carl, you heard everything everyone has been talking about.
Right.
What's the
right.
new?
Well, man, let me just say this: that the original tweet was talking about the impossibility of Pan-Asianism, but it always confuses me because the world that we live in right now is governed under Pan-Europeanism and has been for centuries. We're all speaking a European language. Uh, United States is an offshoot of Europe. It was European invaders who came to Europe. So the idea that Pan-Europeanism, and Pan is just a word meaning all, you know, pan, pandemonium with all demons, Pangea, for things like that. So Pan-Africanism, as Dr. John Henry Clark said, is either Pan-Africanism or perish. Because at this point, African people, no matter where you are in the globe, are powerless people. We do not have power. We saw that in recently when Russia invaded Ukraine and the African students were trapped in Ukraine. Now, the Chinese students got flown home. The Indian students got put on a train. The African students had no support from their government, from their people, from their home, because African people are fundamentally powerless at this point in history. So we have to acknowledge the differences. Yes, there are some differences, but we have more in common than we have apart. And we are all under the gun when dealing with pan-Europeanism. We have to have a collective response because their response to us has been collective. France and Germany have waged war against each other. Great Britain and Russia have fought against each other, killed millions of each other. But for some reason, they're able to overcome their differences and dominate the world. African people speak a different dialect. We might worship a different God, and for some reason, that's some insurmountable hurdle between us. So Garveyism does need to be refined for the 21st century, but at the same time, it's Pan-Africanism must be a fundamental process because individually, as we see they take us apart, nothing scares the European more than Black people from across the world, be it in Africa, in America, in the Caribbean, uniting for one purpose. That causes them fucking nightmares. They can't sleep at night. So they have done many things to ferment, issues between us, but we can't work together. But that is their biggest fear. And because we know that that's what the enemy fears, that's what we have to accomplish more than anything else. That needs to be our primary goal, is that we need to organize Pan-Africanism, whatever we need to do, whatever tribe whatever nation you grew up in Africa, that's fine. We don't want you to describe that, but discard that, I mean, but you are fundamentally a part of the African nation, of the African diaspora, and we have to organize our resources, organize our weapons, or whatever we need to organize, and understand we are all under attack. Because there's no other choice. We have no other choice at this point. If somebody got a better idea, I'd love to hear it.
I appreciate that, Carl. Real quick in the chat, Real Black Gentleman said the Atlantic Ocean is a barrier Africans must overcome. Africa needed an oceanic presence like 4 decades ago. That's a very interesting comment. The House Rally Podcast is here. That's D Webb. He says Biden trying to add the African Union to the G20. Take that for what it's worth going forward. Lero says, and I appreciate Lero's presence here tonight. Lero says you can't be taking into account the folks that's just trying to live on the land. Sucks to say, but I mean, like others have mentioned, establishing a nation state will come with sacrifice and quote unquote violence. Real Black Gentleman in the chat said, forget borders, Africa needs shipping fleets. He says, I grew up hearing about shipping magnates. Lastly, Lero says, I mean, shit, folks be very patriotic about their nation, but don't want to do what it takes to make it prosperous. What has all the isolationist stuff gotten us? Wow, Lero's bringing it tonight. I appreciate you tonight, Lero, but I'm going to give Gas the opportunity to respond to the comments that a lot of them are, quite frankly, kind of directed towards him. So go ahead, Gas.
Yeah. Again, look, this is the problem. When, for me, I'm not in the realm of necessarily the practice. It's theory, because I'm firmly rooted in creating an idea bank where people can, just like a library, you don't throw out, they don't burn libraries for a reason, because ideas come in and out of fashion. There's revisions that occur. So for me, I'm not, again, I think what happens is that we're always reduced to being pragmatic. So like, and I it's like I always have to give the example. I get it. If I'm in the middle of Mississippi or Alabama, yeah, the redneck is gonna get me and hang me from a tree. I know that already, and I do everything to ensure that I wouldn't be in that particular neighborhood. And I do enough things amongst my people that does practice Garveyism without me having to be a Garveyite or a follower of Garvey or Pan-Africanism. So, I think the problem is when people hear it, they're instantly like, oh, so that means you're not trying to unify? No, not at all. I just said that we should stay the hell away from so-called Moroccans and Dominicans and all these Spanish people who obviously are darker than you and I, but don't want to be black. So this has nothing to do with that, but this is philosophical. And my pushback to you guys is, one, this is an intellectual space. If the intellects aren't engaging philosophically, I don't expect the grandmother on the middle of the street corner who's just trying to feed her grandbabies to have that conversation, to have these type of conversations with me. I don't expect the lady who's selling, roasted chicken and some ackee and sawfish on the corner in a Caribbean neighborhood to have this type of conversation with me, or the African grandma who prays for me when I give her an extra, $3 tip and say, thank you, grandma, that's for you. And she says, in Jesus' name, I pray. Oh my God, grandma, I don't care about Jesus. I'm not going to say that to her because, she's entitled to be where she's at in her life. I'm not going to, but this is an intellectual space, and I'm sick and tired of African intellectuals not being intellectual. Let's keep it real. You're not a part of the masses anymore. You don't have to worry about bread and butter politics. No, that's nonsense. We have a duty to philosophically fight against the European mental games and philosophical games that they are playing against us. I don't care about the masses, and you shouldn't either. That doesn't mean you hate them. That doesn't mean I don't go and see family members who don't have a clue
I'm sorry.
about any of this stuff.
I'm sorry. Did you say we should not care about the masses of the people? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Why?
I'm going to explain that.
Please do. I'm totally confused.
Because I just said it again. Our duty, in my opinion, is not about worrying about the masses. That's a politician's job. Our duty, and I'm assuming this is the intellectual space. Our duty as intellectuals is to combat the European intellectual and give our people ideas that they can put into practice. We are supposed to be giving them the theory. Our theory books are empty. There are no idea banks in the black intellectual space. So when I say that the economy, the idea of an economy is a Western concept, it's the truth. Where does the word come from? Entrepreneur. Where does it come from? It's a French word. There's a history. We didn't have a bill of exchange in Mali when we built the Malian Empire. Yet we had all these riches. The Egyptians, and I'm not a fan of it, right? We didn't have bills of lading. No one was subjected to, again, I hate to toot my own horn, but with the episode I was talking about yesterday, when we talked about the courtroom being an occult site of magic and maritime death magic. They weren't doing that in Egypt yet. They built some of the most thriving, greatest spaces for Black people to live in. So for us, at least to me as intellectuals, we have to create theories and ideas for our people to use in practice. We're not here to be politicians. The politicians and the generals, those people have their job to do. If you're worried about the masses, you're not going to wake them up. Your job is to create the idea so that when a person within the mass decides to wake up and their alarm clock goes off, they have a whole assortment of intellectual machine guns that we've laid down that they can use to combat the West. That's why it's called the Western canon. The African canon is non-existent. We're getting our ass kicked in that realm. So we're getting our ass kicked physically because we don't make weapons. And then the intellectual weapon, we don't have any weapons. And the weapons we have are outdated. So yes, economy is a European concept, whether you want to accept it or not. No one was analyzing economies prior to the Portuguese coming into particularly West Africa.
But gas.
That's why I'm almost done, brother. I'm almost done. No, it's fine, brother. If you ask me, Susan, there's 2 more points, real quick, brother. No one was analyzing economic factors, right? And so the other point, and Lero hits it. She says she's a might is right type of person. That's the problem, Lero. You're no different. No disrespect to you. If you take that approach, you're no different than the colonizer, because that's what the personal is political. So Hobbes says life is short, nasty, and brutish. No, Hobbes, that's your life. You're the one that was scared of the Spanish Armada. We didn't say life was short, nasty, and brutish in our land, in Africa. That's your experience. But they take their personal and universalize it. They take their problems in their world and they make everybody subjected to whatever they say goes on in the world. So human experience is through their lens. We don't use our language. We don't use our own lens. And again, these are intellectual concepts. So I get it. If I walk through the streets of Mississippi or Alabama, they'll hang me from the tree. We know that already. We know that. Please don't bring that up as a defense, whoever's going to respond. But the point is simple, and I'll end with this. The approach that Lero is taking, this is exactly what, and that's why we have to do a stronger study of the West. You guys made the examples. You said, look at Ukraine, look at Russia. Where's the pan-Europeanism in that? Look at all the so-called pretty much European wars. They were massacring each other left and right. There was no Hitler wasn't pan-European anything, right? He didn't see the British as fellow Aryans. You understand what I'm saying? So no, let's not kid ourselves here. Yes, they have an underlying understanding that they want to keep the Black man under subjugation, and we should do everything in our power to make sure we're not under that subjugation. However, with that said, that doesn't mean we should go about implementing the same type of violence just because you want to have a strong nation state that can compete with the West. And finally, you get that, so then you erase, it's like basically, you destroy the world to save yourself. That's not a wise decision. To me, to me. So I'll end with this. Let's not follow their model. These people are psychopaths. They're crazy people. They're booty scratchers, as I like to say about them. They lie about their history. They're not Greek. They're not Romans. They're liars about who they are. They're psychotic people. They were burning their women during the Age of Enlightenment. Let's not copy these people, all in a bid to so-called have a nation state. No, and that approach is why Liberia happened, and that's why it fails on the continent. And so now you got a lot of these YouTubers. The African is low IQ and dusty. No, we're not. We just don't want to go along with your program. Come up with something better. And it's like, no, you're an idiot and you're low IQ because you don't want to follow. No, your program just doesn't work for us. Give us something else. And that's the hard part. So I'll end there. I know the brother wants to have some questions.
All right, thank you, guys. Okay. So first thing, I would say that your point about not caring about the masses. When people are hungry, when they don't have their basic needs met, they don't really care what type of intellectual information you're trying to give them. And I think that's one of the things I admire so much about the Black Panther Party is that they were able to provide intellectual ideas while also addressing the needs of the masses of the people. I think that the two go hand in hand. You can't ignore one. And I think that Huey P. Newton, when he created the breakfast program, he understood that we have to show these people that, first of all, we can do for ourselves, we can look after each other, and then we have to meet the needs of the lowest among us. So that way they're in a position to get the information. I think that they really touched on that. I agree with your point about not duplicating what the European does. We can't recreate their world because their world is anti-African. We can't, but we see the effects of that every day. We see the Jesse Lee Peterson, the Candace Owenses. We see these Black people who hate being Black, and they believe that the way that European does it is necessary. And also too about the economy. I mean, if you have a method of goods and services exchanging finance, be it money, barter, whatever, you have some sort of economic, despite the name of it, you still have that exists. We don't get large states like Kemet, like Mali, like Ghana, like Shanghai. We don't get these large empires.
But that's not the norm. Remember that's not the norm for the African continent. And again, most Africans were subsistence living. Your daily life did not consider. You see, and that's why I said we have to study Europe. This thing about the market, it's a very occultic voodoo that they've put on us. Everybody is forced off the land. So now you have to get all your goods and services from the market. Your life is tied to the market. If you don't have a social security, you can't get on the job market. You can't get on the labor market. You can't get on the housing market. You're securitized. You're reduced to a commodity, right? And then some conspiracy theorists say that those numbers are on the stock market. I don't know about that. But the point is that if you don't have the social security number, if you're not securitized, if you're not a security for the state, then you have to go to the black market. And the black market is also taxed, right? Because the state hires police to attack the black market and so on and so forth. So what's happened is that human beings have been taken from the land and forced onto the market. In Africa, we were not forced on the market. Nobody went to the market and said, let me give you 6 yams for a cow. Everything you wanted to eat, live, and consume, you were able to provide for yourself. The markets came from excess. So if you had excess, then you went to the markets and you traded. Your life wasn't reduced to the markets. So the economy as we know it in the modern sense is a European concept. You can look at the judicial system to prove that.
Well, I think when you say market and economics, I think you really mean capitalism, because capitalism does force people off the land to work for wages. The goal of capitalism is to reduce human beings to units of wealth. Remove them from the land, consolidate the land, put the land under private ownership, and force the people off the land and work for wages instead of, as you were saying, growing their own goods, and whatever surplus that you have, you then barter that for the goods and services that you need. So I think when you say economics, I really sounds like you're referring to capitalism.
No, well, not capitalism, because remember, mercantilism precedes capitalism, and it's the mercantile efforts. Remember, these merchants. That's why they took merchant speak, the language of the merchant, and I touched about this on my show yesterday. And you can read. There's the British lawyer Edward Cook, but it's spelled Coke, Coke, but it's pronounced Cook. He said that the laws of the merchant are now the laws of the land for the pro bono publico, for the public good, right? And these people did this purposely. They took merchant language and merchant law and applied it to human beings on the land. So that's why in our common parlance, when we speak, we say, like I say, we have bills of exchange. It's not a coincidence that the money in your pocket is a bill. You have billfold, right? You pay your bills at the end of the month. It's not when you're broke. When you have money, you're liquid. You float things. These are all terms that go back to the merchants on the water. And so we don't ever stop to ask ourselves, why are we using maritime concepts and water-based concepts on land when people on the land didn't have to do that? If you had your farm, you farmed and you took care of yourself. Aha, there was something that happened. There was a violence that occurred. They forced people off the land. And I find it scary that Black intellectuals, in their bid to make something for the masses, because when we say the nation state, and I'll end with this, and this is a key point I hope we can understand, in my opinion, the nation states that we are talking about, Europe, that we see in Europe, whether it's so-called Great Britain, whether it's France, because some are republics, some are monarchies, these so-called nation states are pretty much mafia-based arrangements that the elite and the merchant class of those societies had to create in order to force the people who were former serfs to do their bidding. So when they remove people from the land, now you ship them overseas. So you have indentured servitude. Now you send them to go fight wars. But the old money, the rich ones, they're kicking back and enjoying, much like today. Because it's interesting, right? Americans today, we can look at our current political system and say, yeah, this is a scam. The politicians are screwing us over. It's a bunch of, people at the top, and they send our kids off to war to die in some foreign country. We know it's a scam. That's the origin of the nation state. It was really much a scam between the merchant class and the old money political class that were tied to the kings, the members of parliament, the barons, and the so-called lords. And the judicial members. So this combination of them, they come together and they start creating the nation state. And they use the people to further their means. And they teach them mass schooling, right? They create public education, or the public fool system, as I heard on the Bit of Medicine when I first heard it, right? The public fool system. They invent these things to brainwash the people into believing that when you go out into Africa or India and you get shot in the head, or a native kills you and disembowels you, you did it for the love of nation. But the people who are sending you there, their sons aren't going off to die for the love of nation. It's a scam. It was a hustle. So I find it scary that Africans want to do the same thing. And this is I don't know. I mean, are you guys seeing that?
Well, I think that nation states, they existed, prior to European colonialism. I mean, what else would we call something like Kemet or Ghana or Mali prior to European? You wouldn't call that a state?
No, absolutely not. Because remember, the nation state is formed for two reasons: taxes and it's money. It was formed because of taxes and the army, right? So why did the European nation state come about? The kings initially and the queens, they were tired of having to be subjected to the money lenders and the papacy. So the money lenders.
What about the African nation state?
We never had African nation states.
What
We
did they
had.
call? They had they did have some level of political organization. So whether we call it,
it never it. Okay, so let's say, for example, people will say you had Mali, but the people within Ouagadougou, right, in these places in Ghana and all these places, they never sat down and had a public school system that made them citizens, right? They didn't have passports, as I'm saying.
they did have a king that they undermined. They understood his authority. They had some sort of leadership and governance.
And the kings in these nations, so-called, I call them communal spaces, right? The king, compared to a king in Europe, he couldn't just wake up and say, oh, your penis is bigger and your wife has a big booty, I'm going to take her and off with your head. He was still controlled, but the kings in Europe could just wake up and say, oh, you got a big penis, off with your head, and I'm going to take your big booty wife. So when we say, even when we use the word king, he didn't have supreme authority over you. He couldn't tell you what you would do in your own household. Like, we're not making the right comparisons, and what we're doing is we're trying, because we want to, again, be included in the world system that they created. We say, oh yeah, we had kings and queens. No, we didn't. We didn't have nation states. We couldn't have had them, because what qualifies a nation state as the way they created it, we didn't have the conditions for it. People weren't being forced off their land to serve Mali. Nobody was being forced to do that. The people willingly joined this, trade collective and said, yeah, we like this arrangement. We'll give you our surplus, and we'll send our sons to be soldiers. And we like the arrangement. We like living. But, when we talk about a nation state, we're talking about control, panoptic control. Police can just come in and seize your goods. That didn't. It's just night and day. You get what I'm saying? Like, we can't say it's the same thing.
Yeah, but I think the state predates police. It predates the seizure of land. I think the state is merely just a political organization of a particular size. I don't think the things that you're mentioning are inherently within the state, within that definition.
No, go ahead, Coco.
Gas, I'll let you respond to that. I also want you, at the same time, before we move on to the next prompt, I want you to respond to what a few people, I know Trigger Happy 262 kind of asked it, Provide Triggers asked it in the form. He says, I'd like to hear from Gas if he has a pro-Black model that he has intellectually formulated that would work for Black people globally. I'm gonna leave that comment on the screen. You go ahead and respond, and then respond to this for me. And then after that, we gotta hear from Bakari.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, the answer is already there. There is a template that people can depart from, and that's Marcus Garvey. The problem is that nobody wants to update Marcus Garvey, or at least make Marcus Garvey. So, for example, if you have a franchise, right, the way McDonald's is in Korea is different than the way McDonald's is in India, right? In India, they don't eat beef, they don't kill the cow, so they make they make goat meat burgers, right? Whereas in Korea, they use different things, and so it has to be updated and restructured. But to answer the brother's question about the state, excuse me, the state, I think there's a Western state, and I don't know if I would agree that we have an African state. I wouldn't go along and say that. There wasn't excessive taxation. If you think about it, whenever the first thing they did when they colonized us, they created the poll tax and the hut tax. And so, we didn't have states in that sense. And I think that's the mistake we make. We assume, like I said, no one had supreme authority over your life. Women weren't prostituting themselves. A woman could go and farm her land, go to the river, grab some fish. Why would she want to be a prostitute? But in Liverpool, in Venice, in Cordoba, in these places, the women, they were having babies, and go and check out infanticide in Europe. They were throwing their babies in the dustbin, in the river. You know, these are sick people. These are sick people, and the people who created the nation state are the people at the top, and they did violence and they used force to create the nation state. And I don't think there's any other way around it, as Lero admits. So my thing is this what we want in Africa? Is this what we want as a people?
Bakari?
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was a whole lot said, man. They talk about 15 minutes, but to say there were no nation states in Africa, that was absolutely wrong. I don't see how Egypt or Nubia wouldn't be considered that, just because you don't do everything that white folks did. That don't mean you didn't have your own nation states and you had your own government, your own governing body and everything. I don't get that one. You know, then we say, if was Hitler pan-European, I don't know if he was pan-European or not. I believe he was. He wanted to be in control of everything. He wanted to be the one with the power. And I know the Berlin Conference came before Hitler, but they've always worked together against black folk. So we can look and say, look at them fight one another, but look how they fight us. And I just stand firm on what I say and what I believe. Anyone who's constantly telling you they are not, so we shouldn't be, but you see, they are always pan-European when it comes to us, even the ones that he admire, the Romans, all of them, the Greeks, excuse me, the Macedonians, throughout history, they have been paying their people when it came to attacking black African people. And that's just how it been. They were paying anything. They worked with the Arabs. Everybody worked together against us. But when you're struggling to try to get someone to say they're pro-black or they're pan-African and they want to stick to their tribe, I'm just a firm believer in it's almost like a waste of time. Those people don't want to deal with you. They can say, I'm on your team, but when I'm not black, I'm not pro-black, I'm not pan-African, I'm not this, I'm not anything that you are, right? It's going to be hard to say that they are on your team. And that's why I said, for me, I very seldom talk to people, especially out in the streets, over the age of 25, because I've been doing this my whole life, and I'm not wasting my time anymore trying to get someone to see how black people need to work together and need one another. But we want to figure out a way to say other people is not pan-European. Now you can see what's going on with Russia and Ukraine right now, right? So then you can look, seem like the United States has taken the Ukrainian side. So that means they wouldn't be pan-European. But I dare either one of you all to walk inside of a gun store wherever you live and see if you see the Russian AK-47 still being sold over here in this country, still being shipped over here to this country. I ain't talking about the illegal gun dealer who was selling them on the streets to black folks. I'm talking about shipped from Russia to the United States in gun stores. Those people fight for power. They are not trying to separate. We are not. One of them want to be in charge of the other. So Russia is trying to get little Russia in order, but let some black people get in the middle. Oh, we saw what happened when how black people was treated, how African people was treated by those people over there. You can look and see how Brittany Griner was just treated. If you go through the history of how we have been treated over there in Russia, regardless of what they were going through with other white people, they're going to put those differences aside and they're going to attack and they're going to come at us. That's just their nature. But it's our nature to say they are not doing that. And it's our nature to get back and say, I'm going to choose my ethnicity. And I'm a firm believer in black people with what we're going through right now in the 21st century to say, I'm my own ethnic group. I'm my own ethnic group. I'm not it's an absolute failure for black people. You can get back to your own ethnic group once we figure out and work our business. And even here, like in this country, you see other groups come together and build communities. I even showed on my channel, you saw the Mexicans, the Salvadorans, Guatemala, all them, they just live amongst one another and built a community. But when it comes to us, it's going to be hard for us to do that because we are still trying to figure out a way to let the whole world know that I'm not the same as you. I'm not the same as you. I'm not the same as you. And that's what I constantly hear. And I hear it a lot from a lot of Black people, from a lot of African people. So for me, to me, I just think it's crazy to constantly try to convince people. And I'll be 51 next month. I'm done trying to convince folks. I guess the ones I've convinced is the ones I need to convince. My son and his friends, they're sophomores and juniors and freshmen in college. They're already getting together, saving their money, putting their money together to buy land so they can live amongst themselves. So those are the people for me that we need to convince. That's why we'll never have a military. How can you have a military when everybody want to be their own ethnic group? I can't fight for you. I'm not your ethnic group. We don't have nothing here to protect ourselves against nothing here. We don't have nothing on a continent of Africa to protect yourselves from all those people practicing everything against Black people, the British, the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Dutch, Israel. Everything came through there being pan-European, and we haven't thought of one time to figure. We haven't said one time, you know what? We just have to be Black. We just have to be African, and we have to build a military to protect ourselves from these people. But yet and still, we want to stay on a little piece of land and say, well, this is over here. This is on our land. So we'll be happy if the nation state failed. So you know what? And they probably would be happy, and that would be okay. Just like we got Black people here that's happy when something happened. But when you sit back and you look and see, you understand, we are not fighting them. We are only fighting ourselves. I hear the mic.
Can I just say one thing? Okay. So I looked up. Okay. So I looked up the definition of a state. So it really goes by the number of people. So human society is divided by a band, tribe, chieftain, and state. So state, any political entity with a population over 50,000 is considered a state. You have chieftain, which is thousands, a tribe, which is hundreds, and a band, which is maybe dozens. So that's, break it down in the simplest way possible. The state, if you have a population over 50,000, you're a state.
All right. Let me just say, there's a lot of commentary. Folks still feel like they haven't gotten an answer about what's the solutions from folks. I'm sure many on the panel will say Gaviism. But Trigger Happy 262, if you could do me a favor, this was your prompt. If you could create a follow-up prompt, doesn't have to have any attachments. Just a follow-up prompt, just so that we can come back to that question. What are you guys' solution to this? Let's do that next week, all right? There's a bunch of other comments in the chat. You guys can check those out in the playback. I want to go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, but first I want to do the station ID. So what I want to do first is I want to drop the topic. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be a slice of Kimbo for all the haters. This is a topic we were supposed to do last week, but we didn't have time to finish it. So on the other side of the station ID, we'll discuss that. All right, you guys stay tuned. It'll just be a minute break.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron, on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Welcome back. Also check out the Brother Bakari podcast, the Consider Chic show, the Forecast Radio and Tanzan African mind. Like I said, with that prompt, you see, I have other prompts to get to by a certain time. I try to get through most of them, so I don't have to bring them back. The chat wants to hear from Gas. What's his solution? Some folks still feel like it wasn't quite answered. I'm going to bring the prompt back next week, and we could expand upon, well, what are the solutions to this particular problem? Should Breeze topic number 6 is a slice of Kimbo for all the haters. This came with a link. Takes us to YouTube. Let's check it out.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime! Introducing the one, the only Kimbo Slice!
Being in that ring, I get to unleash something.
Ever gets another right across the jaw!
Not saying I want to handicap you, but I know I'm going to handicap you.
It's a big right hand by Slice, and now top of the air, leading.
I haven't won all my fights. But when it comes down to my family, I'm going to win this one.
To get a little rag and wipe his face up.
Oh!
That's not a red light. That was a yellow light.
No! What in the world?
Not red. It was yellow. You know what? Sometimes I wish you guys had dicks.
When you have a family as large as mine,
What in the world?
it could be mind-boggling. It could be stressed.
I had to sell my camera. The one that I bought. Oh, Kevo.
How much did you buy it for?
It was like $30.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I do get annoyed by so much of everything. One here, one there.
When you talk about the family, there's a lot of them. My first oldest son, Kevin Jr., then my second oldest son, Kevin II, then my oldest daughter, Kevina, then my second oldest daughter, Kiera, and then my third oldest son, Kevlar, my third youngest daughter, Cassandra, my son's baby's mom, Kiana, my little grandson, Kevin III, and we have a dog named Kimmy. That's the family. Give me some. So that works?
Yes.
Okay. Antoinette, that's the love of my life.
My husband, he's the man of the house. Yes, he is. He wear the pants.
That's my deal. Yeah. We almost had to go around that.
We have that kind of friend love and relationship love. So that's why it's so unique.
And I don't want to be tense and stiff going into the fight, so I might need to release.
No,
you know?
no release early.
Antoinette, man, and I mean, we fit like a glove.
This right here, I know you want it, but I'm going to let you wait for your victory.
You know what? I'll just take it. Well, who's that texting me?
Keytrick.
So tell me about him.
All right, he's taller than you, right? He like 6'3".
Oh, I like big niggas. I like to drop big niggas.
No, wrong thought.
No, right thought. If my kids can deal with me in my ways and me being me, I feel like they'll be able to deal with anybody else.
I'm gonna be single.
Okay, if it's the wrong
80.
thought, why is that the first thing you said to me?
Because that's the first thing I noticed.
6'3", 6'4". Good. How much you weigh? 280?
No.
Even better. I could body slam his big ass.
No. Nobody's good enough for me in his eyes, which is understandable in a way, you know, because I'm his first daughter, but I'm 18, you know?
Don't give me that look.
Daddy,
That's a smirk. See, that's that sinister smirk.
I love you so much. The look at you just makes me smile. Come bring it in.
Oh, you got the jump, huh? Yeah. Ice. What's going on?
Something that we got to go over is that whole thing in New Zealand with the 8-man tournament. It's $500,000 for the winner of the whole tournament. It's like $200 for runner-up.
Mike and I play a very important role to each other. I trust Mike with situations regarding the business point of my life.
So 2 months before this fight, when I find out the exact date, you go to train, so you're out of the house. Kimbo would walk around the world and back for his children, and I think that plays a part in being focused for the fight. Financially, it'll be worth it, and, you know, career-wise, it'll probably be worth it.
It'll be kind of hard, you know. I mean, I really would rather stay home.
What about maybe
train at home,
stay for a
home.
month or two and then leave for the last month?
I got you, man. My family mean a lot to me. I would do whatever it takes for them. And I mean that with my heart.
You know, I get it. I know there's all the kids there, and I know the grandbabies there too.
Yeah.
Right? So what do you think of that?
Let me think about it. I look at my life in a sense, kind of like a fight. You never know what the outcome is going to be. You never know what you're going to be faced with. Mike, what do you think about that, Ma? That I'm a granddaddy. So that puts you at what, great grand?
Yeah.
Let me cover his ears. Knowing that I'm a grandfather fucks with me.
Kimbo is a good father, and he will do anything, you know, he will do anything for them.
Okay. See?
I love how this man is about his family, and I love him to death.
We argue now, and I pull you to the side one-on-one, and we patch that up, and we become back family. We a unit. It's a big unit, but we're a unit. How's everything?
The fact that he loved his kids no matter what. I took this man through hell and back, I promise you.
Life can be like a fight, and that's what I try to teach my family. Don't ever give up. Don't ever tap out. My family mean a lot to me. You know, I'll go to war for anyone in mind.
Kind of fascinating that this man who's knocking out big dudes in street fights, has a woman who says, I've put this man through hell and back. It's kind of crazy, man. But anyway, let's start this one off with Tanzan. Tanzan, you said it's good to see a black family on TV. What else do you have to say? You're muted.
I'm surprised that he doesn't have like a, like a mixed family, but yeah, it's good to see, good representation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So yeah, it's good to see good representation of a black family, and they seem to be wholesome and doing well. So, I think it's a good representation. I can't see anything wrong with it. I hope they're not going to try to be, controversial and all that. But from what I've seen, it looks good. He seems to be a good, family man. His children seem to be,
He passed away, by the way.
Oh, he did? Oh, yes. Wow. When is it the show from then? What are we looking at?
This show must be from at least close to 10 years ago, I guess. But yeah.
Wow. Oh man. I feel like that celebrity who didn't know that DMX had passed away. Okay, I have egg on my face, but yeah, well, that was looking pretty good. I'm sad that he passed away. And what did he? What happened? How did he go?
I don't have all the details. I think
he had a heart issue.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, I'm sorry to hear that, and for his family as well. Okay. All right. Well, that brought a damper on things, so I'll pass on the mic.
Let's go to Brother Bakari. Bakari, what say you?
Real view mirror, jumbo dice, trunk here hard like Kimbo slice. He seemed like he was a good father. I used to like Kimbo. He was doing his thing with his kid. I understand that. I'll go to hell and back for my kid. You know, I feel the same way. I feel the same way about my children, about my family. Same way he feel about his. He did what a man was supposed to do. He didn't leave them. He he stayed there, and he took care of it. Took care of the kids. Took care of the woman. Did what the man was supposed to do. So big, all right, Peter Kimbo Slice, and I didn't even know he had no reality show. But you know, shouts out to him and his family.
Yeah, that's fine. That's funny too. I didn't know he had a reality show either. At least I don't remember him. He did the thing here. I knew a guy. I don't know if Gas knows this gentleman, a guy named Henry Curry. Henry Curry did the same thing that Kimbo Slice did here, with all his children named in some form or
Yeah,
fashion.
named it somewhere after him.
Yeah. Let's go to Gas. Gas, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, this is it is real touching, Shout out to Kimbo. I remember when I first came across Kimbo. I think it was my first year of college, or no, yeah, something like that. I can't remember. Um, but I was watching, this guy fight, and he was fighting this other guy, and he said, "Hit me," and the guy punched him, and he still knocked the dude out. And I was like, "Yo, this dude is vicious." And I seen his street fights, and he had a tenacity about him, and it was very interesting because a lot of the white guys were like, "Oh, I could beat up Kimbo." They really wanted to always fight him, especially the street fights. For some weird reason, they always wanted to fight the guy. Like they took it personal. Anytime they see black masculinity do something, so they took it personally, got offended. Um, and then I think it's beautiful. I look at him like I look at a Deontay Wilder. These are guys who really didn't have the basic training. They just had raw power, and they were still able to use that raw power to get them to a certain level. So you can only imagine if Kimbo or Deontay had the type of training that like a Floyd Mayweather or a Pernell Whitaker had from small. Right, that means Deontay Wilder be the greatest heavyweight boxer of all time. Kimbo be the best MMA guy because these guys didn't have formal training for the most part. Kimbo didn't. He wasn't a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or, a Muay Thai expert. He was just a black dude who, if he touched you with one of them hands, he could put you to sleep. So, it's beautiful. And then I see his family, and one of the things that I like was I saw as a father um, a certain, just from what I saw in the video, but it didn't look like he had favorites, right? I'm sure he probably might have, or whatever. But and what I mean by that is he didn't gender it in the sense that he had a love towards the son the same way he had a love towards the daughter. And I think that was very beautiful from what I just saw, like I said in the video, because the son was like, "Yeah, I pawned the video," and he's like, "What?" But he didn't. I've seen this guy. There's a YouTube person who said, "Oh, I'm going to treat my sons harsh, and my daughters can be dumb, and all this other stuff." And I was just like, "Man, this guy's a moron. Why would you want your daughters to be dumb?" But this is the mentality. This is how they, raise men in America. Just eat a big piece of chicken, get sex once every 2 months, and make sure your daughters are spoiled and beat the hell out of your sons. Like, Shaq says, "I kick my sons out the house. My daughters can stay with me till they're 55 years old. I'm Shaq. I'm stupid." And it's like, you're an idiot. What are you thinking? But I was happy to see that he had the a love towards the son the same way he had towards the daughter. He's like, who you dating? I want to know. I want to make sure you're safe. And he didn't turn around and punch on his son in the eye because the son made a mistake. He shouted. But it just shows that the black man is not this evil, terrible patriarch. I was happy to hear the black woman in his life um, say, at least vocally say, he's the man of the house. He runs the house. She didn't feel a certain way about it, right?
Yeah,
She said it. Yeah, so shout out to her. Um, you know, she deserves all the accolades. She had all his children. She allowed, well, let me not say allowed, she stayed in her position and he named all his children. She recognized that and he was able to name all his children after him as a good African man is supposed to, right? I believe his roots are the Bahamas. So shout out to the Bahamas people, right? And yeah, you know, shout out to his mom and may he rest in you know, perfect African powerful peace. So we keep his name alive. Shout out to Kimbo.
Yeah, his mom was in there. You could hear her with a full accent. Low key, I kind of credit Kimbo for YouTube's kind of
explosion.
Explosion.
Yep.
Because his videos were huge.
Yep. It was him and that Charlie Bit My Finger video. They were some of the most viewed videos when YouTube first came out.
Yeah. So very interesting. Also, I asked a question on the community tab today or yesterday about Rumble. I personally, I haven't seen many people share a Rumble video. I'm curious to hear from you guys in the chat. Are you familiar with Rumble? And have you seen people share videos that are from Rumble the way you see people share videos that are from YouTube? Just curious. With that said, let me hear from Kyle Hezekiah.
Hey, man, it was good to see Kimbo. I miss him. I really do. I used to love watching his fights. He's just like an all-around good, relatable dude. And it's such a tragedy to lose him like that. It really speaks to many of the health risks that many Black people and Black men too, because you know we have sometimes we have issues with going to the doctor, and I don't know if that could have prevented what happened to him happening, but it's such a loss to lose him at such a young age. And I love watching him fight. I like seeing him with his family. And I think it was good to see, a Black man humanized, because so many times in the media, we're always the boogeyman, that Black creature, that beast, and this comes from everybody. It's not just from side anymore. You even hear from other segments of the Black community. So it was good to see Kimbo in this light. So rest in peace to him, and big up to him and his family.
Absolutely. It's good. You guys are right. It's also good because the beast that he was in those street fights and stuff like that, and to see this side of him, just a seemingly well-adjusted Black male. That's pretty neat. Real Black gentleman, what say you?
Yeah, I'm definitely with it. It's good to see. It's good to see Black men comfortable with their family. You know what I'm saying? I love it. Like I wasn't really big on Kimbo Slice. You know what I'm saying? The fighter. You know what I'm saying? Like I was aware of like who he was. Like didn't really know what I'm saying. Knowing I didn't know anything about the show. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely that beast. He's definitely that guy. I mean, he's the god in his own little way. That's why we know who Kimbo Slice is. We and it's just like the previous person said. It's good to see the gentle side of him. You know what I'm saying? With his family. You know what I'm saying? Casual. They look at him with his pool. You know what I'm saying? Comfortable. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, this is what I mean. It's just. It's a look into a person's life, but yeah, this is what we need. We need families. We need. All his families. You know what I'm saying? He's all the names start with K. It's just that endearing stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like they're all one big family. You cannot mistake it. Kimbo knows business. I'm gonna pass.
Thank you for that. I guess that leaves us, last but not least, with Bana Hagaziki. What say you?
Oh, you know what I'm gonna say. I don't know why it's really up here. What I would say is I'm glad that Tan is getting to see this because she would be able to acknowledge that not all of us in the Caribbean smoking ganja 24 hours a day, which is a good thing. And what I would also say too is, this is what I got from it is his children, in particular the female, his female children, because for me personally, I would look like this, and because she would understand or know how to relate to a person like myself, because she has had a strong real male role model in her life, so she is not confused when she meets up with another strong male role model who have the kind of mannerisms and philosophy and thinking to life. It's like, well, if I'm with you, I'm running the ship. This is how it's gonna go. It's like, okay, as long as you could do the things that I recognize what my father did for me, we have no issues. So it's not going to be a challenge. I'm sure it's going to be a challenge. She's a black woman, but the fights in the house will be dialed back a little bit, a whole lot, to be honest with you, because as long as he is doing his part and filling his role as a strong male person, that would not necessarily be confusing to her or contentious with her, because she understands that, coming from the background that she came from, dealing with a dad like him. So I look towards like these because they recognize manhood. They recognize the role of manhood. So I would be more inclined to look into the background to the different women you date to ensure that where that woman is coming from, she's coming from a space where she understands the role of what manhood is supposed to be in her life, and to just ensure that as long as you fulfilling that duty, there's no issues. There's no issues. She'll fall right in. Well, a woman like that would fall right in line. So that's what I saw from that particular video. But shout out to my Bahamian brethren. I know we get some haters in the audience, but but shout out to Kimbo Slice. He did what he was supposed to do as a man in this life.
Untouchable, do you happen to know Curry, who I mentioned?
Which Curry?
Henry Curry.
I probably have to see him. I don't know him by name. Probably have to see him.
Okay. Yeah. So any other words here on this prompt? All right. With that said, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight. Looks like we might make good time. Razuli, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. Hop on. Let's not just hang out in the chat. Tana's out there talking some shit to Buana Hagaziki. All right. Some people from Bahamas are all right. Of course we are. I'm almost insulted. But anyway, Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is how to defend yourself in a street fight. I thought it was a good one to follow up after looking at Kimbo with his family. Let's check it out.
Gross motor actions. So that's why you see a lot of self-defense videos, and we do them as well, based on people throwing clubbing punches, people pushing, people grabbing, because that's what gross motor action is. So you need simple skills to be able to defend yourself. I tend to like to use elbows. Essentially, when you're getting involved with hooks and haymakers and people are swinging, it allows you to get inside very easily and keep a nice tight cover and fight off. Because when it comes to the stress and anxiety that you experience in a fight, you're going to get a lot of people that are just going to swing for the hills. And I'm talking about wide swinging haymaker, not a short hook. It gives you opportunity to cover up, bang, and use your elbows. But the fact is, people take punches and they swing back, and they take punches and they swing back, because fighting is about attrition. What you've got to do is just keep pressure on the person, keep pressure on the person. So because fighting is based on attrition, And winning, if you like, by overwhelming people, if you can knock them out, happy days, great. But the majority of people do take strikes because of adrenaline, right?
Yeah.
So this is what I'm thinking about all the time when I'm training people. We're looking at covering up, obviously, but trying to get inside those circles, which we always talk about. Note how I'm pulling down on the arm. I'm sticking to the arm on purpose because what I'm trying to do is make it difficult for him to pull it back. Most of the time people say to me, yeah, but he'll pull it back. He's too strong. If he pulls it back, bang. That's the idea of the whip and the cover. Keeping nice and tight, keeping in the pocket, if you like. And then using your head, because these are the weapons that you have. Natural weapons. Head, hand, fist, elbow. And if you notice what I'm doing as well, when I'm doing this, so I'm jamming with my knee onto the leg. So I'm actually trying to put a lot of pressure on him. I'm trying to lever him. Good for me, better for me, the fact that he's against the wall. But let's just say the scenario is the other way around. Okay, I'm against the wall. Well, it's even better because I've got much more coverage. I can drag him into the wall. So it's another area where I look at elbows and training elbows and getting people to use them effectively. Not only because of the tight coverage, but because I can use my hands afterwards. I can grab the neck, I can grab ears, I can push away with the hands. I can frame, so if the guy pushes back into me, I can use the elbow to frame. Okay, this is another good way to use elbows. So it doesn't always have to be a strike. What complements elbows really well? Knees. So when you go for the knee, okay, essentially, same thing, knee soft targets. But the pubic bone is actually better than the groin. So the point is, you strike down. If you strike in towards the pubic bone, you see the effect it has on the body. So if you imagine you're driving a knee into that. So essentially, it's not always the groin, but sometimes the pubic area. So when we're often going through the combination of the elbow and the knee, you're pointing the toes and you're getting a sharp point of the knee straight in towards that. So when you're looking at combinations, and good combinations to handle are the elbow covering, pulling down, and unwinding with a knee. So we're looking at a hammer fist, right? Just a simple side of the hand, avoiding the knuckles, but a simple side of the hand here. So what you're going to do again is you can club, hit, and strike. But either way, again, nice combination because you can unwind, you can strike in, you can yank and use your hands to hit. So hammer fists are handy. Now, the point of telling you these three attacks, is that they're totally indiscriminate. It doesn't matter if he turns the wrong way and I don't get a clean strike. But the reality is when you get into a confrontation, your body is submerged with adrenaline. And what that actually does is it affects the way that you move. And that's why most of the time people move in gross motor fashions. So if you look at a lot of my videos and you'll see when we're moving, I use a lot of flowing ideas while I'm elbowing, smashing, kneeing. These are gross motor actions. Now, it doesn't mean it can't be done for real. It means you have to train a lot harder to actually get that into your system. Not so much a finishing strike fight. It's a boom, it's an unwind. So I hit and I unwind, I hit, unwind, hit, unwind, unwind, unwind. So it's always a flow of striking. What I'm trying to do is create a torrent of abuse. Yeah. Okay. That's what it is. It's just a torrent of abuse where I'm just rolling, flowing, and rebounding off his body when I'm hitting. Because at the end of the day, he's swinging too. He's throwing his punches, he's swinging at me. And what I need to be able to do is stay in that pocket, bang, unwind, and keep the pressure up. And if he's still throwing punches, which I'm hoping he would do in the demo, I'm going to be trying to tie him up. Okay, and that's the thing. Now, look, fighting is not clean. It's not pretty. It's not like a martial art film. You're going to get hit. But what you want to try to do is just wear the other person down and obviously try to stop them. Elbows are effective for doing that. And as I said, generally, you always hit soft targets. So it'll be the neck, it'll be the clavicle, it'll be anywhere that's soft and effective. But what you're not trying to do is be too fancy, hit the fist, okay, hit the elbow, and so on. Sorry, not when I'm punching, when I'm elbowing, my hands are always quite close to my head, always quite close, boom. Because in street fights, people headhunt, right? That's what they do. They go and swing for your heads. They don't come in and pop your body and hit your head unless they're an experienced fighter. But how many experienced fighters do you face in a street fight? You know, it's just an ordinary guy having a bad day. And that's the way you've got to look at some of these tools and these weapons. Because quite often people comment and say, yeah, but that will never work. Well, look, at the end of the day, you're defending against someone who doesn't know what they're doing. Most people don't know what they're doing. And that's what we're going to leave it on. Thanks for watching. Got any comments? Feel free to leave them. Have a great day.
I thought that was excellent. I thought that was excellent. I see some interesting comments in the chat. Tan stepped off the panel for a second, but she said, why not try talking instead of resorting to violence? You see, this is what a lot of women don't understand, which I'm going to get to that comment right now, too. Lero said, men really beat each other to death with their hands. That's crazy to think about, LMAO. The Harsh Ali podcast, that's how I know that guy is my boy. He says to Lero, exactly. I don't think most women understand that fact. Too many more than happy to put a man in a compromising position or think beef is cute when a good punch can literally kill a man. And that's why I tell my female friends and stuff this all the time. Men kill men. And we as men fundamentally understand men kill men. And so to Tan's comment, why not try talking instead of resorting to violence? That's exactly what we do. That's exactly what men do and manhood do. Men who act like women, they get to violence without talking about stuff. But manhood is about being able to resolve those issues without it getting to violence because you understand men kill men. You understand? So that's what most men try to do, to be frank. And I like this topic because it's along that same idea of not only the sports show, but militarism and self-defense. And these are things we have to be, especially the men, these are things we have to be tapping into. Does my sound funny, guys? And in any event, let me go to some panelists. Let's go to Bakari. Bakari, what did you see there?
Hey, I don't know if you said me. Look, can y'all understand me? Or maybe I'm having technical difficulties again because you sound like a robot.
Yeah, you're crystal clear.
Oh, okay. What I saw in that was I like to see one of his training videos. I think we do need to take self-defense courses because when he was talking about getting inside of wide punches, you do need to be trained how to see those wide punches to get inside. Me personally, I would have got inside that because I took a little boxing and threw me a check left hook. I would have threw me a check left hook when he was getting inside throwing elbows. I don't know nothing about the elbows. I just know a little bit about boxing, covering up, knowing how to see the punches. But I think self-defense course is something that all of us need, because one thing that he said, when you're fighting somebody in the street, most of them, they really don't know nothing. And what made me look at boxing just to learn, I was one of those people in the streets who was tough, would fight anybody, and I got to fighting with a gold glove champion, and he literally hit me about 15 times before I could able to land a punch. But it was best to learn because I really couldn't hit him, but I was stronger. I got to a point I just got to get a punch in. And when I finally hit him, I knocked him down because I was just stronger than him, and I didn't let him up because so he could whoop my ass some more. But it's if you don't know what you're doing and you fighting somebody who has been trained and know how to fight, I don't care how tough you think you are, 98% of the time you're gonna be embarrassed. I truly believe that. I hear the mic.
Yeah, Bakari, I agree. I appreciated that point he made too, because we tend, he made 2 points. We tend to look at the world as like a karate film or something, some martial arts film. But the reality of it is, like these trained guys said, you've been in street fights. How many professional fighters did you find in the streets? Like none, really. There's just some guys who have hands and they have that tough mindedness, like Bakari is talking about, where they will take on people, but a lot of people ain't trained in actual combat. If you just really listen to some of the stuff he's saying here, really, I mean, it's just common sense too. You have to get inside a body. You have to literally get inside his wingspan and inflict as much damage in the soft areas as you can. in a street fight. Real black gentleman, what say you to all that?
Definitely good tips. You know what I'm saying? You always want to just hold on to something. You don't, yeah. I mean, I can't, I'm not trained or nothing like that, but you know what I'm saying? I'll hold my own if need be. Definitely like, oh, you got to protect your head. I mean, if you are forced in that situation, you gotta like get on top of the situation. You gotta just control him. Like you said, like you don't want him to swing on you, grapple. It's not boxing. This is not boxing. You gotta grab and hold and try to like get to a submission or just incapacitation position. You know what I'm saying? Soft spots, knees, nuts, necks, and knees. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just, you can't.
Right.
I'm a pass.
No, that's you know you kind of echo what I was saying, and it's very true. This white boy understands that. This white boy fights fucking dirty if he has to. You know what I mean? He's punching your nuts. He's grabbing balls. He's doing whatever, and we gotta start. We black men really gotta start understanding. You have to go all out. Do what you gotta do. Let's welcome in Zuli this week. Zuli, how are you this week?
I'm good. I would like to say something before I start. Brother, Mr. Untouchable was talking about Kimbo Slice's daughter, but Kimbo Slice's daughter is fit. I don't think that's his type. So that's I don't know what he talk about. Oh, no, that's not your type. First of all.
So second, she don't eat enough biscuits.
Nah, she don't.
He come on swinging.
So I don't know what you're talking about. But right. One important thing.
He come on swinging.
I was like, what? Or she'll be no, she's not receptive to you're not receptive to her. She's not your type. Anyway. What I want to say that was very out of that. I think, like everybody said, that should have been like a rite of passage for every man or boy when we was growing up. A lot of us, they didn't teach us how to fight. Most of us don't know how to fight. And if we get into a fight, most probably we'll be throwing haymakers. I like what the guy's talking about, which is common sense. If you tire the body out, then it's easier for you to hit the head. But what I would want to talk about is how women are so uncaring about male characteristics. Those two comments that the women made, oh, why don't they just talk about it? This is how
get him, Zuli.
This is how you know there's a lot of misandry and not caring about a man characteristic. And this is why women should never lead. A man who understands his emotion, fighting, he controls how he fights. This is like if you're a black belt and you've been trained, you're not gonna go start fights with everything right. Because you know what you could do. It's men who don't have control of their emotions, who are mainly not raised by, because if your father would tell you, don't just go out there and start a fight with everybody. If somebody attacks you and you have nothing to do, then you engage. But a lot of these boys have emotional because they're raised by you know who. So imagine an emotional person in a male's body. Imagine if Kimbo Slice didn't have control of his emotions. Imagine somebody like Kimbo Slice, genetically superior to most of us, getting into a fight because he doesn't have, I don't know if his father was in his life, I don't know, but he turns out, the way he seems, it's like he's a great father. But imagine if this person didn't have control of his emotion, or men fight. Yeah, men kill each other over nonsense. And a lot of the nonsense is because of women. Yeah. Because women don't understand that or they don't respect that men are like really weapons, especially if they're trained. That man right there, that man could kill most men if he gets into a fight. So that's very just for Tanzan to say, oh, why don't they just talk? What are you talking about? You women don't talk. You women attack men and don't respect. Like women attack men or slap a man if a man hit them back. Oh, I'm a woman. Why would you hit me? That's because there's no understanding and no respect for the masculine energy. Oh, why don't we just like that? What sense does that make? Men are built to build stuff and to fight and protect.
Build and destroy, yeah.
If they're not raised properly, they will destroy with their body.
Yep.
But for you to say, oh man, why don't they just talk? What this guy was saying about protecting yourself. He was not saying about going to fight. What? Women are good with their words and stuff like, but they got women who fight too. But when when men fight, men destroy, men kill. So that's how you have to know how to use a man for the better of the community instead for your own selfish reason. So that's why when you see a woman say, "Oh, go get her cousin," "Oh, I'm gonna go get my cousin," brings the cousin, 3 men die.
Yep. Then
So
retaliation killing, and then back and forth. You know, retaliation killing. Then it's back and forth. Then you have Chicago or some shit on your hand, right?
That's what I'm saying. But you know, Goku, is because they don't respect the courage or the willing to die that men have for their family and for their significant. They think it's a joke.
Yeah.
They use that shit on just based on emotions because they're emotional. But when women fight emotionally, they don't kill people. But when they get to call their brother, their father, they're this and that and the third. And just like Kimbo Slice said something. You see what the daughter said? Or he's 6'3". And what did Kimbo Slice say? And see, I don't do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, because he's 6'3", what does that mean? And
Get him, Razuli. His daughter's Miss Andrews.
Right? Even Kimbo said, so why did you say that for then? If you didn't want me to do that.
You see, he called out on that.
Exactly.
He said he hope he's 280 pounds so he could body slam his ass. Yeah.
That's why he and you see women using that. What exactly? Why would you tell your dad he's 6'4"?
Yeah.
That's because I'm telling you, man, that whole thing about misogyny it's reversed. It's really misandry. But that was just weird, like, oh, men just kill each other. Why didn't they just talk?
And you know, she's from Kenya. The lady, Miss Andrew, she's Kenyan.
I know that. You don't have to tell me twice. That's what she said. You know what she said? And nobody peeped that. She said that on the, I thought he would have had a mixed kids. Like, how disrespectful is that? Out of bad for you to say you thought that man would have had a white woman. I don't understand what was that. Most athletes, most black men marry black women. Tenzin said, "Oh, I'm surprised that he has a black." Like she would have expected it.
Get her, Zuli. Get her.
And you guys are letting her slide with that?
I didn't catch that.
Don't let her slide, Zuli. Don't let her slide.
Yo, that's disrespectful. Why would you expect? My thing is when I see like,
gotta check these Kenyan women.
You know what I'm? You know them Kenyan people. Don't they have that sex thing where white women come down there and have sex with their men or something like that? But yo, that's very disrespectful. Kimbo's, I didn't even think.
Stop lying, Zuli. Stop lying. Stop
Yo, they don't
slandering.
have that sex market. The sex market in Kenya where the white women come from Europe and have sex with their black men on the beach. That's not Kenya.
We seen that video.
I'm just saying that.
I don't know what you're trying to imply or say. We don't have any such thing.
Well, I've seen it, so I don't know what you're talking about. But I felt very disappointed that you assumed that Kimber Slice would be dating a white woman or I don't know, a light-skinned woman, or I'm surprised that the kids are not mixed. Like, what?
Well, it is surprising, most of the time.
Why is it surprising? Most black athletes are married to black women or are dating black women.
Okay, well,
it's not okay. Dwayne Wade, whatever that is, black WL Union. Michael, what's his name? LeBron James, black woman. Deion Sanders, black woman. Most of the black athletes are married to black women. Stop perpetrating that thing to make black women feel that black people don't want them.
10, you got a standing 8 count now, man. You on the ropes. This guy's he's hurting you right now.
Hey, Tan, I got your back.
We
joking. Go about what you see on TV, Tan. I know you go about what the show.
The media does a very good job of dividing black men and black women, and this is part of the
but
division.
That's what I'm saying. It's very detrimental because most of the black athletes are married to black women. I don't know if the marriages last or whatever, but they choose black women.
But they only show the ones married to white women. That's the ones they show mostly.
Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Kind of self-righteous for somebody who only dates. Yeah, kind of self-righteous for somebody who only dates snow bunnies. But I'll just
Stop lying. Stop lying. You just mad because I told you that young lady, very athletic, is not your type. You more of the rotund look. It's okay.
Hey man,
Damn, Wanda, you like it that big? Wanda, let me ask you a question. Do you make your women get like a blood work test to check their what's that? The fat levels in their blood to make sure they have enough fat in their blood cells, the lipid levels.
Wait a minute.
Wanda, if she has low HDL, is she no good? She gotta have high HDL.
If you listen to this,
what's this healthy cholesterol bullshit? This is some.
If her blood pressure is not 200 on 200,
you swear to think I already did. You swear to think every day, precious.
If her blood pressure is not 200 on 200, he don't wanna.
Man, y'all out
I swear to think only precious type of women. I mean, they crazy.
Let's hear from Tanzan. She came back. Tanzan, what say you?
Well, yes. Like I said, it is good to see a Black family on TV. You forget my positive points, Zuli. So, do you forget I said that? And speaking of that, and I said on TV, on television, because a lot of the times those images, they usually, if you see a Black man on television, he either has a white wife or, he something wrong with him, or he's off, limp-wristed, all of that stuff. So those are the kinds of images usually that people expect to see on television, or some dysfunction. So it was surprising to see that kind of image on TV, because the reason why I don't watch television is because these are the, not this, but the other kinds, those are the sorts of things I expect to see on television. What's his name? Ice-T with his wife, and, so many of these things. So that's why it was a surprise to see that on television. Not that it was a surprise to see a Black family, although that is also still surprising, but it was surprising to see that on television, because you always expect that, the Kardashian sort of thing. That's usually what is highlighted. And then the second thing, what was the second thing you accused me of saying? Oh, about the men. Well, that was sort of a bit tongue-in-cheek, but also not tongue-in-cheek. Like, if you encounter somebody and then you have gotten to blows, isn't there a line that men say, okay, we're going to trade a few, blows, and then we're going to stop? Or is it just all the fighting? To me, you all say that men fight over women, but that's a very silly thing for men to do anyway. Or some of the reasons why I see men fighting, to me, they seem trivial. And so that's why I was saying, why don't you just talk it out instead of
you see what it is? They make you get into the fight, and then they tell you it's silly to fight for them. You see that shit?
Get him, Azuli. Get him.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. I'm like, wow.
Tan, if this continues, we may have to stop the fight.
Look, but
Bakari, you might have to throw in your towel. Your fight is getting killed out here.
So Tan, women are.
Yes.
So basically, what Tan says is women are not worth fighting for.
No, I did not
thanks.
say that women are not worth fighting for. I said that you should talk it over instead of fighting. So let's say, for example, a woman says, oh, you need to go fight that man. Instead of going to fight that man, just go and talk to the man and ask him what is the problem.
Yo, you sound like a tip. What? Go and talk to him and ask him what is the problem.
Like
what?
What you want? I mean, she.
Yeah, guys, are we hearing?
Kenny guys are not like that. What do you want?
Jan, have you ever been in a fight before?
Me? A physical fight? Maybe I was like around 8 or 9.
Oh, okay. I don't give a
What you was fighting? The mosquitoes in Kenya? What?
Oh man, I'm telling you, man.
Bakari, throw in the towel. Your fight is getting killed over here.
3 behemoth. Oh
It
man.
was another
Hey,
gun.
she's holding her own. She ain't even wobbling. You good, Tank? She ain't even wobbling.
Let's hear from Carl Hezekiah. Carl,
Oh,
what's
man.
saying all this?
Okay, well, I think it was good to see this, but I got to be honest. I probably would have shot that dude like 3 times before he got that close to me. I'm in the deep south. We all got weapons out here. I probably would have shot that dude first. But this situation it's good to know how to defend yourself. But I'm 40 years old. I'm
The Black American brothers ain't talking. Black American brothers ain't got time to make
No,
sweat.
I
They
agree.
got-
Where you from, my man? Hey, where you from, bro? Hey, you know what?
I'm from
Hey,
Florida.
you know what? That's much better than any damn ducking and dodging and slipping inside a punch you can do. Is pull out your 9mm. That just stop everything right there.
I
That's
agree with y'all. I agree with y'all.
they
Once
ain't
you
got
cross
time
a
to
certain
talk.
age,
They ain't gonna sweat.
you ain't got no time to be talking again.
I'm too old.
Yeah. You
My
pull
back
out your
hurt.
goddamn it and goddamn it. You understand?
But I try to avoid any type of conflict. If it gets like this unusually, I just get out of that situation. But if I ain't got no choice, I'm not gonna let you punch me, dude. I'm just gonna shoot you, and we could just,
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, yo, that's too many punches. At a certain age, give me that goddamn it, yo, like clear the room. But
but you in the gym all the time. I mean, what's the point of lifting all the weights? I mean, what's the point of that if you're
well,
you
you fighting all the
after all of that
that big rotund girl you be fighting all the time too.
after all the push-ups.
Yo, but like what the brother said. Sometimes I'm not saying I'm gonna.
Who big woman do you think
Yo, we heard you. Oh, I like some meat on mine, and then we looked at the meat. It was more than usual. So I don't know, man.
It was Precious. Yeah, well, go ahead.
You said Precious was sexy. You said that. So I don't know, man.
Come on, Zuli, man. Don't do me like that.
Let's have from real black gentlemen.
You don't have to be extreme about it. You can just say that she's she's not bad looking but sexy. Okay, but anyway, Lero is right. Avoid confrontation if possible. Why do men wanna die? And she is laughing. I see. I'm being serious, but seriously, reject martyrdom. So she is right.
You know what it is? That's the reason why Africa lost to all these European powers, because y'all was just running away from shit. Sometimes you gotta fight.
I agree. There's sometimes you just can't talk to people.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't talk to.
Sometimes you gotta fight a man.
Yeah, I don't want to
Like the
fight
brother.
people, but
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta fight a man or shoot a man to set him straight.
he's not wrong.
I agree.
He's not wrong.
Sometimes you gotta fight time. Sometimes you get time.
Right.
It is what it is, sister.
But how will that teach him anything? How will that teach him anything? All he will learn is
That'll be his last lesson.
No, there's
That'll
two
be his
lessons.
last
There's two lessons. If we beat him, what do you mean? What would that teach him? Pain teaches people. What do you mean? What would that teach? There's some people learn by pain. What are you talking about? You ever told somebody stop doing that in their habitual line stepper?
You know what? You bring up a good point, because I think that with men, many times when we interact with each other, there's always the underlying threat of violence. So many times you kind of conduct yourself in a certain way because you don't know, you go too far, you might get punched in your mouth. And I think with many times with women, when they interact with it, they don't have that underlying threat of violence in many cases. So we see women do crazy stuff to men because men are socialized not to engage women physically. At least I know I was. I know when my son was little, he would fight with his sister. He would say, "Hey, don't fight your sister," but his sister be in here dropping elbows on him. Until eventually he got tired and he dropped and he hit her back. oh no, you're wrong. But hey, it was okay when she was putting him in headlocks and
But it's
body
not
slamming
okay
him.
for her either. Shouldn't you teach your daughter or the
Children fight. It's not a big deal. Children. I used to beat my brother up. I'm not the hole in the wall wrestling my brother. Children fight. But
Okay.
that's what they do.
It's
not a big deal.
Okay.
No broken bones, but still, it's just like as men we're socialized to not engage women physically because women are technically weaker. And I believe that many women take advantage of that socialization. And they engage with men in a way
all
that
of them do. All of them do.
No.
All of them do. That's why a woman said, like, if a
Well,
woman slapped you,
I want to add something real quick, because I'm going to say in the video, I think he's right. When he talks about gross motor skills and fine motor skills. So, like when you're angry or something and you're charged up, try this experiment. Get somebody very upset or when they're angry, and give them a pen and paper and tell them to write. They'll find it very difficult because that's a fine motor skill. Right, but if you give them like a stress ball, or you give them like something, a mallet to bang on something, that's a gross motor skill when they're angry, and it's much easier to do that. So I think what he was saying in the video is that in self-defense, don't make things too complicated and focus on the gross motor skills, because when the adrenaline kicks in that fight or flight response, you're not going to really be in the mind frame unless you have extreme training to execute those fine motor skills, right? But I'm going to say something controversial. I'm actually with the women on this. I think men, we gotta stop with this idea that we are brutes, especially black men. We didn't have a history of duels. Hamilton shooting Aaron Burr and Jackson getting shot because of duels. I challenge you to a duel. You threaten my honor, I will shoot you at 4:00 sundown. And we weren't doing that in Africa. This is a sick way of this dog eat dog thing that these people have. And I don't think it's something. And I think Tan, ironically enough, was dropping some game as to how we can psychologically create mental control over our women, whereas opposed to us beating each other. Now, again, there is an instance, or there are instances where you cannot talk to someone who, you can't be rational with an irrational person, or a person who chooses not to be rational, right? So we'll get that out the way. However, I think Tan was giving us some game as to how we should be able to conduct ourselves as men when it comes to dealing with women. I like that. Wait, I'm almost done, brother. I'm almost done. So let me just say this real quick. I like the fact that, like, for example, in Nigeria, typically, not all the time, but typically, I've had instances where I ship products back home. And there was one company I shipped products with, and the girl was very rude to me. So I called the owner and I said, yo, listen, look, man, I do a lot of business with you. This can't happen again, because I'm going to take my business. And next time, I don't know if I'll be able to control myself with this girl being disrespectful to me. Now, she's your people. I'm giving you the courtesy to say, hey, can you make sure that doesn't happen? Nip that in the bud. And she still got a little attitude, but I can tell you guys that after I had that conversation with him, he respected me enough as a man that he understood that I'm pretty sure he chewed her out and let her know what the hell is wrong with you. So I think we as men need to be able to control our women to the point where we don't, a woman, she has to have been like raped, assaulted, or harmed before we're going to blows and pulling out guns. I see it happen quite often. The guy from Romeo from Steve Harvey show, Marilyn Santana, he rest in peace. He got killed out there in LA. The girl, he didn't want to deal with her. He had never touched her, but he felt she was, I think, underage or younger, so he didn't want to get caught up, and he left. And the girl went to some, I don't know if it was a Crip neighborhood blood, and she said, yeah, he raped me, which was a lie. And these guys pulled out guns and shot the car up, and he died.
That was just, she went to get her cousin. Her cousin.
But the point is that the guys killed him off of a lie. And when the detective asked her, they said, why'd you do it? She said, oh, it just felt good. I felt powerful that somebody wanted to harm somebody for me. Right. So we as men have to understand that it is not, you're not all state, You know, you're not progressive. If she wants insurance, let her go goddamn pay her monthly policy and her premium. No. You ain't got to drop that. We should be able to communicate as men of understanding, and you know, and keep our women in line and in jurisdiction. So our women, first and foremost, if our women are in line, she shouldn't be having no conversation with a man that's outside of her, you know, familial circle. So if she's coming to tell me, oh, this man said, well, how were you communicating with him? Why were you communicating with him? You know, I can understand now why some groups keep their women in the house, not necessarily in the house, but they keep communication with their women, with other men who are not their family, to a small, you know, exposure level. And I think we as black men should get to that point, because, you know, quite often we see too many times where a woman tells us, and because we think masculinity is murder, 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 and, you know, gangster, 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 we just run to the hills and kill people. And then Koku said you have these cycles of vengeance. It's like the Wild West. The you know, and so I don't know. I'm just saying that I think we should embrace communication and dialogue. So that's just my little 3 cents on it.
Quickly, who have we not heard from on this prompt? I think Real Black Gentleman.
Hey, yo, I already spoke. You can go ahead and pass up on me.
All right. So it seems like we heard from everyone. Any last thoughts on this prompt?
Yeah, I just wanted to explain a bit about that song. It's Sina Makosa by Les Wanyika. It's an old Swahili song where, you know, the guy is saying that Sina Makosa is, I don't have an issue or a problem. And then he's talking to another man and saying, why are we fighting over a woman? This woman is not yours. She's not mine either. Why do you want to kill me over a woman? You know, so basically, you know, that's the song. And when I was saying that it's trivial, it's not that men can't fight. I know that men fight over a lot of things, but fighting over a woman should not be one of them. You know, as Jay-Z said, you know, yeah, you have a lot of problems and a lot of things to fight for, but one shouldn't really fight over a woman or kill. You know, if she doesn't want you, she doesn't want you. You know, if she wants you, she'll choose you. And if she doesn't, you know, just leave her alone. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say about that.
But the way you're saying is that you start the fight between the men, and then you call them stupid for doing it.
Well, I'm not talking about starting the fight either.
I'm not talking about
But Urzuli, that's the point, and this is why I always point to that book by the Pan-Africanist Chinwe Izuti, Anatomy of Female Power. If you want to get a specialist argument, read the book The Manipulated Man by Esther Villar. Men are manipulated by women.
I understand that, Gaston, but what I'm saying is I don't like the way that Tenzan is saying, oh, yeah, stupid for fighting over women, while it's your species that set them up to do that. So,
but then why are we listening to them? You see, so when Gas comes on the platform and says, "Yeah, I don't listen to women," then they type, "Oh my God, this guy sucks. He's terrible. He's misogynist."
No, Gas.
Stop listening to women.
Gas, I understand what you're saying. Like,
it's like female orgasms to Azuli. Just ignore them. Right?
Exactly.
You know that shit don't care. I don't care about that. But what I'm saying is, I get what you're saying, Gassim, but what I'm saying is, Tenzin doesn't get to alleviate her species from starting the fight. She don't get to say that. She don't get to call her stupid or stupid for fighting over us. No,
she does. You know why she does? You know why she does, Azuli? Because Tenzan knows that she can get into a room full of men and she can tell one man A and another man B, and these two morons will be going out of their way to kill each other. And once they're dead, she's going to go be with the guy she really wanted, which was G at the end of the day. There's a lot of men in their grave today, right now, go to the graveyard, that died thinking that, 1, the children were theirs, 2, they gave the woman the best sex she ever had, and 3, she loved them. A lot of dudes in the grave who believe that
But
BS.
guys,
Yeah, go ahead.
this is why I can't let tens in. Yo, it's something that's built in.
Razuli, hold that thought for a second. Brother Bakari is going to step off. Bakari, is Bakari still here? Oh no, maybe Bakari left already. Okay, go ahead, Razuli.
What I'm saying is, we are built. There's a coding of men, which is ending to protect women and children. Women know that, so they use that against them.
No, I don't have that coding.
You're
What
lying.
coding?
You're lying, bro.
No, hold on, time out. Hold on. Listen, let me keep it. Like I said again.
Are you trying to tell me? Hold up. Are you trying to tell me?
Maybe he had it before, but he doesn't have it now. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying, okay, you don't have.
I don't have it. I don't listen.
All right.
I don't care. I've seen. Listen, I'm gonna tell you. In New York City, I've seen women getting their butts whipped by their boyfriends. I keep it pushing.
But
I don't say a word. That ain't got nothing to do with me. If you out of pocket, that's your business. I ain't got nothing to do with me. Call your daddy, call your uncle. I am not here to save any woman. I don't put on a cape for none of them. Because
yes, what you're saying right now is a reaction to the environment. But
no, it has nothing to do with the environment. No, that's not true. The only women I owe the only women I owe obligation to are the women of my family. And that's my mother, possibly my sister, because she got a reckless mouth, and my daughters.
So
other than that, I don't owe the women nothing.
You're built to defend your mother and your sisters, right?
That's
or
it.
your daughter. But
that's it.
But even mothers and sisters and daughters weaponize their brother, their husband to get into fights.
And none of the women in my family will weaponize me, because if a woman in my family came and said something happened, I need to be clear. What happened? What was said? Why were you there?
Yeah, you're wise. You're wise. Most men in the world don't think like you.
No, because they following. You know why? It's not. I'm not wise. No, I'm dumb as shit. The problem is we listen to women. Listen, Azuli. The problem is simple. Too many men are programmed by their women to think being a man is big penis, big chicken, sex once every 4 months, and being Macho Man Randy Savage. So you work 3 shifts, drop dead, and she leaves you for the Puerto Rican yoga instructor with the big penis.
Yeah, this is
you
why
gotta stop with this nonsense.
Yeah, this is why I can't agree with that, because men have muscles. Men are genetically created stronger than women. So why is that? Why would you create? Why would women create a? What I'm trying to say is
Ozuli, when Lugard came, because you said something very interesting, and that's why I say the white woman is the most insidious manipulator of all time. You're right, men so-called have more muscles, but think about this. In Africa, who does most of the work? When you go to the villages, the women do most of the work. The men are relaxing, chilling out. The women are at the farm. The men do some heavy lifting here and there. But hold on, listen, look at this. The women do most of the heavy work. Now, when it comes time to defend the village, yes, the men defend the village, but the people who are doing most of the work are the women. And the European colonizers, when they came, they said, wait a minute. The African man is not industrious. He's not labor sensitive. And we, idiots, are leaving our countries while our women are safely back home in England trying to steal resources to lay it back at our women's feet. How stupid are these idiots?
Yes, I disagree with you with that. You say the women are, I don't believe that. But if that's what you want to say, okay.
Wait, you don't believe what? That these women manipulate these men to go around the world and lay things at their feet?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe these men did it themselves. I don't believe that.
You believe that the men just woke up and decided to leave the safety and comfort of their homeland to go to different lands?
What safety? What comfort they had? What comfort they had? We had Africa and the Caribbean and South America had fruits at their disposal. I didn't have to go. What did they have?
And they had a lot of things. No, don't follow. Listen, throw away that Iceman hypothesis. It's a silly book.
What I'm saying is,
okay, I'll tell you this. Study medieval Europe. Go and check out Europe during the medieval period. They were not suffering.
So how come our women don't? How come our women, if their women could manipulate them to go take over the world, how come our women cannot manipulate us to go set the record?
Because Shaka Zulu would have told this. I don't mean to curse. He would have told that dumb B, go get it yourself, like a wise man should. You want me to go break my back? You do it.
Yes, I'm talking about now. The state that we in right now. How come the women don't manipulate us to go set the shit back, to go set the thing right where we used to just chill and
Because
have
black women don't have a mind of their own. Black women's mind come from the minds of white women. It's not. It's what it is. Black
What
women
I'm
can't.
saying is, I believe men are whoever created men is like if you hear a woman cry, this is why women tears bring most men to their knees. A
Why?
woman, yo, stop this shit. I'm gassing up.
Azuli, why do you let a woman? Why is a woman's tears bringing any man to his knees?
What does your daughter's tears make you softer
Her
than
tears,
than usual?
it doesn't. I tell her get up and stop crying, like I tell all my children. Listen, listen. I'm telling you that I swear to everything I love. I'm not a daddy's little princess because let me tell you, that's the problem. You guys out there, and I'm not saying you personally, y'all gotta stop with this daddy's little princess nonsense because guess what? You're gonna die, and I gotta marry this dumb idiot that you turned into a princess. Raise her strong. When my daughter falls, get up. Are you bleeding? Are you dead? No. You all right? Cool. Wipe your tears. Let's keep it pushing. I want strong, tough women because strong, tough women raise strong, tough families.
I think you're fighting the point. Maybe you don't want the responsibility that whoever created this earth gives on you to be the protector
I
of the
don't want the
children of the women.
responsibility. Why exactly? Why do you want that responsibility?
But that's because what you're doing a reaction, guys. That's not how you
No,
want.
it's not reaction. Listen, Azuli, who told you that your job in life right now, Azuli, there's white guys, right? There's a white guy on YouTube. You can check him out. He chills with lions. He can communicate with lions and hyenas. There's another white guy. He's built up tolerance that allows snakes to bite him. The only snake I believe that can kill him is the black mamba, and there's another sea snake. He's allowed snakes to bite him, and he's built. This is what the essence of men are. It's not to provide and protect. No, that's a European concept. Men, no, we are much more.
Stop saying that. I cannot let you say that. Oh,
all right, guys. We're in the weeds here. One last minute. Azuli, make your point. Gas, make your point.
My point is that, like, I understand what Gas is saying that we don't need to fight everything or whatever fight, be brute towards each other. There always needs to be conversation first. But I'm saying that men are built for aggression. So when women use that aggression to weaponize that and they don't understand that men kill each other, that's why women is easy to say, oh, men just fight. But sometimes you created the environment. And again, I agree with Gas saying that we have to be mentally fortified, not to just, oh, a woman comes tells us something and we go carrying on and destroy the whole block based on emotion. So I understand that. That's what I was saying.
Well, I would say this. I don't agree that men are built for aggression or any type of brute anything, because the truth of the matter is, the most vicious and violent creatures on this earth are women. If you steal the children of any the woman species, of the woman in any species, and she typically will react with violence. I just saw a video today of a female moose chasing a bear, which you rarely see. She was chasing the bear because the bear had killed one of her children, and the bear was running like this dude. He ran into glass. It's on YouTube. Type in moose chases bear. He ran into glass. That's how scared he was. And this is a bear. But she was ready for war. She didn't even have antlers. He killed her child. She wanted to kill this thing, right? And it's not a coincidence that your name is Azuli. The female deities, right, had more power because the mothers, when you mess with their children, they react way more violent. And the last thing I'll say is, in terms of violence, the most violent relationships are amongst lesbians. They're the ones who beat the crap out of each other the most.
Facts.
So
that I would agree, but that's again because women violence and women violence doesn't usually bring death. I was just saying, men violence against each other brings more harm than women on women violence. If that's what I'm saying, that's it.
Let's go to the Breeze topic number 8 tonight. That was a good discussion, but we don't want to end up in the weeds too much. Should Breeze topic number 8 tonight is he asking for too much, or is she not giving enough? So I guess it's about two different people. Is he asking for too much, or is she not giving enough? It's YouTube.
53-year-old Puerto Rican brother that likes to get his. I like to make love to my woman. I like to please her like I'm supposed to please her, right? When the bacon is cooking, I like it to sizzle. You know what I'm saying? So if she's telling me that I can't do that, she comes with headaches. I don't want to talk to you right now. I'm not feeling it. I understand about the menopause. I do. Believe me, I do understand. The thing is it happen every day? Does it happen every minute of the hour? I wait an hour after that, and I just say, you know what? I'll just wait a little bit, and then maybe I can hit it a little bit, you know, or do something where I can just please both of us, not just me. It's not a one-sided thing. 95% of the relationship is love. Is out of sex and just sexing each other up, having been romantic. Don't even go there, okay? Because the first thing she want to do is after we do talk about something, she wants to argue with me. I understand, right, that I'm a 53-year-old Puerto Rican brother that likes to get his freak on, right? I like to make love to my woman. I like to please her like I'm supposed to please her, right? When the bacon is cooking, I like it to sizzle. You know what I'm saying? So she's telling me that I can't do that. She comes with headaches. I don't want to talk to you right now. I'm not feeling it. I understand about the menopause. I do. Believe me, I do understand. The thing is it happen every day? Does it happen every minute of the hour? I wait an hour after that, and I just say, you know what? I'll just wait a little bit, and then maybe I can hit it a little bit, you know, or do something where I can just please both of us, not just me. It's not a one-sided thing. 95% of the relationship is love. Is out of sex and just sexing each other up, having been romantic. Don't even go there, okay? Because the first thing she want to do is after we do talk about something, she wants to argue with me. I understand, right?
Yeah, that old broad there, I could look at her. She ain't giving up. I'm gonna tell you that now. There's a meme I always like, man. The meme is a white woman saying to a white guy, "Oh, the gynecologist said I can't have sex for 6 weeks," and he asks her straight up, "What did the dentist say?" I really love that meme all the time. With that said, let's go to real black gentlemen. What say you? Is he asking for too much, or is she not giving enough?
Yeah, he seems a bit hungry. That's, you know what I'm saying, to say the least. I mean, timing is everything. I mean, I suppose, like, you know, you got to be in sync with your woman. You know what I'm saying? And, you know what I'm saying, her, you know what I'm saying, her cycle and whatnot. That's all. This is why, you know, I mean, I have to like kind of go along with some of the, you know what I'm saying, monogamy can really be overrated, and even marriage. I mean, marriage itself, like in this universe we living in right now, no. I'm not even trying to get married personally. I mean, personally, unless I find a unicorn. I mean, what I cannot risk my assets. I can't do that because, I mean, divorce is too real. There's things where being in the court itself, you know what I'm saying, like, that's not the position you want to be in the first place. You know what I'm saying? If this is why, you know what I'm saying, you need it's look, every man needs a few good women, I'll say. I mean, how are you defining the women in your life? A man needs a few good women, I swear. And if she isn't doing everything for him, he needs to find, you know what I'm saying? Just, he ain't gotta announce it, you know what I'm saying? Just maneuver himself and put himself in a better place. That's all I got to say for now.
Yeah, she looks wore out. Let's go to gas them up. Gas, what say you?
Yo, you had me laughing. You said she looks wore out. I was about to say, from what? Sleeping? She ain't been doing nothing, obviously. But I have a theory, and I tell this to every man. If you're with a woman and she says she don't do this, she can't do this, she won't do this, that ain't your woman. You know, it's because it come across as it is what it is. If she's doing what you want, she's your woman. You know what I'm saying? Because if she's really into you, she's gonna do the things that you like to keep you around. If she tells you, I don't do this. I've never done this, or I'm not into this. I don't think you should be with that type of woman. It's just me. No woman should hold anything back from you in the bedroom, especially in the bedroom. You should do every freaky, disgusting thing you can think of with your woman in the bedroom. Now, if she says she don't do it, then she ain't your woman. Cut your losses and bounce. Don't think, oh, maybe I'm gonna love her and I'm gonna change her. I'm gonna give her this. Ain't no understanding. If she can't meet you there, then bounce. Because trust me, when she meets the guy that really get her there, and she chooses to be vulnerable, because part of it I think is vulnerability,
With a choice, yeah.
it's a choice. She chooses. Everything is a choice, right? You can't force a woman to do anything. So, this is just my personal rule of thumb. I do every disgusting thing I can think of, so that way, when she leave, if she leave, I didn't lose anything. Because man, I did everything. I did everything on that page. I did that. There's nothing you missing. So as is just what I tell guys. If you were the woman and she telling you she don't do A, B, and C, hey, I ain't gonna tell you what to do in your marriage or your relationship. That's what floats your boat. But I don't believe she truly likes you as a man if she's telling you that she doesn't do A, B, and C. Nah, if she really like you, there's nothing she won't do to keep you around. So that's just my little 3 cents on it. So I don't think he's asking for much. He doesn't excite her. She's not excited by him. And that's why I don't like that whole big chicken hypothesis. These are the guys, you grow up thinking all I gotta do is provide, and they give you a big piece of chicken. It's manipulation. Give you a big piece of chicken. You hear the women, they said, oh, if he good, if he act right, I'll give him some. What? If I what? No, you can keep it. I'll see you later. You don't exist. And I think men need to get to that level. If she don't do what you like, she don't exist. Don't try to cajole her. Don't try to fix her. You're not Dr. Phil. You're not a psychologist. Whatever she went through in her past, that's her past. They got nothing to do with you.
Yeah, she have to work on that.
Yeah, you fix it. But when I need this thing here, you giving it up? No, that's fine. You don't exist anymore. And I move on to the next person. But, if you take that approach, like I say, they come at you and say you're a harsh, evil man, blah, blah, blah. Well, I guess I'm a harsh, evil man, so I'll stop there.
Yeah, the idea a woman will tell you, and I've heard this before, my ex really did a number on me, and I just need someone to get me to get. No, motherfucker, he did that shit. You let him come back and fix it. This is what I need right now. You know what I mean? With that said, let me mix it up a little bit. Buana, what say you? Unmute your mic, brother.
To me, he different from every Spanish man. Yeah, too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he is different from every Spanish man I've ever met, because most of the Spanish dudes I know, they have a saying. They say, uno en la casa, uno en la calle. You know what I mean? One in the house, one in the street. They stay like that. So for him to have having these, because they look at wives from the Spanish brothers I know, they look at wives like, well, she should be the mom, she should take care of the kids, all that stuff. But they always keep a street check. You know what I mean? Keep a street check. So he is just different, from most of the Spanish dudes I know. But for me, I'm a big chicken kind of dude. As long as my woman can cook my big piece of chicken, I'm gonna go along with my big piece of chicken. You know what I mean? I'm trying to put my savage nature at bay, because I know
and
how
sex
I am.
every 4 months.
I'm trying to, even if it take that, because I know how I am. I know how I am, bro. I know how I am. So I mean, like I say, I swear to God. So I'm a big chicken dude. I'm a big chicken dude. As long as my woman could cook, I don't really even sweat it. Because I know how I am, man. I know how I am, and it'll be bad. So, I try.
So we see why you like the big women.
I keep with big chicks, and I do like thick women. I don't know why you get this thing where I like these huge
you don't
women,
like thick
man.
women. You
I
like big women that cook greasy food for you. That's what you just said. You rather eat food than have sex. I got you.
No, I rather do. No, I do. I like my food. So I mean, as long as I get my food,
So you rather eat food? You rather eat food? We get it. You rather eat food.
Yes, you know, I rather. Yeah, I rather eat my good food. You know, I rather eat my good food. So I want my big piece of chicken at the end of the day. That's what I'm into. But I can't speak for none of the brothers. Yeah, I mean, that's just me. That's just me. I know how I am. I know how I am.
Sorry, I was on mute. With that said, let's hear from Tanzan. Let's hear from the resident black woman on the panel. What's saying for you here?
And speaking as and for all black women, anyway, um, you know, yeah, you should do everything with your, with your women and so on. But there are some women who are just not going to do anything with anybody. Like this woman right here, I don't think that, she has, or, she wants a man that, can do stuff with her. There's some women who I don't know if it's her age or if she's just that way, but there's some women who would actually rather just eat than make love, I guess. So it's not so much that she's with somebody else, looking for something. Maybe she just doesn't want it at the time. The women who just want companionship and to Netflix and chill and to call it a day. So I don't think necessarily that she'll find
Sounds like an
somebody.
evening with Tan.
Don't let her lie to you. Listen, all these women, I'm sorry to say, grandmas included, it's just we've been taught to believe women are angelic creatures. Every woman has a freak, nasty dog in her. You just got to bring it out of her, or she has to choose to let it be available to you. And if she chooses not to, then, keep it moving until you meet the woman that wants to be a freak with you. But I don't believe that there's a woman, oh, she's just not into it. Nah, that's a lie. She's just not into it with me. And that's okay. But then she don't exist in my world. You can't get the benefits of my presence in a relationship and my time and my effort. And you ain't gonna be no freak. And then what are you here for? You don't exist. Bye. See you later.
There you go. Lero says just find a freaky black. Well, Lero Gus is saying that everyone is freaky, so it's not that you find one freak, you find the one that will be freaky with you. I think.
Yeah, that's the point. Every woman is a freak, and I know you might not want to say it openly, because I know women have to be chaste in public, but every woman is a freak. Like grandmas were freaks, mamas were freaks. I know we as men don't want to think about, oh, not my precious
Yeah,
grandma.
so you mean
Listen,
women are not angels?
listen. Look, I always say it all the time, and I'm gonna be vulgar. Ask grandpa how he met grandma. He said, man, I met that girl. She was dumb as rocks. She had, you know what I'm saying? Like grandmas was freaks too. Mamas was freaks. I know we don't like to think about it, but it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Let's accept it. And if a woman, it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Let's not act like we didn't hear our mothers hollering at night. I heard it. You know what I'm saying? I heard my mama hollering, so it is what it is. So let's continue the cycle of making women holler. That's all I say.
I think that based on this video, I think this guy is weak. He's an embarrassment of a male masculine character. Why are you begging her? She says she got menopause. You got men on pause? I got something in the street. Like, why? Why are you here begging to talk about? Like, he's here talking about.
You want him to have a lot? You want him to lose all his money?
Lose his money? How she got to know?
See, but but then we're not men anymore. Why we gotta hide? You see this? I'm talking about the little boy thing. Look, if a woman don't want to do something with you, why do we have to hide it?
No. See, guys, you can't have both anyway. We live in an American society. If he files for divorce, he might lose all this money. So what do you want him to do?
He should tell her from day one, I'm gonna always step outside.
Okay, you can't use that, guys. He didn't say that from day one. We're going by what this is going right now. This is not from day one. All I'm saying is this: if she's not willing to do what you want to do, and you being nice, hey, you got to get it somewhere else. And the other thing is, this is how selfish women are, selfish creatures. You on menopause, but you don't want to have sex with this man. You don't want to do nothing with this man, but you're not even giving him a pass or telling him to go find another girl. And if he finds another girl, he'll be a piece of shit. This, and the third. This is the egotistical nature of women, especially in a society that allows them to do whatever they want. This lady is in court. Nobody's chastising her. Nobody's looking at her. You the problem. This man wants to have sex with his wife. He can't because she don't. So why would you marry a woman? Okay, this brother looks young. Why would you marry a old hag? Why would you marry a woman who's older than you? She's going to reach menopause before your sexual urges is done. Why would you even do that? So, I mean, to me, I agree with Gas and that men are supposed to have more than one woman. If he had another woman, all right, you don't want to give it up, all right, fine. But why should she change if he had another woman? You think she'd be talking about, I have a headache? This is very disturbing that a man has to beg his own wife. But another question is, why are you marrying a woman who's reaching menopause before your sexual hormones is done?
Because Ozuli, this is what most likely happened when he first got her. She was not doing that. She was out there. It was all a game. See, like typically most women if they endure these type of sexual acts with men because they really don't like you. They only like the fact that you're a provider. And so once you've secured them the house and their position is secure, now they can, I don't really.
That's why you should never marry them legally. That's why you should never marry a woman legally in America. If you do a little ceremony on the side, yes, but marry them legally. That's what they do. What you said, Gas. They secure the bag, they secure the house. Now they don't have to do. If you're gonna do that, you'll lose everything yourself. So I do understand what you're saying. So I'm just saying that men should not marry women legally in America no more.
Very interesting point there. In the chat, D Webb said he's using that bacon line that the Spaniard used in the video. Lero says, as a fellow freaky black, seems like he chose wrong. D Webb says she needs that woman Viagra. Lero says gas station pill in her wine fix that. She said a couple of fizzles or something. Australia Podcast says Lero, she needs that honey, LOL. And Lero says on God. Go ahead, Yes.
Gogo, can I say something? Is Lero black?
Oh, yes, Lero is black.
But why did she say that he should marry a freaky black? That sounds very what?
No, she's definitely black. Yes.
She said, "Oh, he should marry a freaky black." That sounds like a southern racist person.
I mean, I just want to quickly ask you guys: putting a pill in your wife's drink, isn't that coercion or something? Legally, can't she say you forced her?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like, I just think we as men need to just be real with ourselves. If a woman stops sleeping with you, it's okay. She has every right, it's her body, but then that should be the end of the situation. Because I put it like this, right? It's weird how, and this is why I say she's at the courtroom saying, my hormonal reaction is causing my sex drive to dwindle, which there are biological arguments for that. But then at the same time, a man's hormonal, because we tend to, we don't have emotional reactions, we're men, but that's the lie. Our testes produce hormones in our body which spur our hormonal response, right? And excuse me, because if you look at us when we were young men, we didn't want to have sex for the most part. We just wanted to play excuse me, video games and enjoy ourselves. As soon as our testes, start to develop and testosterone just kicks in the hyperdrive, all of a sudden we get this urge, these sexual urges, and that's our emotional response. That's our hormonal response. So nobody takes into account a man's hormonal response. Our sex drive is ridiculed. We're told we have to tame it. We're told, you just want sex. Shouldn't you control yourself and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that's the equivalent of telling a woman, don't ask for Valentine's Day and cry when you see a movie or ask for hearts and roses. No man, it's terrible. How could you say that to your wife? It's equally terrible when we allow society to tell us that our sexual drive should be curtailed and controlled. It's like ridiculous because there's a hormonal excuse me underpinning behind it. So we have to stop allowing society to ridicule or write off our hormonal reactions. When the testes develop, there's a strong urge for sex and to explore sex. And that's natural, that's normal, it's biological. We shouldn't have to control it. Of course, within reason. You don't want to, everything is within reason. But if we can acknowledge that a woman's hormonal changes causes fluctuations and differences in her behavior, same thing with men. And our behaviors typically revolve strongly around sex. And so there should be nothing wrong with that. So, I think men should just learn to be open with it and not lie to these women and tell them, like, yo, if you don't give me sex, you have every right to, I'm not going to give you a relationship.
I agree.
It's a fair exchange.
I agree. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 for time's sake. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Hold on a second. This damn thing. Ugh. They rejected my post. Let me try to get it again. Let's do this again. Hold on.
Yeah. Your post is actually up,
It's up because on my side it's telling me it's rejected. Okay, let's see. Should it be topic number 9? Trading in one colonizer for another. Why can't Africans control the mining, processing, and distribution of their own natural resources? Lack of capital, infrastructure, something else? Let's this comes with a link. Let's check it out. Looks like it's an article. Shout out to everyone who was here. Make sure hit the button. Make sure to subscribe to all the other shows on KWAZ Radio, including KWAZ Radio YouTube channel. If you're on Rumble, look us up. We're on Rumble now as well. And we're going to be back on a BB Toomey in the new year as well. So actually, this might be a video. Yeah, you guys can see it. Let me play it.
The government granted a license to Russian mine company Norgold to operate a new gold mine. The operating permit is for a period of 4 years in an area situated in the northern central region. The Russian company already operates 3 gold mines in the north of the country. Both sites, however, have been plagued by jihadist violence since 2015, perpetrated by movements affiliated with Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group. Burkina Faso's 17 industrial mines produce around 70 tons of gold per year. Gold production has replaced cotton as the leading export product. Moscow enjoys growing popular support in Burkina Faso, while France, the former colonial power, is vilified.
All right, I think that pretty much captures the idea of the article itself. Let me start with Gas them up. Gas, you see the prompt. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, again, the truth of the matter is African states are broke. Nobody wants to admit it. We don't have the ability to float bonds. We don't have a strong taxpayer base. All these people you see in the video right there, these people aren't, majority of them aren't contributing, Social Security tax, state, local taxes in their paycheck. We don't have the infrastructure to do these things. That's just the truth. So we are kind of at the mercy of the West in all aspects. With that said, again, you know me, I'm going to push it to the philosophical. So there are enough people who can give us ways that we can mine and control the resources. But I'm going to again say that in Africa, we never had an idea of natural resources. The idea that Africa has resources is a European argument because it's the European that looked at our land and said we had resources. Before the European came, other than perhaps the gold and some diamonds, for the most part, which again was used in excess of trade, most of these minerals, the cobalt, the coltan, all these things, they stay in the ground. We were building empires and things without removing and extracting resources. So, Ken, I understand we're in the modern world, but I think we have to understand that this argument, oh, we have natural resources, is a silly argument. We only have natural resources after the European creates the world economy, which they dominate, and after they say, you know, and the first natural resources were human bodies in that genocide called the so-called slave trade. Right, the first human resources that they were taking were human bodies, and they were taking them over to the Americas. So we've been on this commodity-based economy since we encountered the West, right? and so I think philosophically we have to get away from that because the truth of the matter is, one, it's gonna look how far we have to. Like I said, all these people you're seeing in the video, they have to be transformed into citizens. They have to be transformed into proper consumers, the way you have consumers in the West. Because in the West, in America, commercial activity is, for the most part, largely consumed by American citizens, right? In Africa, the mineral resources are not largely consumed by the people on the continent. They have to sell those resources out in order to generate revenue. So tomorrow, if the Europeans say, "Hey, you know what? We're not going to buy your gold," and keep in mind, the price of gold is not determined by the market; it's determined in London through another ritual, another occult ritual. I've talked about this before. So the point is that they did the same thing to Nkrumah. Nkrumah said, "Oh, I have cocoa, I have cacao." Okay, they basically flooded the market, bankrupted Nkrumah, and then they took the money and gave it to the military general who initiated the coup and got him out of there. So we have to me, again, this intellectual space. I like to want to give ideas for those who are coming behind us that they can take and implement on a practical level. So I think we need to get away from the idea that Africa has so-called natural resources. No, Europeans say we have natural resources because they've created their economy to consume our resources. And the first resource was the bodies that they stole in that genocide. So I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Gas. Lero in the chat says, definitely a lack of infrastructure and government funding. However, call me a commie all you want. I believe all natural resources should be centralized by the state, pending proper leadership. But yeah, the private sector is not helping this for real. Let's go to Azuliism. Any thoughts on this, bro?
We will not win participating in their game. So I agree with Gassim upset. Yo, get back to what you was doing before. All this shit about it's they're gonna all they're gonna do is use your natural resources for them and give you little change for it. The small minority people in the country are gonna benefit, but the majority of people are not gonna benefit. This is like you can't beat them at their own game. So like all this shit about mining, gold, diamonds are fake, diamonds are not rare. The only real thing is probably gold. All this shit is playing in their arena. So like I don't see a way that we win. Or like Lero just said, we don't have the infrastructure. You don't have your own people to mine for you, and that's not an African thing to send people to mine. We left what was in the ground. So to me, hey, I guess I don't know. This guy is doing maybe the people that give you more money back or more for your letting them mine inside your country. At the end of the day, you should not let people, the people who, like Larry just said, you should not nationalize everything. But hey, I don't know, man. That's just playing in a European field of vanity of what Gas said. So, hey, you're not gonna win. You're not gonna beat them at their own game, especially in the continent where most of your peoples can't even back you up. So
Yeah, there's also an occultism in that too, man. That mining thing. You let the dead stay buried, man. Why are you unearthing these dead things? Gold and all this stuff is not a living thing. It's just a mineral deposit. You know what I mean? So I agree with you guys so far. We really should get back to what we know, what we were doing before these people interrupted our development. And gold wasn't it. I mean, we were literally using cowrie shells and stuff, and these guys came and flooded the market, so to speak, with cowrie shells. We got to get away from them and get back to who we were. Let me hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, it's just interesting also, with the language that source is the beginning and resource is something that is available for use. So in making nature a resource instead of a source of food and so on, you make you sort of standardize and make value out of something that was free. It's like when you take water, now it's bottled. When you take food that was free, now it's sold in supermarkets and so on. So something that was a source of life now becomes a source of value or revenue. But in terms of back to the question of, are we trading one for another? Yeah, and because we really don't have a choice at this point, but I guess there maybe what is better now is we're learning to differentiate between some of them. We can say, okay, well, we don't have a history with this person, and maybe the French are a little bit more rabid than, say, the Czech or whoever. I mean, it's not the best, it's not great, but we can still, the way they can, sometimes they can have that ignorance where they put us in one basket, but at the same time they know how to divide and conquer us. We should also be learning how to play those games. Go into it, negotiating and saying, if we don't give us this, we can go to this other person and actually have leverage. So I don't particularly care for the French. They have a history of savagery, of cruelty, brutality, and just the uttermost, savagery towards African people. So yeah, if you have to exchange one master for another, at least take one that hasn't been as cruel to you. Not that it's.
What about the croissants?
The who?
The croissants.
Who are those?
The croissants.
The lovely bakery in Le Franc-Franchenour.
Gracious. Wow.
No? It's not good? Wasn't a good trade-off?
Nope. They also had snails to eat. Like anyway, yeah. So they're just terrible, terrible people. And
what about the wine, the Chateau de Virgins?
They can take all that one and pour it down all their wells. We don't care about wine. We don't care about. There's nothing that the French have given us that is useful. So yeah. And
what about the romantic language? Oui, chérie, mi amor, all that stuff.
Well, they can look, all that they have done is for themselves, and it hasn't helped us at all. And that language sounds, funny. I was going to say a different word, but it just sounds funny as well. Fun. So yeah, I would rather our languages than that funny stuff. Yeah, but yeah, so in terms of negotiating, we can be a little bit more sophisticated in how we approach things. Not that it's any better, not that we put our hope and faith in the new masters, just that we understand that, what's the best deal that we can get out of it, and how can we negotiate to our best advantage. But yeah, at this point, we can't really call the shots. We can only, play the dice that we're given.
In the chat, D Webb says nationalization simply means the government controls distribution. He says he trusts R. Kelly at a Girl Scout meeting more than he trusts 99% of governments, as long as the IMF and WEF is in charge. If we don't have any last thoughts here, I think I got to everyone, right?
You didn't
Wait,
get
may I
the
speak?
You can get Buana and Real Black Gentleman.
Oh, my bad. Damn. Let's go, Real Black Gentleman.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. It's like, how would I say it? When living here in America, we have the benefits of the collective inputs of various resources. Like in some African countries, these nations, right? These contraptions, right? Some have some minerals and resources, whereas if you look at like Togo and Benin, like they were designed, just crafted as just like territorial, stretches just to go into the hinterlands, just straight up. I mean, there was no other reason for those countries to be that way. They're just tracts of land. You know what I'm saying? Those aren't natural African territories. And so, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's kind of hard when you might have a country that might have a few natural resources, but they don't really have a lot of everything else. So, like, even if you do nationalize those resources, you don't have a network of resources you can just tie up in to, like, really get an internal. I mean, because you have to have these things to scale. You got to have it to scale. If it's not to scale, what's the point? You can't do artisan level stuff on a national level. You have to, and I'm aware of all the whole debt traps and the economics of all the loans and all that. Where, you know what I'm saying, they pay. I mean, this is where, you know what I'm saying, the leadership in these nations. It's like when you see the people, and you see the nations, and you see the constructs and the rigors. The way that the people are being ordered, as it were, in various different countries. You can see them from one nation to the other nations. We, as African people, in the midst of the geopolitical, we have to, like, kind of squeeze ourselves into these boxes and, like, look inward, and not really, like, look outside of these boxes as African people, and really, like, start talking to other people and saying, like, look, like, I see your money, you see my money, like, maybe we can just, like, kind of, like, make some supply chains going, like, your country has this, my country doesn't have this. Like, do we really need to be like, we have two countries next to each other that if we actually, like, were unified, like, we could actually get, like, a real, like, rudimentary, like, national industry going. These are the kind of, like, issues that we're talking about when we're talking about African nations. So, I mean, it's the whole territory. I mean, you have to have this goes back to the whole, like, regionalism versus United States of Africa, because you do need a sense of regional cohesion before it's just like everyone in Africa as is, you know what I'm saying, as you know what I'm saying, as right now, you know what I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying, post haste, as it were, like, we're just going to agree on these things because some parts of Africa go at different paces. There's the time zone differences, you know, being 4 hours ahead could be, you know, everything, you know? And so, like, these are things that we do have to work out, but I think that I mean, nationalization, this is why, because we as, I mean, I was looking at this video on the Songhai Empire and whatnot. It's just like, you have to have a big stretch of land to really start to do stuff in Africa. These countries, when you look at African nations, it's just like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, it's just, how would I describe it? It's like the crumbs of the chip. You know what I'm saying? At the bottom of the bag, it's like you can see the pieces of what was a real chip, but it's just crumbles into little pieces, right? And it's like, I wouldn't even divide the chip up like that if I were to bite it up, right? It's like this, you know what I'm saying? It's like this, these are just natural things I look at when I think about Africa. Of course, any entity on earth that does not have an interest in a real strong like mega state, like if the East African community were, and it's not easy. I'm saying this stuff. There's real like, you got to get these things in sync with a lot of people and make sure no one's lacking. Because it's not just oops. Well, you know what I'm saying. 150,000 people are just lacking real quick. It don't work like that. You really have to make sure things are greased before you have hard political union across, differences of peoples and stuff. You don't have an East African communion in West Africa. There's just too much going on in West Africa. It's just too much going on. There's just, oh God, I mean, pick a country. Just the civil war, language disputes, religion, just raw civil war, just turmoil, upheaval, toppling of governments. Pick one. Whereas in Eastern and Southern Africa, there's a bit more stability. I may be mistaken, but I mean, it's just not popping like that in East Africa per se. In the whole like Malawi, they're really like squabbling Malawi. No, it's chill. You know what I'm saying? Zambia is chill, man. Even Zimbabwe, I mean, it's chill, man. It's like it's not really. It's like this is why the whole. I mean, you have to have the America was great because of railroads. You know what I'm saying? You gotta like connect places and move stuff, and everything has to be on time. If you don't do that, you're lacking. And until like African, just the greater soul of Black people can really like what I'm saying, get on that and like what I'm saying, just like link up, what I'm saying, and build these tracks, and what I'm saying, because I think rail is the only real way to do it, because we're just talking about freight and just moving raw materials until we can process them in our own centers. And again, talking about capitalism, you can hate on it, but I think like China did, we need like special economic zones. I think you can tie that into the whole Black people and whole Western diaspora moving back to Africa, because we can go back to Africa and capitalize. Is to be the best hustle, make money, get that dollar. We can go back there in our own little metropolises and make bank and contribute raw finance to Africa. That's lofty as hell, but I'm just saying. I'm gonna pass the mic.
I appreciate that, real Black gentleman. I didn't mean to forget about you just now. Oh, Bwana Hagaziki. Bwana, take it away.
Yeah, so what I would say is, why can't Africans control mining, processing, and distribution? And my reply to that is, which Africans are you talking about? Are you talking about Africans on the continent or Africans in the West? Because in the Americas, they also have mining, processing, and distribution of natural resources. And how many Black people do you know in the West who are engaged in that industry or even went to school for it? Not many. And I think that and even if they would have went to school for mining, processing, and distribution, they do not have the financial wherewithal to go and mine or go into a part of America and start mining. It's too costly. So even if they were to have the expertise, they don't not necessarily have the monies to control the natural resources, even if they was to purchase on a particular plot of land. Why? Because it's not only the idea of taking a shovel and starting to dig it into a mountain. You have to have the ability to buy the equipment to do that, which is into the millions of dollars. And to the same degree on the continent of Africa as well. The people there, the numbers of people who may have the ability to engage in these industries, because these are industries involving a particular expertise. So you have to educate people in these industries, specific industries, for them to have the know it all, to know where they digging, know why they doing the digging, and all that good stuff. So you have to develop schools to do that. You have to develop programs to do that, and you have to have enough people with that expertise, to be able to go into the earth to mine for diamonds and do the processing and all that distribution. These places don't have that infrastructure because they never really considered it. As Gas was saying, they never considered going for these kinds of things, even though these materials was under their feet all the while. And the question is asked, if we was to have the ability to do these kinds of things and engage in these different industries, who would be our trading partners? Well, if places like the European, their European partners don't want to engage with them, I would just trade with the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I would go trade with Russia. I would go trade with China. Because if Africa makes the best chocolate in the world or has the best area or landmass that is conducive for certain products, and if our American partners try to undercut us, then I will go to their competitors. I will go to their competitors. I think that what we lack, in the black world is the will to do it. You know what I mean? And if we were to do it, we need to have protected markets to say, in terms of places like Haiti, when they had a rice industry in Haiti, and they was competing with the Americas, the American government subsidizes their rice farmers, whereas the Haitian government did not. So in a situation like that, where I am having to compete with the globe, then I would tell, as a government, I would say, no, American rice is supposed to be sold in our shelves. Period. I would have protected markets. See, all these things you have to consider, and you can't just have no willy-nilly need leadership. I think in terms of what's happening in this particular part of Africa, a military junta, is in leadership. These guys barely graduate high school. And it's not to say that these kinds of high-minded things ain't never hit their minds, but many of the African leaders on the continent are extremely limited in terms of education, in terms of what direction we need to go for the country. And they still have the idea of might makes right. So they kick out all the intellectuals, they kick all the intelligent people, and they hold a gun because primarily they're being put there by their Western partners and say, well, we can control this territory, even in Ghana, in the different specific areas. And it's unfortunate because you have leaders, you have a crop of leaders who come up from time to time and have the wherewithal, but the West sends their people in there to either take them out, murder them, and send their puppets in. So it leads to all kinds of destabilizations, and people from the outside looking in don't understand the different nuances actually happening on the ground. Because you could talk about the internal issues that Africa faces, but no one talks about the external things that creates the environment for the internal things to happen. And these things happen all the time. That's why Africa, some parts of Africa looks like a disaster, because of that unseen hand doing their devilishment on the continent. If Africa was left alone, I believe that we would have more of an organization. We would have more of production. You would see more creativity. You would see a whole lot of different things. But Africa has external enemies who benefit from the chaos, just like in the Caribbean as well. There are people in this world who you don't see, who will never reach CNN. They benefit from the chaos of these black countries because they keep the natural resources down to a minimum. You don't have to pay so much money for them on a global market. It's just a, well, I'll just leave it there. I'll stop there.
Y'all bear with me. I know we usually end at 2. Let me squeeze in Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 says, Black man lightens his skin using natural remedies. Should we support all black business? It's a short video. Let's have a short discussion so that we could just finish the 10 topics tonight.
I look better with the shape that I am. That's just me.
28-year-old Frank White has been lightening his skin for years with what he insists are nothing but natural products.
I first wanted to originally lighten my skin to get rid of hyperpigmentation, and that was when I was a child. I noticed that there was a really big taboo behind it. So I wanted to break the taboo.
Through his quest for lighter skin, Frank has developed his own line of natural skin whitening products.
Trust me, you guys, you do want to try the peroxide trick on your face to speed up your skin lightening.
So I was like, okay, well, this would be a good way for me to stick out on YouTube because people are going to talk about it because of the controversy. And when they do, they'll come to my channel. They'll learn that there's not a taboo behind it, and then they'll learn that also that there's a safe way to go about it.
Frank now runs his online YouTube channel and skin products line with his husband Elijah. The couple met in 2014.
Check out. Yeah, I'm trying. It's supposed to be, I don't know what setting is on, but I've been trying. I saw him every single day. And every single day he would tell me how much he wanted to be with me. And I kept trying to say, no, I'm not gay. But it happened. He had the same dreams as I do, you know, and he changed my life for the better.
Muslim community, skin lightening is huge, and it's also taboo. So he understood it and he got it. He knew it wasn't like a big deal either. That was another reason why we clicked because, you know, he sat, you know, he's there with me. Like when I came up with this plan, you know, I'm like, look how these people react to this. You know, this is my calling.
Elijah has always been supportive of Frank's quest to lighten his skin.
Right here is thebomb.com. It definitely gets you awesome results, and it's a good pre-gamer if you are trying to lighten your skin.
I didn't think it was a big deal at all because I'm from the Middle East, and a lot of people lighten to just to brighten their face, but people bring race into it, I guess for obvious reasons because of history, but viewpoints can change.
I feel like there are people out there, obviously, who are using skin bleaching as an outlet, but I think that majority of people who do it are doing it for minimal cosmetic reasons. Like, you know, what's the difference between being, you know, mocha coffee color or cinnamon? It doesn't matter. I look better with the shade, with having like a honey brown shade or the shade that I am. That's just me. Like some people look better skinnier. Probably 80% of my notifications and my messages are just people who are leaving me like evil stuff. The formulations, they're very effective and I'm very proud of them. I get a lot of feedback from customers every single day about the results and it shocks me. Every single time somebody sends me a picture, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe, like I'm still astonished at the science.
God bless you guys. May you guys be covered under his blood while you are sleeping, and may you awaken to blessings. I love you, and good night.
Yeah, that 4-minute video felt longer. Harsh Ali Podcast had to step off. Thanks for coming through, D Web. He says, "Gotta check out, brother. Good discussions. We should be back live tomorrow. Peace." So you guys look out for the Harsh Ali Podcast tomorrow. Gas him up, had to step off as well. But this is the last topic. We're gonna keep the comments brief. We'll start with Azuliism. What say you to this?
One thing I could say, self-hate, that's making the world billionaires over those skin lightening stuff, the companies, sending the children to school, making money off your own self-hatred, insecurities. But this man right here, what's the difference between him and what's the lady name who started the permanent shit? Like, what's her name? Whatever her name is, she became a billionaire.
The first billionaire they claim. I forgot her name.
The black lady. Like, this guy's talking about his own skin lightening program. Natural.
Madam CJ Walker.
Yeah, Madam CJ Walker. Like, We've been suffering for this for years, bro. I don't know what to say about it. Like Gassim upset. You just have to leave the masses behind. This man, you already know which team he's on. He's not for us. He's gonna keep going where he's going, and then it's like this man is a waste of time. Like you're gonna damage your skin. Not only that, you can't be in the sun. Once you damage your skin like that, a black person cannot be in the sun like that anymore. Like what like, and again, I could pick on this guy and chastise him, but it's his community who made him feel. But he was not even dark skinned like that. Yeah, so his community, the movies makes you feel like dark skinned. It's like when you see brothers like Kimbo Slice. Kimbo Slice is dark skinned. Like it's sometimes you got to give these people credit for not letting society destroy them.
Yeah.
Because Kimbo Slice is a very dark-skinned man, a very masculine, very Afrocentric or looking person, and he still thrived. He still looked at himself in the mirror and said, "I'm beautiful, I'm handsome, I'm this and that and the third." This brother right here, oh nah, let me lighten my skin.
Yeah, baldness be damned. Kimbo Slice went out there and represented. He didn't let none of that shit bother him. Yeah, go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. And the thing about Kimbo Slice, he was bald. Like, my man still was there with the masculine energy. I'm here. What? And for this brother right here to go, I'm gonna use natural things. So now he's gonna indoctrinate people. And it's all over Africa. It's all over the Caribbean. Yep. This shit is very disheartening. At this 2022 going on 2023, people are still doing this. And again, like when you see little dark skinned kids like 9 years old develop this complex, they don't want to be black, they don't want to be this. This is what's causing it. This is a very like, how are we supposed to be technically quote unquote the darker you are? This brother, and then you see who he's teaming up with. Like, if this white man really liked you, he should chastise you for trying to do that. He should not be bigging you up. This is a sign of psychosis. You're sick in the mind, bro. That's all, man. This is very disheartening.
Real black gentleman, let's keep it brief. Real black gentleman, you go next.
Yeah, I ain't got too much to say about it. I mean, you don't want to strip your skin. Your skin is your protective barrier. I mean, even on just like the basic, besides like the psych, you know what I'm saying, psycho, I don't want to make myself lighter. I mean, I get darker in the summer and I love it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I understand the science of skin and all that. I don't want to strip it and remove all the cellular, you know what I'm saying? That's how you get skin cancer. For real. I mean, it is what it is. Yo, I mean, you better watch out, you know what I'm saying? From 5 to 10, you know what I'm saying? Get them little lumps. And you see, let me pass.
Like you said, that's, Mr. Gentleman, that's the biggest organ of your body. That's the biggest organ in your body, and you're destroying it, and you're proud?
Yeah. Let's have some times that.
Yes. Yeah, this is absolute madness. It doesn't matter if you destroy it naturally or unnaturally, you're still destroying it. But and he still has ashy, between his fingers. Did you see that?
No, I didn't study that.
Only a woman would pay attention. But I did see it. But Tenzin, I did see it. You're right, though. I was thinking the same thing. His lips, like the corner of his lips. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, and the corner of his hands, when he had the mouse, like, if you're going to do all that, just do it all, not on this one, on the first one. So, he has a lot of things that are wrong with him, and it's not his skin, it goes much deeper than that. And people just want to not only express their madness, but profit from it. So, it's unfortunate, but that's what it is. I don't even think that we should be discussing him in the community, just like, wow, look at this crazy person for so many reasons. But he's already out way out of the realm of sanity. So yeah.
Let's hear from Buana. You guys stick around so you can give your last words and shout outs. Let's have from Buana quickly, and then we'll close it up.
I'll be very brief. They had me at, let's introduce his white husband. I mean that says it all for me. I mean, this guy's that for me, that was a yellow card. So for me, you charge men like him to the game. I know you shouldn't want to throw away anyone, but I have nothing to say about men like this. I don't even consider him to be a black man. He was a white man trying to get out of this black skin, and he eventually found a way. So congratulations to him. I'll stop there.
Yeah.
I want to say something. Hold up, quick, Goku. That was very disturbing that his white husband was applying bleaching cream on his own hand. Like, how does your white husband or whatever tells you? So you don't see something wrong with him? Like, this is crazy. This is cringing. And then who's advertising this guy? This is very hard. Oh, that's it.
Azuliism, before you go, let me ask you, did you see shit, I forget the name of the film now. Did you see the recent Will Smith film?
No, I haven't seen it. Oh, did you see it?
I saw it and I sent you a picture. I didn't know that image. The image with the enslaved African man who has his back torn up from the whip. I didn't know that person was Haitian.
Oh, I didn't even know either. Word?
Yeah. Will Smith in that movie plays that guy, and you learn that he was born in Haiti and had Haitian parents here in America and stuff like that too.
Yeah, but let Tyreek tell you. Oh, they Pew foundational. Shut. Oh my god! I thought you was about to discuss his fake weave. I thought that was gonna be a prompt today.
No. I actually want to do a review of this film, but I ain't gonna ask you because I know you ain't gonna come through to do the review. But I'm thinking.
What do you mean, yo? You said, yo. Okay, which one we could do? This week. Which one do you want to do?
Let's do the Black Panther one, and Emancipation is on Flickstore, by the way.
Yeah. Imagination is on Flickstore. Yeah, I definitely could see that. But do you want to do Black Panther this week?
Yeah, let's do Black Panther.
Okay, which day?
Wednesday is fine.
Okay, we'll do Wednesday at 8.
Yeah, but I want to do Emancipation as well eventually, soon too. So.
All right. So when I finish watching. So I'm gonna watch Black Panther again, and then we could definitely do. I'm down for Wednesday at 8 p.m.
All right, good. Wednesday at 8. Right. Thanks for that. Real Black Jummy, you want to shout anything out?
No, I don't have nothing on my mind. I just want to shout out the everyone on the panel. I want to shout out my dad. That's all.
Okay. All right. Shout out to Real Black Gentleman's dad. Tanzan, you want to shout anything out?
No, just what you've done this week, this program today, and the last two we had yesterday with the pentagrammers. I don't know if I'm going to be back this Tuesday. I'm hoping I can, but I can't make promises. So we'll see.
You guys was on yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, Black Panther shows.
Twice, actually. Yeah.
What? I didn't get nothing. And I went and I clicked on the live to see it never appeared on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah, you know how you go on live shows? I did that and I didn't see nothing. But all right.
You should do the bell thing. I mean, they tell you, but you really should do it so you get the notifications. And I'm assuming you already subscribed. So we did two back-to-back episodes yesterday. So
Forecast was live last night too, but Bakari was on.
Yes, I saw later. So and then take a listen to this show as well. It's good to take another listen. But thanks to Yonobi, Lero, and everyone that was on the panel, Zuli, Gas Demap, Wanahagziki, Koku, of course. And it's been a great show. And good night.
Thank you. Buana, you want to shout anything out?
No. Shout out to Real Black Gentleman's dad. I think that was so awesome that he said that. More men need to say that. And Tan, don't listen to Zuli and Gas because they seem to have problem with women. And I'll come to your defense. I'll come to my beautiful black women's defense any day. So don't worry about that.
Oh, I know.
But
yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's been a
10. Are you a
it's been a
thick girl?
great.
Are you a thick woman? Because
No, Kenny women are not thick. Kenny women are not thick. They're very
No,
thin.
we're just.
no, but she's
shout out to
she's Kenyan in California. You know how they could get rotund real quick in California.
No. Unfortunately, California hasn't done that to me.
That's true.
I wish I
That's
was
true.
a little
That's
bit
true.
more, but just
Nah.
regular.
Kenny
So,
women
guys,
like to run a marathon, so they like nice and Flint.
So, Mr. Untouchable, she's not for you. Leave that alone. She's not for you. She'll tell you she's not for you. Kenyan women are not for you.
Look, leave him alone. He was defending us. At least he defends us.
No, he's defending big girls, not slim girls.
I'll defend.
He's defending
I'll
all
defend
black women.
my Kenyan
African.
sweetheart women.
Yes.
All
Thank
black
you.
women, all my beautiful black women.
Man, shut your simping ass up,
yes,
man.
I appreciate your commentary for tonight.
Yo, this guy is so simpish.
And I'll just say that it was a lovely evening. I really enjoyed the night, especially when we was talking about our beautiful black women. So y'all have a great night and have a great week.
Oh my
all right?
God, this
So,
guy.
good night, Urzuli.
Buena, make sure to check out the post on KWAZ Radio.
Yeah.
About the sports show.
What did you say?
Okay.
No, I was just telling them to check out the post on KWAZ Radio concerning the sports show. I reposted on my community tab as well.
Watch sports.
I saw something about sport, but I didn't get what you said. I think
format, what format, what slant you want to take in terms of sports? You want to talk current sports or you want to talk?
I really felt the way. Yo, Coco,
Huh?
I ain't gonna lie. I felt the way you didn't use my sport thing today.
No, I had too much topics. I'll use it next week.
All right. Later.
You guys.
We already had something for you all. We talk about you. Go ahead. Sorry.
You talk about what?
Go ahead, Buana. We talked about the Haitian boxer and stuff too. So we had a couple of sports things tonight, actually.
Yeah, we talk about Berman tonight.
Oh, I didn't hear about. I don't know who that is. So okay, I'll check it out on the replay.
Yeah. Check
Go
it out.
look at.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, you guys be good, man.
Yo, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, I think we need to do a re-show about the Haitian Revolution. Like, I found out something that was like crazy, bro. Like, yo, no wonder the revolution, like Haiti, like these men that fought the revolution, though it looks nice, like on the result, but the end fighting, bro, sure.
Yeah, the infighting was a problem.
If you hear what they did after, some of those leaders after they won, if you hear what they did to each other, that was crazy, bro. Like, that's so disheartening, bro. And but if you, I will talk about that another time.
Let's line that up for January 1st.
All right, we could definitely.
Yeah, let's line it up for Haitian independence. All right.
All right, people. Good talk. Have a good one.
Right. Y'all be good. Thank you, Tanzan, Real Black Gentleman, Buana, Zuli, Bakari. Thanks to my boy Carl Hezekiah. Good to see him come through. Thanks, House Rally Podcast. Gassed him up. Jose was here tonight again. That was cool. Yana B, the matron was in the chat. Marcus Garvey the way was out there for a minute. Raw Idol was out there for a minute. Thanks to all of you. If I missed your name, I know there's Trigger Happy and Provide Triggers and everyone else. But much love to all of you for tuning in. we should be back next week. I'm gonna have a show this week on Wednesday. And like you just heard, we're gonna try to do that January 1st show on the Haitian the anniversary of the Haitian independence. So tune in for that. All right, guys, be good. I'll see you in the middle of the week, and then I'll see you again next week Saturday. You guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.